This story starts on a battlefield, where many high-level soldiers surround a man who is kneeling exhausted, remembering how his father told him to live only for his clan, meaning he was always in his brother's shadow. And despite his strength in taking down great generals of the army, the man leading the squad only attributed that viciousness to the fact that he was that man's brother. The man on his knees is named Cian, Vert, who also recognizes his enemy as Boris, whom he asks who ordered the hit on him while unleashing a dark power from his sword. This power makes his rival tremble, proving that the rumors about him were true, that seeing him engulfed in a massive red mist, they call him, the Mist Killer. An opposing clan tries to drag into the mist their Knight of Light, and the intent is clear. Once they kill him, they can report they got rid of an impure being affiliated with pagans. Cian gears up and decides to fight, wondering if his arrogance will hold up once he's finished knocking all his teeth out, releasing his power without holding back. But before he lunges, Boris warns him not to try it, because he won't be able to break through his barrier. Cian stops dead in his tracks. Seeing this, he knows he has to escape, to report the attack to his brother, and that's why breaking that barrier is his only option. He gets ready to do it, but just then, a voice stops him. The moment Boris steps aside to let a man pass, just by looking at him, Sean is paralyzed. He recognizes him instantly. Everything in him freezes, and once again in his mind, he hears the voice of his father, reminding him that he had to live for the clan. But what he really meant was to live for the man standing before him, his brother. Axel, a knight of shining light, is the one who ordered the hit on Cian. Cian, completely shaken, falls to his knees as the knight approaches, who notices just how stunned Shin is by his presence. Dazed, Cian can only manage to ask Axel for an explanation. Axel doesn't say much else, besides congratulating him for having fulfilled his duties, to both the clan and to him. Then he tells him he has the honor of being relieved of his post. Indignant, Cian asks if he did something wrong, but his brother, seeing him kneeling and defeated, with the dark mist still pouring from his body, calls him an inhuman murderer and screams that he will be punished for his sins. Cian glares at him with rage, remembering every battle, every sacrifice, the struggle for imperial succession. The war against the Demon King's army, the campaign to unify the continent. He did it all for him, for his ambitions. His entire life was dedicated to helping him, and hitting the ground with fury. He knows he's being sacrificed like a dog. After so many years of service, his body becomes shrouded in a ravenous mist that starts to eat away at him. Not caring if he destroys himself, he is ready to fight to the end, to take him down, unleashing a power so great it catches the army off guard. Cian mocks the idea that the great hero, Axel, would hunt his own little brother out of pure fear, and this manages to enrage Axel right before the strike. The knight manages to block his blows, but Cian attacks again with momentum, aiming for just one direct hit on his weak point. But the thrust ends up bouncing off a massive shield of light, courtesy of Boris, giving Axel just enough time to turn around and brutally stab his own brother. Seeing him skewered, Axel taunts him for not accepting a quick death, and for attacking him, looking down on him as a mere demon whom he never trusted, leaving him shaken as life fades from his eyes, tossed to the ground like a dog, while Axel marches off with his entire army, leaving him all alone to die. And on the ground, seeing how his whole life ended up being a total joke, he manages to gather one last breath and charges with everything he's got at his brother, managing to reach his neck. But before he can touch him, with a simple flick of his sword, Axel unleashes a massive wave of light that rips his head off. At that moment, a voice calls out to Shin, trying to wake him up. He bolts up, agitated, gasping for air while clutching his neck, completely confused, while a young maid tells him to stop sleeping. He immediately recognizes her as Emily, whom he says he hasn't seen in 20 years. He starts looking around, and everything looks exactly like he remembers from when he was very young, until it hits him. He's back to being a little kid again. And now he's getting scolded by his maid for acting crazy just to skip training, which leaves him even more bewildered, having no idea what she's talking about. Later at the Vert Duchy, our protagonist realizes he's returned to the past, still wondering if his life is just flashing before his eyes or if it's something more. But for now, he remembers this day very well. 26 years ago, March 1st, one day before enrolling in the academy, and also the day that the Duchy organizes a sparring match, presided over by his father, Duke Vert, who assigned his half-brother as his opponent. Kranz Vert, son of the Duke's current wife, Margaret. Urseth, who always grabbed all the attention. Meanwhile, he was just the bastard son who, after being humiliated in that duel, became everyone's laughingstock and was completely ignored by his father. And currently, even his own maid doubts him, asking him to just give up, hoping he doesn't get hurt, but he moves forward, realizing that he's not in a simple illusion or a death dream, and that he has truly returned to the past. And by seeing his father, he hopes to change the future, With the start of the duel announced, Kranz leaps in quickly and confident, but the MC, with a simple step back, dodges him even as his rival lunges again, only to be disarmed and knocked out by a simple leg sweep. To his mother's shock, and although Cian knows full well the duel could end there, he remembered the years of bullying from his half-brother, deciding to get even, walking toward him determined to cause him pain and pave his way in this world, thinking only of himself. And in this manner, after making a fool out of Kranz, Cian ended up being summoned before the Duke, escorted by a high-ranking knight, and in front of him, Margaret appears, whom the MC decides to mock, asking her about her son, which infuriates the woman, who can't do anything since that's how duels go, but then she starts mocking Cian for being a bastard, insulting his mother, which ends up making something click in the MC, and he wonders if he should kill her, but he rejected the idea. He knew better than anyone he should torture her painfully, asking her if she knew that he was going to the academy along with Kranz, and with a murderous glance wonders if that boy would end up with all his limbs intact, so he had to calm down. She was getting angry at his lack of respect. But they stopped her. The Duke had summoned the young man urgently, so they couldn't delay and began walking, while the MC laughed, thinking that the Duke's orders were absolute, and it was clear the knight was worthy and reliable. And then at the Duke's room, they ask him to enter. Cian greets his father, presenting the great feudal lord of the empire's sails. If the world called him the guardian of the continent, the hero who held off the demon invasion for a long time, a man who even died for his ideals. All he ever wanted was peace on the continent, but his memories of him were different, believing in a man who always just followed everyone's orders, considering him a foolish man. And he comments on his sword precision, recalling what had happened, effectively detailing every single aspect of everything he had done, asking him when he learned to master the sword. Hearing that it was from his training, he doesn't buy it. He never had any interest in fencing, and upon hearing it was because he wanted to get attention, he gets his point. But asked if such a beatdown was necessary, the MC realizes he is sizing everything up, from his sharpness to his motives. By that logic, he wanted to prove he was better than Kranz, and though they shared blood, he couldn't hold back. Since that's the meaning of a duel, the father laughed, thinking his answers were very consistent and sensible. He was thrilled with his talent, believing that one day he could become a reliable support for Axel. The MC is stunned because he would become his aide, realizing that his father was as obsessed as ever with his son, and then he wanted to give him a gift, while the MC only thought about wrecking it all. That's why what he wanted was. Later his maid doesn't get why he wants to join the front lines. Did he not know what kind of place? It was straight up hell, and where he wanted to go was a brutal battleground where demon wars have raged for hundreds of years. That's why his father opposed it immediately. However, he set a condition. If he wanted to go, he had to prove he was worthy within a 1-month deadline. Cian was determined to get stronger. He was still weaker than his peers, but he pushed on, trusting his combat instincts. His mana was low, yet he started training right away. But he was interrupted by Alice, who confronted him because she found out about the front lines, believing that beating Kranz had gone to his head. He had to go with her to the rooftop, where she gives him a chance to go, but only if he can withstand 3 minutes of attacks, and she seriously asks him if he's doing all this for the family title. It had nothing to do with that, but since she heard no answer, she took it as a yes, striking with everything, but she couldn't believe it. A 10-year-old boy had managed to block her attack. Analyzing the situation, she feels it was impossible, chalking it up to luck, getting even angrier and attacking again, and again and again, and in a split second he manages to counterattack. However, he curses, twisting his sword, at the last moment causing the blades to clash, thinking that would have been really bad. If he hadn't turned his blade, he would have killed her, since his thick mist skill was primarily made for killing. Wondering how many minutes he had left, he was supplementing his strength with mana, but he was at his limit, and in that instant, he hears Star Sect magic, feeling like they really were trying to kill him, while his sister just kept repeating that she couldn't lose, while Kane assumes he has no choice but to trust in that, hoping it would work, and as he moves forward, he pleads for it to come out. Vulcan, however, before the massive impact, they are stopped mid-air, with Alice being told to stop because it was overkill. The MC was saved, while Alice could only apologize. She had lost her head for a second, crying because she only wanted to, preventing her from heading to the battlefield. Kane knows that's just like her. She always pushed herself, and he explains that his sister was the elite of the elite, having previously earned straight S's in every single subject, at an academy where only the cream of the crop stayed. On top of that, her beauty was stunning, which is why everyone loved her, nicknaming her God's child, also referring to her as the future guardian of the continent alongside the eldest son, Achille. But shortly after joining the Knights of the Divine Light, she was killed. That's why he hugged her, thinking that this time he would protect her, and Alice asked him what he was doing there. He was supposed to be the guardian of the Duke, but the Duke had already left for war, feeling awkward. He was just following orders, even though it was meant to be kept secret. Chien figures that's why he hadn't shown up before. But he doesn't get why his father told him to keep it a secret. And at that moment, he drifted off from exhaustion. And so the next day, Alice went back to the academy while Chien felt he had to get stronger. So he focused on strength training for 2 weeks. But despite his hard work, he didn't see any major improvement. Then a package arrived from Alice, but it had a smell that was absolutely disgusting. It was hellhound blood, a rare item that can only be found in the Lamia Valley. It's considered toxic because of its vile stench, but it actually permanently increases both mana and strength. Most people think it's just a rumor, but he had already experienced it firsthand, telling Emily not to worry. He had a unique ability to adapt, recalling that the first time he ate it, it was even more horrific. So when he consumes it, he shouts in ecstasy that it's amazing, letting Emily know he's going for a short walk now, eager to see if it actually worked. After a while, he feels like it's been forever since he was last there. That was the safe house, in ancient times. Back then, one day, Akel received a divine revelation from the god of light, Lumendal. It said an ancient temple was hidden around there. At the time, he didn't believe it, but it was true, and the divine revelation was still lingering in that place. Feeling happy just remembering it, he smashed through the entire floor, all around him, mocking Axel, because now he had all the leverage in the world. And so upon entering, he feels it's a bit different from last time. That place was an ancient temple dedicated to the god of light, until all the history of that land was wiped out, due to the war against the demons that happened 300 years ago. He believed no one would ever imagine this existed right behind the castle. He could see the owner of that temple, recounting that in the year 909, before the foundation, humanity finally managed to drive out the Demon King's army from Velius. And although the demon army was much stronger than the humans found ancient relics called the Weapons of God, which led them to victory. One of those relics was Duran, a sacred sword, blessed by the god of light. It was the cause of victory for humanity, but also the cause of his own death, carried by H. He thought that sword might also be linked to his regression, but when he touched it, nothing happened. He started cursing it out and moved on with his mission because once light fades, darkness always appears. Looking at it at first glance, you'd think that was a shadow, but it wasn't. It was the door leading to the other room, hidden from the altar of light. He walks in and is thrilled to see it. It was his sword, the demon sword Karen. He picks it up, unleashing its power. But as he swings it again and again, he thinks it hasn't fully awakened yet. But he's just glad to be reunited with her and itching to kill something. Right then, he's asked if a kid like him wasn't afraid at all. Did he not understand what it meant? To have awakened her, he had awakened a demon. There was no turning back. His body now belonged to her. However, as she charges at top speed, he grabs her by the neck, thinking that she wasn't this reckless before. She can't believe it. How did he do that? How could he touch her? But he'd already told her. That sword belonged to him. Suddenly, an attack comes, cursing him as she manages to escape. She demands to know who he is again. Is he the successor? Why did she feel Aru's aura in his body? Kane confirms that he is the successor of Aru. His master has returned. She should bow, but she refuses, attacking instead. He was just a kid. She couldn't accept that. Kane figures that words are useless, since the sword's whole goal is to take over the user's body. So he had no choice, though he knows he should take it slow. Activating the demon sword control, he slams her into the ground, telling her to listen closely as to why she should accept him as her master. While he kept being nice, she couldn't get how such an arrogant little brat could use it. Kian just kept repeating the same phrase to whip her against the floor, asking if she accepts him now. She finally gave in, calling him master. Then, since he was done with that, he wondered if he should head back. Meanwhile, Karen was absolutely hyped. She was going to feel the fresh air again. Now they could finally start with the introductions, but she didn't get why Aru chose him. And hearing that it was in his past life and that he'd already died once, she didn't understand a single thing, just thinking he was crazy, while Ian thinks that sword will have to wait 20 years for its owner as he snaps the hilt off right then and there. When asked why he did it, he shrugged it off. He didn't really know either, but it could be interesting for his future. Later, in a place far from the kingdom, the day of his trial had finally arrived. Greeting the Duke. The Duke asks him one last time if he's still willing to go to the front lines, but with words of honor. He nods. At that, the Duke ordered the scroll to be opened. He didn't get it at first. Were they going to summon something? And sure enough, right in front of him, a demonic figure leaped out. It was a hellhound, a low-ranking demon. Assuming they must have put a lot of thought Into his trial, he noticed their stances and realized they'd jump in if he was in real danger. Meanwhile, the Duke tells him to back up his words. He had to pass this test. As the general recalled just a few days ago, Ian challenged him to a duel. Since he only had 3 days left before his trial, he needed an opponent to get into the flow of combat, asking for his help. At first, he refused, because he might hurt him, but Ian left him no choice. Since people his age would just flee, and seeing his point, he finally agreed. That's why he'd fight without unsheathing his weapon, focusing only on defense. Ian was grateful, but he had one more favor to ask. He couldn't tell his father anything about this duel. It was an order. He didn't quite get it. But in that very moment, Ian attacked with such ferocity that he couldn't believe it. He could see him, but he was fast, vanishing from his sight, only allowing him milliseconds to actually defend himself. A brutal exchange of blows and strikes began, and Ian was the one standing his ground, believing that he still couldn't win against him, thanking him for his hard work. While he couldn't grasp how the weak Master Cain had become so powerful and now in the present, he knows his hunch was right. His young master could now overcome any trial they threw at him. Just then the hound lunged, staying alert, and in a split second, a whirlwind-style attack landed perfectly. He thinks that with his current strength, taking down a beast like this was still asking too much. That's why he had to end it as fast as possible, meticulously preparing a strike that sunk right into the beast's neck, leaving everyone present in absolute awe. While the MC just thinks it's a total waste of blood. He couldn't help it, or else they'd call him crazy, while his father cheered him on, clearly impressed. So he accepted it. He'd see him on the front lines. Ian thanked him, while his spirit mocked him. Did he think it was just some butter knife? It wasn't just for show. It needed blood to gain strength. He should have given it a little sip of blood from that doggy, but he told it to chill out because soon it would be used to its heart's content. Then everyone started shouting that an ogre had appeared in the northwest. With the defensive line well prepared, they had to kill them all, activating the salvation restraint. At that moment, magic circles popped up on the battlefield while bindings trapped the ogres, and the Duke ordered the attack, starting their offensive. The whole massacre was being watched by both of them. Of course, Alice didn't want to be there, not getting why he did, but he felt nostalgic. He never thought he'd be back here. And they asked him how it felt to be on the front lines, warning him never to let his guard down, because at any moment, they could lose their lives. The MC got it, clarifying that battles like those happened all the time, about 3 or 4 times a day. Every battle followed its own manual, with knights acting as the core units, taking charge of the monsters trying to cross the front lines. As for him, he's assigned to this spot, a rear zone where it's safer. But with the guards being so disciplined, he won't get a chance to feed Chiron. He also doesn't get what Emily is doing, since she was just traumatized because the Duke told her they never knew when they might lose their lives. When he asks her why she doesn't just go back, she says if she did that, no one would look after him. She gets up to fix dinner, and the MC asks her about the cloak he requested, but he gets no answer. He gets annoyed. How could she treat her master like that? Afterwards, he sets up a decoy for himself. Alice assumes he's going to do more training. Ian was such a hard worker. He plays along, asking her to handle the chores, and explains that the front line usually doubles down on night watch duties. So, it was time to move, activating the thick mist. Third movement. Believing this place must have tons of monsters, it was the perfect spot. To use Chiron, she could feel it. She could smell the blood. She couldn't hold back. She had to slash something. He agreed, moving at full speed, just like the beasts, unleashing mist storm, sudden precipice. And so after a total slaughter, there was nothing but hound blood everywhere. They were both hyped, but they still had plenty of fight left. It was a hell of a view. Meanwhile, on a cliff, they were telling a girl who still thought the front line was way too dangerous, wondering why they didn't just turn back. But they asked him not to treat her like a child. She was the royal princess of the Ver Empire. The plan was to go with her father as soon as possible. While at it, they tell her about a kid her age, on the front lines, the son of the Burt family. The girl was worried, but then she remembered his personality and brushed it off. She didn't care. She just wanted to get some sleep. However, stuttering, she asked what that boy's name was. She got it, repeating his name while staring at the moon. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the Duke, after taking down a harpy, ordered them to check if there were any casualties. But everyone was fine. Believing they did a good job, they had to head back fast. Looking at his son, he took it all in while approaching him, asking if he felt at home on the front lines. Seeing his manners and firm affirmation, he was skeptical. He thought he'd want to go back, but he had already toughed it out for quite a while. He was very proud of him. Ian was surprised when told that tomorrow they needed to talk. He had to go to his tent. Early in the morning, Ian was left confused. He had never seen his father be so kind. Then night fell. Zian was fighting a death worm, cursing because those things were only supposed to appear much deeper inside the valley. Just then his sword asked if it could take control. Zian said no way. He was already onto its tricks. But it explained that even if he wounded that thing, it would just regenerate. The MC figured it had a point. A month had passed since he arrived there. He had drunk the blood of countless beasts, but it still wasn't enough. Guess he had no choice. He'd play along. But it better not try anything sketchy. It agreed. Activating Ninth Mist. Demonic Blade. Manifestation shredding the worm at inhuman speed. Now activating Mist Blade. 8 fluttering petals, spinning around the massive body and taking it down easily. And then the forces moved forward, believing those beasts had been killed long ago. The mana lingering over them seemed quite imposing. Could it be that a demon was involved in these acts? They had to inspect the area, but the Duke felt that those sword slashes looked familiar. They asked His Excellency to step closer. What? They saw ahead was a death worm, thinking that perhaps a feat of such caliber could be the work of the organization. Then the MC explains that the demonic blade manifestation is Kyram taking possession of his body so she can unleash her true powers. But she could take over his body completely if he let his guard down. That's why using it was pure madness. He could only use it in extreme cases, feeling like his whole body ached. Kyram says she gets it now. That was a child's body, but he didn't act like one. His skill level was way too polished, and he also knew the geography of every place. His techniques were advanced, plus he had mentioned he'd already died once. Now she was more than certain he was a regressor. Well, he finally caught on. Wasn't it obvious? Thinking he probably should have explained better. She assumes so, but now she figures he was killed by someone insanely strong in his past life, the previous wielder of Durandark. But there were 2 possibilities. They killed him in a duel or they betrayed him. Judging it was the latter, since he looked at the holy sword with pure hatred. It was obvious his goal was revenge. Either way, that's all he had in mind, and if he ever wavered because of those feelings, she was going to devour him. He shut her down, telling her to know her place. But she thinks he hadn't changed one bit from his past life. Just then, he steps out of the tent asking what was going on. It looked like total chaos, and then Emily arrives. She was worried because, apparently, the corpse of a high-level monster was found near the valley. It had been a long time since anything like that happened. Siam asked if she knew anything else, sensing his own doubt. He wanted to know more if they had found anything suspicious, besides that or anything about him. And at that moment, the general interrupts them, since the Duke wanted to see him right away. Kian curses. He left the corpses there because the soldiers had arrived. Way too fast. His plan was to enjoy a quiet life before entering the academy, cursing his own actions. And so he presented himself with formal greetings before his father. But his father, with a stern look, asked him to sit down. Meanwhile, Ian thinks of an excuse in case he'd been caught. The Duke was direct asking what he was doing last night. If Andy said he was in bed because he was tired, the Duke would doubt it since those sword techniques reminded him of himself. He figured he overthought it. When he asks the reason for the question, the Duke still thinks it was hard to believe that a child could defeat a death worm, assuming he had already found out what happened near the camp, mentioning he would investigate further. But it seems it had been the work of a secret assassin organization called Mist. This is an organization that had existed since ancient times. Their goals were unknown, but they had murdered countless nobles under the guise of purification. They were infamous for leaving behind a black mist wherever they went, but one day they just vanished. They had been seen for the last time, 300 years ago. But the Deathworm's corpse from last night was shrouded in that very black mist, and that mist was left by Eru, the god of darkness, the same god, worshipped by the mist who was the source of their power. And if his guesses were right, they were the ones responsible for the defeated beasts. Kian was shocked by his father's sharp intuition. He was extremely meticulous. Meanwhile, the Duke tells him to be careful. Regardless, he will report this to the Empire. Yes, he nodded, thinking that this time he had a very close call. As his father calmed down, it was clear he thought his son had nothing to do with it. He told him they had an important visitor today, as His Majesty was coming through. That's why he wanted to ask a favor. Kian understood. Then a horn sounds. His Majesty, the Emperor, had arrived. The Duke knelt, giving him an honorable welcome. The Emperor told him not to be so formal. They'd been friends for years. He then noticed the son, who also greeted him with great respect, introducing himself perfectly. The Emperor was amazed that someone so young was there. His children were definitely extraordinary. It was clear his father wanted to show that his son was strong. since in his past he only saw him from a distance. It was clear now that his father trusted him. Meanwhile, the Emperor also wanted to introduce him to someone. She introduced herself as the 5th princess of the Empire, Uchif Arian Severus. Kian recognized her as the tragic princess, the one his father asked him as a favor to escort for the day. Kian didn't get what he meant, but it was simple, just keep her company. They were the same age, and he'd also see her when he entered the academy. Kian remembered seeing her in his past life, and his father asked them to get along. Kian didn't really want to, but he understood the intentions. He probably wanted to strengthen his friendship with the Emperor, but she couldn't become into his friend, though he couldn't say that yet, since he was the only one who knew that future. At that moment, he had no choice but to be obedient. As they walked, she asked why the river was red. The explanation was simple: demonic. Beasts that were old, injured, or couldn't compete for survival would instinctively jump into the river. Their bodies and fluids merge into that water, turning it red due to mana imbalance. She understood, thinking it was totally gross. She asked what was at the end of the river. Cian confirmed it leads to the demon realm. If you followed it, you could even meet the Demon King. Cian knew no sane person would do that, but it was fun to mess with her. But in that instant, a yellow light appeared. It was the 3rd Sentinel, post from the west. That meant incoming demonic beasts. The Duke gave the order to protect His Majesty. He gave firm orders, but they asked him not to. Did he really think he was there for a field trip? He was getting bored and wanted to fight. Seeing their approval, he shouted to them they would join the battle. They had to focus and follow orders to defeat the demonic beasts. The Duke also asked for his son's support. The girl didn't understand. Was he actually able to fight those beasts? Cian agreed, but said she should take cover. She refused. She wanted to go with him too, arguing that they were the same age and that she could go if he did. Cian made it clear that people die out there. It wasn't a playground. She knew that, but still no one could stop her. Just then the general appeared. He would escort Her Highness to safety. She called him impertinent. How dare he treat her like that? But Shin made it clear that dozens of knights would die because of her stubbornness. A decision made in a split second could decide a war or the deaths of hundreds. Could I really take on that kind of responsibility? Turning around, he told her if she was going to cry like a baby, she should go back. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, giant slugs were appearing. The forces were ordered not to retreat. The Duke ordered them back into formation. They had to protect His Majesty and take down the monsters. Charging into battle, we learn about Dionys, Herbert's the Emperor. He had 2 wives, Diana. Giselle was the first wife, but she passed away, while Cassandra was the second wife, considered the rising judicial authority of the empire. The former empress gave birth to the 1st and 2nd princesses. The current empress gave birth to the 3rd and 4th princes. However, Erin Severus, the 5th princess, was an illegitimate daughter born to a peasant mistress. People treated her as nothing more than a puppet princess because of her mixed blood. But she didn't care how she was perceived and strove to be seen as a part of the royal family. She dedicated herself to her studies more than anyone. However, she was framed for treason by those who were resentful toward her. She was exiled from the royal family, and the empire, and rumors spread that she died alone from an illness. Because of that, people called her the tragic princess. She could have lived a happy life if she hadn't been so greedy. The spirit mocks him, saying they were actually quite alike. He denied it. They were different. While they attacked the giant slugs, they were already praising the emperor because he was truly strong, wielding royal lightning. He was known for being an 8-star rank mage. If he hadn't become emperor, he probably would have become the head of the Mages Association. These beasts were no trouble for him. Later on, he remarked that it had been a while since they hung out. But he felt bad because the Duke wasn't drinking. He explained that he couldn't drink in front of the emperor. But it didn't matter. Moving on to the current state of the empire, there had been a surge in the murders of nobles, and it was causing widespread panic. And in those killings, there was a pattern. All the murdered nobles were corrupt officials. Furthermore, the Black Mist was present at every crime scene. He asked Billiard if he had any theories. He spoke about finding traces of them there, suggesting the followers of the Red Mist were on the move again. The Emperor understood. It seemed they were taking out the trash, but he couldn't allow the people to live in fear. But above all, there were nobles who were blaming the 5th princess. Seeing his surprise, he nodded. He'd been suppressing them, but rumors couldn't be held back forever. He asked for a favor with all his heart. If he were to die before him, he must look after that girl. Billiard swore on his name and honor that he would. Later, Alice asked him if that was all, wondering if he hadn't hidden the princess away, complaining that he'd never get married if he kept doing this. Cian brushed it off, telling her to take care of things. While he was gone, he was going to train and didn't care about the rain, but at that moment he was interrupted. She asked where he was going. She apologized, but she wanted to talk to him, making Alice excited because his marriage prospects weren't dead. Then she asked how long ago he'd arrived. Cian didn't get why she was there. After a silence, she asked if he could step out for a moment. He agreed with a flirtatious laugh, leaving them alone while she apologized for what happened. She had acted poorly. Cian, he also apologized for being rude, and she said that he was recognized by many people unlike her. He was much more mature, but since they were going to the same academy, they should be close. But he apologized again, rejecting her. He said he wouldn't be of any help. If she was there just to be friends, she should leave. She clarified that she just wanted them to be on good terms, but she assumed he also thought she was just a shell of a princess. It was obvious there was no benefit to being her friend. She apologized for wasting his time. She had been reckless. It was clear that he was completely different from Rachel. Cian loses it, asking what she just said. How did she know his brother? She told him it was a year ago. He had told her not to care about what others said. She shouldn't limit herself to just playing the role of a princess. Cian didn't understand. That twisted bastard had already been planning all of this since he first met her. He tried to warn her about him, but before he could, they were interrupted. Someone screamed that they had to run, and in that instant, their tent was destroyed. Everyone shouted to check if they were still alive. Emily was crying for her master. Meanwhile, back at the main camp, reports came in that high-ranked demonic beasts had attacked the camps. Moreover, the princess was there. The emperor ordered everyone to go and rescue them, but he didn't get it. Why was his daughter at the rearguard camp? And in that place he still didn't understand why. Deathworms and ogres had appeared. They never usually ventured that far. Something had clearly changed in that area. Could it be because of him? Meanwhile, Emily was crying because she thought he'd died. She swore she'd never leave his side again, but Cian, he remembered that in his past life he had even slain the Demon King. A demon couldn't die from something like this. And the princess asked if the knights at the camp were going to be okay. Emily confirmed to her that they were strong, but she cried, saying that if he hadn't come, none of her knights would be safe. While she was in danger, they tried to calm her down, promising to be fine and protect her with their lives. But they shouted at him to move, as he was grabbed right then by an ogre, but he ignored it, sending it flying instead. Cian realized he was the one they were after, telling the knight to escape with the princess. She agreed immediately. Cian figured that she really didn't want to be there. And when the beast attacked him, he managed to counterattack, cutting off its arm, thinking that high-rank beasts like these must be smelling something on him. The spirit laughed. He had drunk the blood of countless demonic beasts. He reeked like a demon. It would be weird if they didn't go for him. Cian demanded that if she knew, why hadn't she told him? But she laughed. Did he forget? She only wanted his body. However, they grabbed him and he drew his sword, telling the beast to drop dead. He didn't care anymore. How many monsters attacked him? He would win, rising above the beasts and successfully slitting its throat. And since no one was watching now, he'd have some fun, drinking a bit from high-rank beasts. But he stopped dead in his tracks. Was that a demonic dragon? But the spirit denied it. It wasn't an adult yet. He figured it caught his scent too, but that was even better. The main thing was to catch that thing whatever the cost. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the last of the ogres was defeated by powers of light, and they asked about the princess and his son, but they hadn't found any trace of them. Would you like me to translate more files or help with anything else? However, they calmed him down. There was no need to worry about his son. The priority was the princess, since a Humbert should know how to handle himself. And sure enough, they had found the princess. She appeared running toward her father. She wasn't hurt, but they had to hurry. They had to save him. They had to save Cian. It was her fault that he was, but she couldn't find the words. The emperor asked Emily what was going on and what had happened to his son. She was also left speechless. She had never seen the Duke so terrified. He explained that the young man acted as bait to buy them time to escape. The knight remembered the location. If he gave the order, he would go to save him. The emperor asked for confirmation. They had to hurry, but he refused. They wouldn't do it. They had to deal with the situation first. If those camps fell, the demonic beasts would invade the empire. They had to rebuild that place immediately. That was the only way to prevent more deaths. As for his son, he had done his duty. That's what being a Humbert was about. Meanwhile, the princess could only think that they couldn't do this. It was all happening because of her again. And at that moment, a dragon's roar rang out. It was right above them. and there was Shan hanging onto its little tail. Now we're told that dragons, the creatures closest to the Creator, were extremely rare and noble beings. Lesser beings, like humans, wouldn't dare go near them. That's why it was such an honor for him to encounter such a powerful creature. But why did it have to fly over, where people could see it? While the Emperor admired the dragon. Wait, why is his son on top of it? And wasn't he supposed to be saving him? As for the beast, it was cursing. The only thing it wanted was to drink his blood. He didn't expect that to happen, because the moment it stood before them, he shouted at all the other beasts to back off. With no time to waste, he activated the accelerated mist storm, tearing them to shreds. And now facing it head-on, he knew it wasn't a full-grown dragon, while the creature charged its solar beam, firing it directly at him, destroying everything in its wake. But he dodged it effortlessly, thinking it was pretty rude. How dare it spit at him on their first encounter. He unleashed scythe slashes at its eyes. The beast just shrieked in pain. In that moment, its only thought was to fly at him to attack, but the spirit just laughed, dodging the attack by a hair's breadth. Activating his 8 fluttering petals, he landed hundreds of cuts on the dragon. Realizing he still couldn't fully face a dragon, his shoulders were aching. But whatever, it was time to end this. However, the dragon's wing beats were powerful, but he wouldn't fall for the same trick twice. But the damn dragon just wanted to bolt. He taunted it, "Get down here, you punk! Get down, you coward! Get down!" Begging it not to fly away, it had to stop. That's why he'd burnt through all his energy, and now he was stuck in that spot, wondering how to handle the situation. The spirit demanded to know what was up, why he wasn't doing anything, but he couldn't do a thing. Couldn't he see all those people below him starting to fight? Because neither of them could act. It was obvious that if they did, they'd be burned at the stake as sorcerers. But clearly, he couldn't stay with the dragon forever. And at that moment, a circle of 8 swords appeared, terrifying Cian. How could he use such massive power against him? And sure enough, the swords went flying at his own son and the dragon. It was clear that his father lived up to his nickname, Guardian of the Continent. But the dragon wasn't a pushover, managing to dodge every single attack with pinpoint accuracy. Even so, he had moved out of range and was charging him, successfully knocking him down. He cursed, unable to believe that a meal this special was slipping through his fingers. Damn it. He urged the dragon to fly, but it couldn't, or they'd be toast, screaming at him, asking if they were going to die. Cian saw that as a real possibility, but then a plan came to mind. But they shot it down. He couldn't do that. That water was crawling with filth. It was gross. And just like that, he fell into the river. Later, in the center of the valley, someone caught sight of the dragon, thinking it was super weird for something like that to be there. They explained it was a young dragon who was probably lost or ran into some trouble, guessing it was because of the humans over on the other side of the border. The beast didn't get it. Humans. There's no way a human could beat a dragon. And seeing his face, he asked him about it, since something was bugging him. He felt it. He could sense a weird energy, something strange yet familiar. He gave her the green light to go, but begged her not to wreck everything, just because she was bored. She felt it. She wouldn't cause any drama. Meanwhile, from the water, the main guy came out cursing, thinking life was rough. He asked if he was okay, but they told him not to even talk to him. It's trying to end him from the inside right now. Cian told him to chill. They'd clean him up and head back, no biggie. He told him to look. This was the demon realm, he had to watch his back. Cian told him to stay calm again. As long as they didn't run into a high-tier demon, everything was Gucci. But he was interrupted. He knew it. He knew it was someone fun who was looking for him. Cian recognized that voice immediately. It was a voice etched into his brain. He was the Demon King, Belchiron. He asked Shin if he was human, mentioning that in the past, everyone who had witnessed him said it felt like seeing all the world's evils in a single body, and that was right in front of him. Cursing in that moment, the king asked again if he was human, appearing behind him and asking if he wanted to scrap. Cian was rattled but moved forward. The king started laughing. He'd heard Cian was a guy with infinite potential. Could it be true? They asked Cian who that was. Upon realizing it was the Demon King, they felt like they were already cooked. There was no way to beat him. Kane knew it. They could only run, but who knows if he'd survive. But they told him to chill out. He could relax. The king wouldn't do anything to a little kid. Even if he was a jerk, he had principles. Shin didn't get why the king was laying down, while the king asked him again if he was human. After hearing his confirmation, he asked how he'd even gotten there. It was because of the water current, so he guessed it was Shin's first time in the demon realm. His aura was a bit strange. He was an abnormal human, and it seemed like the king knew him. Cian clarified that they had never met before. The king agreed. He'd never seen a human like that. wondering when he could have seen him. Cyan didn't understand why he was acting like this. He wasn't the same demon king he knew. When asked why he was there, the king explained it was because of Sean's strange energy. As demon king, it was only natural to keep an eye on the lands he ruled. But he didn't get why Xian wasn't shocked, since he'd already said that he was the demon king. Did he really not know what that meant? Had his mom never threatened him that the demon king would punish him? But he still didn't get it. There was no way this was the same demon king. If everything was like in his past life, the demon invasion should be starting soon. But this guy didn't look anything like that abomination. Not understanding what triggered his future. That's why he asked him what his goal in life was. He just smiled the usual. He just wanted his people to live a good life. But if anyone dared to stand in his way, he would kill them all. That was his duty as demon king. Yeah, he got it. It had been for just a second. But he felt it, the true monstrosity of Belchiron. He was just holding back. That's why he needed him to never let those chains loose, asking him to make a deal. Since something would happen soon, something that threatened the people he ruled. He didn't understand. What he was saying made no sense, but he clarified that he didn't know when it would be, but he was sure it would spark a war between humans and demons. Seeing his threat, Cian told him that's why he wanted to make a deal. He had to promise not to start a war no matter what happened. But what he said was nonsense. Even if that happened hypothetically, what would he give him in return? Cian would help him no matter what went down. He'd help him in every way possible. The king stepped closer, looking into his eyes, feeling like he knew something, and laughed, asking for his name. Upon hearing it, he promised as the ruler of the realm of demons, but he was going to collect on it. He had to own up to his promise. A deal was a deal. A few hours later, the guards saw Cian's body. It was a miracle. They'd found Cian alive, earning him the nickname the Boy who survived the Devil Dragon. Returning to the abbey on the borders of Belial, which served as a temporary hospital. There, Xian still hadn't understood him. She was going to repeat it to him, asking him loud and clear if he wanted to be her property, leaving Xian perplexed as he rejected her immediately. She sadly understood. She was a princess with no power. Cian had already had enough. He knew she was imposing, but her attitude made it even worse. But it was obvious what was going to happen. Still, he couldn't stop thinking about the fact that that damn guy was related to her. So she was right. There was no benefit for him. She had zero influence. It was bad news just being near her. However, he would watch her from afar until she became someone better. So she shouldn't let him down. She acted with pride. So she had to step up her game so he'd recognize her. He just had to wait a bit. She'll become powerful for real. He guessed she bounced back pretty fast. And when he says goodbye, she says one more thing, thanking him for staying alive. Later at the rear, camps on the outskirts of the forest. Man was holding a magic cube, feeling like there wasn't much time left. But then a voice called out his name, so it was him. This guy couldn't move his body. They were invisible chains, explaining that that little dimensional box hadn't crystallized yet, noting that it had infinite storage. It was a masterpiece from the Garum Mages Association. He had been watching him for a whole year, which is why he was taking it, revealing his name. The man couldn't believe it. He was Cianvert. Why was he there? He guessed that he extracted blood from the beasts and brought them in as supplies, assuming there was also a spy helping out in the department. He yelled at him that it wasn't true, but Cian told him to chill. He already knew everything, even that. Alice was supposed to get his, but he didn't know who betrayed them. The guy had no idea how he'd managed to capture him, but he could already move a little, activating fire breath and screaming for him to die. He felt relieved for a moment. He thought he was a goner. Grieving over his box, he never thought this would happen, right in the middle of a transport. But at that moment, his hand was sliced off. Screaming, he noticed a black mist. Could it be him? It was. And then he was slammed against a tree. Shen gave him a choice. He had to talk about the spy's smuggling route. He could either die peacefully or suffer a painfully cruel death. Later in Belus, the border trading post people were trading peacefully when a box caught their eye. But when they opened it, it was Lord Reynold. They screamed at the sight, while Cian watched from afar, thinking this served as a warning. Reynold had been smuggling demon blood behind the Chief Empire's back. These items were being taken to the Mages Association of the Garum Kingdom. This place was a gathering spot for mages obsessed with magic. They studied its origins, fundamentals, and how to create new magic. They were people who only aimed to push the boundaries of humanity. Currently, they made artifacts like the dimensional box, but in the future, they would do all sorts of crazy things with demon, beast blood. That's why he had to end it right now. Meanwhile, at the residence in the Chief Empire, Cian's brother wondered about him since Cian had gone to the front with their father. He figured Cian was already getting nervous. He'd have to go see him later. Emily was celebrating because he was no longer at the front, thinking the academy would be great. But Cian knew her hell had just begun. The academy wasn't what she thought. In reality, it's a place crawling with politics and conspiracies. Envy and jealousy rule that place. Status is prioritized over education. While she's just daydreaming about some romance for her master, a day passes. Looking at his side, there was his brother, who ran away in fear just from seeing him. He figured that was to be expected, and so he headed toward his room, where they welcomed young Master Cian. He was surprised. In his past life, they wouldn't even look at him, but now they were being very polite. It was as if his father or that bastard were right there. He felt they had changed a lot over the course of a year, but at that moment he felt a presence. He recognized that aura that made him shudder. The one standing behind that door was that bastard. He greeted him. It had been a while. Cian tried to stay calm, but his gaze narrowed. His senses heightened. His hatred made him shudder. His sword also urged him toward revenge, but he forced himself to calm down, greeting him cordially. And of course he remembered him. He couldn't forget his older brother. The brother felt happy. He had been worried Cian might have forgotten him. He had heard talk about his swordsmanship. Soon he would be able to help him on the battlefield. Cian agreed. He also looked forward to that moment. The protagonist noted that his brother wouldn't even spare a glance. For those he considered useless, and knowing he was, there calmed Cian down for some reason, giving a smile while Emily cursed Shin for not helping her one bit. She was exhausted and complaining, but she froze upon seeing the first young master. With a smile, he gave her some kind words, asking her to take good care of Cian. As he left, she started complaining to Cian about why he hadn't warned her, but he just wanted to be alone for a bit. Seeing her hesitation, he told her not to make him repeat it. He went into the bathroom feeling dizzy, asking the voice why it stopped him. It had been a good opportunity to take him out, but the voice told him not to get it twisted. In that state, his rage would only grow, and it would be much more satisfying. Cian couldn't feel anything more. That was just how she was. Inside, a servant asked for permission. There was located the second young master, just as you ordered. He was in the north, the territory of the White Elves. He got it. That place was notorious for loathing outsiders. He was definitely playing it smart with others, so I should let him know if he shows up again. His servant asked him if anything was up. He looked more cheerful than usual. He laughed, but he was dead wrong. He was in a foul mood right now. Setting the ice cream aside, he remembered those eyes. It was as if he were facing his lifelong nemesis. It made him twitchy, so he'd be careful, putting someone to tail him. Later, he was still thinking about him, feeling like that kid was hiding something while Emily was super disappointed in him, but Xian was no longer to blame for her no longer being an academy escort. But regardless, she had to be a good sport. He asked her to just behave, and then he left while she yelled at him that everything would be fine and to stay safe. Cian felt that was just like her, since when he was 8 years old. He was so sick he blacked out. No one was there to care for him, but she did, running all across the city to the nearest doctor. If not for her, he probably would have died back then. That's why he gave her his best smile, asking her not to go and die on him, meaning he valued her more than a maid. She smiled too, but didn't hear a word. And when he realized there were 6 intermediate class knights to escort just one person, it was sketchy. It felt like they were trying to screw him over, even before getting to the academy. A few hours passed, and they gave a signal, telling the young man they had to camp there for the night. That place was Sapir, and they'd probably reach the city by morning, Cian agreed. Ugh, I knew he was a liar. There was no forest in Sapir or any landscape like the one they were in. When they told him it was time to leave, the MC thought the air felt fresh, asking who was really behind all of this. Looking at them and seeing one was smirking, he repeated that he had asked them a question. They replied that he didn't need to, no, since he was going to die anyway. It was a shame, nothing personal, and they would make it as painless as possible. He just had to close his eyes, saying goodbye, and in that instant a limb flew off. The guards couldn't believe it. He had cut his head off in a single second, and once again he asked them who had sent them. Also, why were they standing there, frozen? Wasn't this what they wanted? One of them lunged desperately, but their fates were all the same. He finished them all off. The MC was totally OP. The survivor couldn't believe that this beast was only 11 years old. At that moment he looked at him, coldly with pure bloodlust, demanding that he tell him everything. And the one behind it all was Lady Margaret. Xian figured he gave up the info way too easily. Then, he headed to the carriage, realizing Master Kranz had told his mother. Cian understood now, so it was that coward. He was going to teach him a lesson the next time he saw him. While the survivor asked him what was going to happen to him, would he end his life? He knew they were the ones who attacked first. He had no right to anything. He'd accept any verdict, but Cian figured he could drive well enough. For now, he'd be useful. And so they arrived at the central city of Sapper. Meanwhile, at the castle, a plant was being smashed. What the hell? He asked what they meant by one disappeared, and the other 6 were dead. How was that possible? How could they fail against a little kid? The man tried to make excuses seeing that someone else was with that kid, he had to give it another shot. She denied it. If he did that, her son would be in danger because of him. Remembering those words, they shouldn't do anything for now. But no one was supposed to know about that. He had to eliminate anyone. Who knew? Then 10 days had passed since he left Zapper. Brian had been acting as his subordinate this whole time. He assumes they already know he's alive by now, and at this rate he'd make it to the academy in one piece. That's why he was thinking about what to do with Brian. Then Brian notified him they had arrived, and Cian started having those flashbacks again. They weren't good memories for him, but a lot of things had changed now. Introducing himself as Shen Vert, from the family of the Duke of Vert. She felt, of course, that he was checked in. He just had to go to his assigned dormitory. He also had to attend the entrance ceremony and the elemental test in 2 days. Cian didn't get it. She was sure there was no mistake. That was the key. Later, Brian was stunned. That room was the royal hall. Cian didn't understand it either. No one from his family had ever stayed there. Someone must be behind this. He asked if that was all the luggage, and yes, it was. His job had ended up traumatizing him. He was sure he was going to die. However, when Cian handed him money, it was for his hard work. It should be enough to start a new life. His friends must be looking for him, so he had to bail. Brian dropped to his knees, giving his name, and crying out, "Please accept me," to serve him for his entire life. Cian didn't understand. Was he even a knight? He felt it even though it was of the lowest rank. Besides, his father always told him that when he met someone worth trusting, he should serve them for the rest of his life. Cian thought that was a pretty dumb thing to do. How did he know they wouldn't stab him in the back later? He didn't care. He trusted him. Cian accepted. He didn't want to go to the ceremony, though he would attend the elemental trial. Meanwhile, in the dean's office, he believed that this year's students were exceptionally talented. For instance, Aaron Severus had achieved a 2-star rank, physical B-light element 52%. There was also Sir 3-star rank, physical a sand element 71%. They were quite impressive, but Cian Vert was the real outlier. He was a 1-star rank, but with S-rank physical and a darkness element at 92%. Professor Erica pointed out that even Berta, the so-called daughter of God, had only scored 88% in elements when she graduated. That boy was a freak of nature. No one of his caliber had ever matched that, though his talents could be corrupted because his element was darkness. It also caught her attention because he had been assigned to the royal hall. These were direct orders from the emperor. Apparently that boy had saved the princess from beasts, even risking his own life, and they were even considering an engagement between them. Did she know what that meant? If the princess, regarded as a failure, married a highly talented Vert, it was clear that succession conflicts would intensify, perhaps even leading to a civil war. But all they could do was watch. It was up to them to see if these kids would be heroes of the empire or bring about its downfall. Meanwhile, Cian thought that in his past he only had 80%. It was clearly because of the demonic blood, and he acknowledged it, praising him, while he was just scared to death. And someone appeared right behind him, asking if by any chance this was the kid he treated like a slave. This was Marquis Poranum's son, who used to mock his mother, remembering that in his past life he made his life a living hell, along with his brother. It was lucky he ran into him right now. The guy threatened him for laughing, not understanding what was going on with his eyes. He should have been a peasant like his mother, but in that instant he was slammed against the wall. Now he asked his brother if he could talk for a second, saying he didn't care what he did behind his back. But if he saw him again, he'd be graduating in a wheelchair, leaving the place. He thought his life here was going to become a pretty good one. Later, the teacher kept thinking about the phrase, hero or ruin. She had to keep a close eye on Cian. Suddenly, the MC found her unable to locate a book. He assumed she was looking for that. Nervously, she laughed, saying that students weren't allowed in there. She realized he was Cian, thinking she couldn't even sense his presence as he handed her the book she wanted. However, in that moment, an attack almost took his head off. Guessing that wasn't the book she wanted, he called her by the name, Cedric, a leader of this mist assassin organization. She cursed at him. How did he know that in his past life, he thought she was just a simple teacher, who mentored him while he was being bullied by his own brother? Back then, it sounded like a joke, but she was curious because it was rare to find someone with 84% dark magic. People didn't know much about him, but with his potential, he could be very strong, but he was just playing her. She shouldn't fall for that innocent face. She was an instructor that was her cover, but in reality, she was an assassin hiding in the academy, where the royalty and nobles of the continent gathered. They came to learn, and she accepted. She'd wait for him in the lab. He guessed. She didn't react as dramatically as he expected. Later, he felt that the place had changed. While she said that the tea was poisoned, he clarified that it wasn't a lethal poison. It would only melt his organs. Even if he took it, it wouldn't work on him. His demonic blood was too strong, and Emily's cooking was way worse. He asked her to make something stronger next time. She asked him how he knew who she was. Plus, she had received orders in her most obscure book, and he also knew her location. Was he also part of Mist? Cian just felt it. She said he was pretty cocky. He'd just had one good test, and it had gone to his head. Cian guessed so. Besides, her guards had disappeared, asking since when. The purification projection had started. She wasn't sure what he was talking about while her aura flared out. Cian clarified he was talking about the assassinations, releasing his own aura. They threatened each other, and she threw a table at Cian. He thought it was obvious as he smashed the table. However, she wasn't there. For a moment, he had thought he already won her trust. She denied it. Even if he were part of Mist, there couldn't be a member she didn't know, since she was the master of the hall. That's why she wouldn't let him go. Cian sighed. He had no choice. Activating his dagger. If she couldn't believe him, he had to show her. Attacking again and again, while she begged him to stop because that dagger was the demonic sword Kairam. Only the chosen one of Iru could carry it. Cian asked if she believed him now, since Mist should be looking for the successor right now. How had she realized he was that person? She had to take him to Hero. Later in a street somewhere in Lugan, Seal appeared. She was amazed because he wasn't surprised by that. That was the path he had to take. From that point on, he would go alone. They said this was a unique realm, created by the power of the god of Mist, which is why it was bigger than it looked. But he already knew it, breaking through the traps in his way. But he thought they were being a bit excessive, managing to defend himself. Leaping to strike back at them, the masked man was shocked. He had managed to deflect his dagger in just a few milliseconds. That's why he called for the formation, Deathhorn. Cian activated his secret expansion technique. They denied it. He had to be lying. There was no way he could know that technique. It was strictly for assassins. It didn't even give them room to breathe. They wouldn't be getting back up for a while, though that one was still standing. Must be a superior. Activating her mist sword, but her technique was blocked. Surprising her, he clarified it was his skill. Besides, he couldn't hold back anymore. She screamed at him to show his true powers. Cian repelled her with Thick Mist 8th form. She became even more intrigued. He mastered Thick Mist and the Mist Sword. He had to show her his true combat potential. Cian started running. That's what drove that woman her intoxicating lust for power. She was going to keep fighting until one of them died. She screamed at him to come back, attacking with her mist storm, clarifying that this was a realm protecting this place. No one could sense his power, so he should unleash it. Cian understood. He had no other choice. He could probably take her life. But then, however, she vanished. She told him to rest. She didn't want to interfere. But what was with this situation? She was supposed to worship Eru, yet she was attacking his master. He was just verifying who he really was. And they screamed at him that then he might have called his god, or if he wants, he can take on a challenge directly against her. However, they warned him that they should focus on the successor first. Chiron doesn't get it, demanding to know why he's dying. They explain that with a full manifestation, the vessel loses its vital strength, calling him weak. Nevertheless, she didn't turn down any duel, and if it was her, she'd get even more hyped. Chiron doesn't understand what's up with her. She was straight up crazy. In that moment, he told her to let him go, because a manifestation was suddenly happening. But she only wanted to fight. He had to stay behind her. They began provoking each other, but they were interrupted. What the hell were they doing? They had to send the successor to the altar. Cian was glad. He was finally going to meet the god of darkness. People said this god was evil, a god who kills without hesitation and justifies it as if it were a fact, an act of consideration. He had a logic where good and evil didn't matter. If he could protect his own ethics by dying, then that was enough. It was crazy logic to many, but what he meant was that this god protects the weakest. And upon entering, the god asked if he knew who he was. Seeing his affirmation, he also knew Cian's name. But what proof did he have to claim to be his successor, Cian? Guessed he already felt the power of the mist inside him. There are two ways to become a successor. If the god himself gave him the mist stone, or by being qualified by the god himself. Since the god didn't know him, he figured he'd have to go with the second option. Though it was also true that the stone had suddenly appeared on the altar last year. It was equally surprising that he awakened Chiron, and those eyes, the light in them surpassed his age. So he understood it now. He was an outsider from another timeline. Cian thought that he was involved in that, but he had denied it long ago. He didn't have his godly powers. However, that was actually quite convenient for him. He was a perfect successor. He didn't have to work anymore. But anyway, he had brought something pretty annoying with him. Was he perhaps trying to get the power of the Holy Sword as well? Yes, Andrea, it wasn't just that. He believed that since nobody knew about that sword, it could become useless. He understands. He wasn't going to pry any further, but he would follow the rules. He asked him as his absolute master, since he wanted his powers, what he sought with such power. Cian remembers the same question from his past life. His answer then was to live for his brother. It was a stupid answer. However, he didn't have another answer. Did he not want something in his past life? While he expressed that blind faith was dangerous. If he assumed he already knew about his pathetic end, that's why he didn't have big plans, or even a great cause. This time would be different. He only wanted to use it for purely selfish ends. He understood. He would decide what was right or wrong, but he was sure that he wouldn't regret it. He had to answer carefully. Depending on his response, he could lose his life right then and there. He expressed that he didn't care about the consequences. He wouldn't follow anyone's orders. That was the path he would take. He thought he had a plan, asking him to tell him about it, but since he refused, he sighed but accepted it. Now he would talk with his daughter, believing that she had changed quite a bit. Yeah, he was very happy, whereas Chiron couldn't handle all that fatherly affection calling for help. As he drew near, a little kiss and something appeared. It was a seal. She was surprised. Now she had a body and the MC hadn't even used mana, so she demanded to know what he'd done. They told her, not much, just gave you a little bit of life force. And why was she complaining? She needed a body to get down with her owner. She started screaming at him, asking what the hell he was saying. Then the next day, Brian asked what was going on. She was scared, begging him to do something. And the two of them started arguing about who was stronger and who deserved to take care of Shin. Just total crazy nonsense. Meanwhile, Cian left Brian alone because he wanted to take a walk. And so, in the city, the MC could finally relax, but then he caught the scent of blood. Meanwhile, in an alley, a girl was being beaten. 3 boys were picking on her, mocking her, and wanting to test spells on her. That's why he asked her if she was hungry. His friend had prepared food with his own hands, but at that moment they were told to stop. Weren't they ashamed to call themselves nobles? He made it clear that he was Barrett Lewismail, the eldest son, and who the hell was she? Aaron introduced herself as the princess of the Chief Empire. He thought it was an honor to meet her, but she wasn't in the mood for pleasantries. It'd be better if they explained what was going on there. He tried to calm her down, saying she was misinterpreting things. She had to ask her, shouting if they were bullying her. Seeing her denial, she told her not to hide it. She only had to look at herself, but she denied it. Nothing was happening. She had to leave, they were just playing. The bully laughed. Hadn't she heard him? He was starting to get fed up, so Ari had to go. She didn't care. She was going to take her anyway. But they demanded to know if she just didn't get it. Wasn't she listening to Legimus asking Ari to leave? She threatened him if he didn't let go. She swore right there, on her name. But he just laughed. Yeah, right. She was a weakling. Nobody respected her. And at that moment, he stood up. It was the MC who couldn't believe that she was Legimus in his past. In the kingdom of Garum at Klein Castle, they had met before. She was the best sword on the continent, originally from the empire of Chief, but for some reason, after graduating, she changed her nationality. She was incredibly strong, fast, and very sharp in every single one of her attacks. However, back then, he managed to take her down. And since the empire ordered him to end her life, without having any reason for it, he challenged her to a duel instead because it was admirable. She had reached the top of swordsmanship without using mana. She was in shock now, while the blonde guy didn't get why there were so many meddling bastards out today. Even though he knew him, he had heard of him. Did he want to join in too? In his little game? Cian thought he was being ridiculous. Was this a game? The misuse of a mana marble could even lead to the destruction of the body. But since he insisted, he accepted the game as well. They couldn't believe it. What the hell was that? Shen asked him why he was scared. Just open your mouth. Later they told Legimus that her external wounds were almost healed, but she needed bed rest. So she had to rest for today. She thanked him, asking how she could pay him back. She was just proud of the beatdown Cian had given them. With that, she thanked him again, but she had one doubt. Did he know her? Because Cian wouldn't stop staring at her? He thought he knew her, but he didn't, so he apologized. He asked Yari where her dorm was. What if those bastards came to mess with her again? Upon hearing it was a common dorm, he asked if she was just a peasant. She felt it the instructor had enrolled her. Beltian promised financial support to her family for her school career, but then he suddenly got fired. So in other words, no one was there to support her. It was clear she wanted to drop out after seeing how much she was struggling. They asked the princess why she didn't just take her in as her personal attendant. That way she'd have company, and Ari could learn how to handle a sword from her. Ari didn't understand what they were talking about. Legimus was a guy, but she didn't just freeze up. She apologized, saying she didn't mean to trick her. It's just that the boy's clothes and her short hair were just for convenience, making Ari feel even worse. Poor little thing. Regardless, it was a good idea this way. Nobody else would. Bully her, and she could learn whatever she wanted. She could live a comfortable life. Plus, she didn't like being alone. Crying, she accepted. She'd make sure to become someone she could be proud of. She brushed it off, saying she should thank Shin instead. But he had already left. He thinks he's done enough already. But he'd already figured out why Legimus had abandoned the empire of Chief. She never would have lost her mana if she hadn't met Barrett. He believed that if that woman hadn't lost her mana, she would have become a monster. He's not sure if he could even defeat her. Regardless, it wasn't his problem. Now, since he'd received an order from the master of the Hall of Serica, it was his first purification mission in Mist. Even though it was a very difficult mission, the professor only trusted him, worrying that things might get weird, since they already were. They were bossing him around, and at that moment an explosion occurred. He thought a demonic force had entered the facilities, but it was someone looking for him, calling out his name and describing his stats from memory. Introducing himself as Seth, he was a rookie just like him. Cian couldn't believe it. How was that big guy only 11 years old? That didn't happen in his past life. This guy had heard a lot about him, his battles against demons, the dragon attack. Plus his physical rank meant Cian had to fight. Now he remembered that mark on his chest symbolized Sparnia was the Prince of the Sands, considering Sparnia was a country in the middle of the desert, located in the east of the continent, led by a prince, who was a genius in both magic and combat. However, that nation later fell into ruin, due to the death of its only successor. The cause was determined to be an illness, neglecting his health for the sake of his muscles. And since he hadn't been found, he was annoying in his past life, but he remembered something. He asked if he wanted to fight right now. Upon hearing his confirmation, he denied it. Duels weren't allowed. At the academy, he had to make an official request. It was on the 3rd floor in the main hall, and so he ran off immediately to ask for permission. Cian then realized it was true. His brain was just pure muscle. That wasn't even the right direction. Besides, he didn't know if you could actually request duels, but he assumed he'd find out in time. First, he had to focus on the purification project, and so they later informed Suckerman that the preparations were complete. He told them to stop slacking off and deliver them to the clients. This guy is one of the 3 richest people in the world, known as a kind man who donates a lot to charity. But behind everyone's backs, he's a slaver of the young of different species, and today was his masterpiece of smuggling. Cian checked his status. He could finish this sooner than he thought, but Kieran felt a very complex energy. It was that target. He was hiding something very strange, and the boss felt relieved he had finally calmed down. He needed to sleep well. It would bring him a lot of money. But then he smelled smoke, and at that moment he felt a presence. It was like death, creeping down his spine as one of his men lost his life. He barked at him, asking what the hell he was doing. He had to catch him, but he was so fast that they could only see the after images of his speed. In a split second, he put the dagger to his throat and ended his life. The boss cursed him, wondering where everyone else was. But Sean made it clear that he'd soon find out, since he surely spent a ton of money hiring people, but they were worthless now. He begged for his life, offering him money, but his hand was cut off, stating that he ran all sorts of inhumane experiments and breeding programs, including illegal slave management. His death was well-deserved. He would give him 1 minute to repent for his sins. After all that, his pain would vanish. He claimed he was only doing it to make ends meet. He was selling everything because people wanted them. He didn't do anything wrong. Cian, for a moment, thought he might have some remorse, but no. The minute was up, and he ended his life. His mission was done, and he'd take a look around before leaving. Asking Kieran if it was her, she confirmed she could feel 2 different energies. Upon opening the cell, it was a woman. She looked dead, but she was just a normal human. However, she had something. That was a dragon egg. Then Brian asked where she got it. Hearing her say, "from the street," he shouted that it was clearly a lie, but Cian only thought about what they wanted to do with it. Sell it. Hand it over to someone. They clarified that nothing would happen even if he cloned it. Dragon eggs needed a lot of things. Even if they infused it with the right element's mana, it wouldn't hatch. Because if it was separated from its mother, it was basically useless. But at that moment it cracked. What the hell was happening? Out of it came a little girl. Brian asked what was going to be born. The protagonist clarified that it wasn't a dragon or a human. It was a draconian. This was going to be a headache. Her first words were, "Daddy Kieran." She burst out laughing, giving him her congratulations on becoming a father at just 11 years old. But it was all her fault. She had told him to take it with him, since it would be dangerous if it fell into the wrong hands. Either way, she shouldn't have worried because no egg ever hatched without its mother. Now, honestly, she never thought something like this would actually happen. She was just plain wrong. Regardless, it was a hybrid and its very existence posed a threat. Cian felt that this was really bad. It wasn't a normal mix. In the world they lived in, something like this was dangerous. If the Academy found out, they might just eliminate her. On the other hand, the dragons were also very strict. If they learned she existed, they would try to kill her. That's why he wondered if he really needed to take such a big risk for this girl. She was already destined for a life of pain. Kieran figured it was for the best. Her destiny was nothing but misery. It was better to let her go, but then she woke up, calling out Daddy, hugging him again, saying, "I love you." Cian felt a sudden warmth. It was that feeling that somehow everything would work out. So he decided to raise her at castle. Bert, the lady of the house, was wondering what to do. That bastard was a threat to her son's future. Just then her eldest son appeared, asking if she needed to talk to him. She got nervous thanking him, but claiming it was nothing. Meanwhile, Agel requested a report. The news was that 6 knights had been found dead. Plus the last they'd heard was that Cian was in the royal hall. Agel got angry. He already knew all that. Hadn't they been able to find out anything more? His distress was palpable, his disappointment clear. He had to do something. He couldn't give up the position he had worked so hard to get. That's why he shouted that he'd go himself. He had to believe him. He wouldn't let him down. Agel knew he was a hard worker and agreed, believing that his brother was definitely hiding something. Later they questioned him about what he was doing. There were no classes today. She didn't get it. What was a baby doing there? But whatever, she could hear about that later. There was a more urgent matter. He had been causing quite a lot of trouble. He had a duel request. What the hell was he thinking? Had he gone crazy? Why would he want to draw attention to himself like that? When told that a duel was normal, she denied it. That boy was no ordinary kid. Besides, the duel would take place in 2 hours, and so everyone was filled with anticipation. Cian cursed. It was sooner than he'd expected. The prince was itching to fight. He wanted a bare-knuckle brawl, but the only options were swords or magic. Asking if he'd use magic, hearing that if Cian didn't use it, he wouldn't either. He was stoked, leaping and shouting for Shin to show him how good he was. Andy wrote only good things about him, but Cian deflected them easily. Against an opponent like him, brute strength wasn't everything. Instead, sharpness and precision were more important, blocking every single one of his strikes. The prince was blown away. Cian wasn't using an ounce of strength to stop him. He sped up even more to try and break through his guard. However, Cian caught his kick, cursing. He wondered if Cian had eyes in the back of his head, but he managed to avoid being slammed into the ground. And with pure raw power, he managed to counterattack. Cian was surprised. He was quite agile for his size. The crowd was stunned, thinking that the little boy couldn't be human, while Seth admitted it. He had lost to Agrima, so now he just had to win. No matter the cost, he was going to give it his all, shouting that he had to do the same too. The director assumes they'll fight with magic now. Those kids were really bold. Supposing that Shin had already won the fencing match, it was an obvious result given their ranks. However, Seth had 3 stars in mana, the highest rank among the freshmen. In theory, it should be his turn to win. The teacher was just furious. That kid was practically begging for attention. And just like that, a death fist appeared, but he always remained calm, dodging, without any trouble as more attacks appeared over and over, activating Desert Tooth. In that moment, Cian realized he was strong. His rank was 3 stars, even the barrier. Instructors must have been struggling, and he asked him how much longer he planned. To run, was he a rat? Because an honorable warrior shouldn't dodge attacks. Seeing his calm, he activated Sandstorm. Both of them were amazed. He was only supposed to have 3 stars, but that was a 4-star spell. Shouting that he wouldn't be able to dodge it, Ian accepted the duel. He'd take it head on. Then the maid, Brittany, thought the temperature was perfect. It was clear she had experience with babies from looking after her siblings. calling the princess because it was time to eat. But she realized that she had already grown so much. Meanwhile, in the arena, no one understood a thing. It was an immense power. Even the barrier was breaking. Not understanding how two simple rookies could do that, and they shouted at the director to stop this right now. But he wanted to wait. Something was happening while Cian activated a secret technique, Void Sphere. The teacher begged him not to do it. The director just laughed. Xian, he was really a jack-in-the-box, while Xian still doesn't get why he'd use that there. On the battlefield, all of the prince's powers were disintegrated on the spot. The spells had vanished. No one has ever heard of magic like that. Who the hell was this guy? Cian asked him if he wanted to keep going, but he accepted his defeat. He couldn't believe it. He had lost in both fencing and magic. He was bummed, but he was also glad. He was tired of fighting weaklings. Now he was hyped to train once again. He didn't know when it would be, but he'd fight him again, asking Cian to accept another duel. Cian shook his hand while flat-out refusing. Later in his room, he knew a dragon's growth was fast. That girl already looked about 7 years old, realizing then that hybrids grew quickly too. It was going to be tough, raising her in secret. They told him that eventually they wouldn't be able to hide her. He could help hide the demonic sword, but not a dragon, especially if she went wild like today. What the hell was he thinking? Besides, it only depended on him and what he did with something like that. He had picked it up during the mission. Cian clarified that Brian was in charge. There was a barrier installed explaining his point, but they interrupted him. As long as she didn't cause trouble, it was fine. Seeing that Cian thought it was pretty middy to win a duel like that, while they scolded him not to draw any more attention. That was a warning letter. Maybe they'd boot him for misbehaving. The little dragon asks her father if they'd have to live on the streets, but he shouldn't worry. Neither should she. The dean had sent that himself. It wasn't from the office. That must mean that the dean wanted to talk to him. Remembering his past, he had decided to join the Knights of Light for the sake of his brother. But they told him that path wasn't for him, and as if he were aware of it, he gave him a piece of advice. Nothing good ever comes from taking that road. It only forced him to face trials or a cruel fate. No, it wouldn't do him any favors. That was a life traded for a puppet. Though he got angry, he was absolutely right. Wondering what he would tell him this time, and the fact that the girl doesn't have a name comes up. So she's given the name Nana. It seemed trivial, but she was already bursting with joy over her beautiful name. It was Nana Bert. But how did she know that surname, while Brian only thought the other kids would tease her because of it? At the principal's office, he thought Xian had immense potential. He had absorbed a 4-star power with a 1-star black sphere. It was scary how talented he was, as if it didn't take the slightest effort to know his limits. Considering that Kundal Kaisel was the master of the current Emperor Dionys Severus and father of the late Empress Diana Kaisel, he was one of the few 9-star mages on the continent. He focused strictly on education after the death of his daughter, and he wanted to know one thing about him. He always thought he was a pacifist, but in his past life, he intervened in the royal succession struggle. Even if it seemed like his personality had changed a bit, he smiled knowing he was coming, but still set up a 9-star barrier. It was obvious he'd see that as a test. He smirked. What now? Only a mage could break a barrier like that, but it was impressive if he showed up in earnest to express his disagreement with the complaint. The principal conceded he'd lost this round. Cian had read the letter, but after the barrier he was certain of one thing. The letter was just an excuse to test his talent. He felt it. He'd been pretty aggressive. He had talent, but he wouldn't take back the warning. So he might persuade him otherwise. Cian got serious, asking him if he wanted the expansion of the empire or if he wanted honor for his family. That was a bold question. Neither of those things concerned him. Cian doesn't know then that after Emperor Dion's death, the 3rd or 4th prince will try to seize the throne instead of the 1st prince. He wouldn't take sides. He realized he wasn't just being daring. He was arrogant, but if he had been Axel's puppet, he wasn't much different from his past. In his past life, during the struggle for the throne, Kundal had a huge influence in making Prince Luniel the emperor. The prince was a ruthless man who killed his brothers, and when Kundal finally opposed him, they framed him as a traitor and sentenced him to death. But he shouted that it was all nonsense. How could he believe the peace of the century would crumble so easily? He thought he was a genius, but he was just a fool. Cian explained that the mother of the prince and the 2nd princess died from a disease. The 3rd and 4th princes have strong candidates for the throne. The Nepolis family was backed by Empress Cassandra, well known for her greed and power. She would do anything for the throne. In his opinion, the line of peace was very thin, and the day peace falls, this academy would be gone for good. He just didn't understand. Could an 11-year-old really wrap his head around this? He knew every single detail of the political climate. But why tell him that Xian clarified it was for a deal? He'd help him with the peace of his family and of the academy. That's why he had to withdraw the warning. The old man laughed. What power did he even have to help him? He needed to feel the weight of his own arrogance, activating the chains of judgment. Xian just smiled. So he wanted to go at it, and then he told him that no matter what he did, he wouldn't escape his tower of chains. It was a 9-star spell. He had overestimated his own skills. But if that was the case, Xian challenged him, wanting to see if he was right. The principal couldn't process how he was doing that. It was absurd. The void sphere was only 1 star, and yet it was absorbing the spell, while it corrupted all the chains. Thinking that this kid's talent was unreal, Xian asked if he thought he was useful now. He agreed and withdrew the warning. He wanted something else. He said he just wanted a peaceful student life, that's all. But he thought he wanted to see the academy's collapse again. Later, Brian was doing the monthly shopping, picking up all kinds of treats for little Nana, who was super happy. But he stopped dead in his tracks. The streets were incredibly quiet. Or was he just overthinking it? But seeing the darkness, he told them to come out of there. Surprised it was him. Cutting to a scene where Xian was in his last class of the day, exhausted as hell and bored to death. Then he goes to his room, thinking that learning stuff from 30 years ago was pure torture when someone appeared behind him, asking where he was going. Classes weren't even over yet. Upon hearing the bathroom, she called him a liar. That way didn't lead to the bathroom, starting an argument because Xian kept trying to change the subject. And at that moment, they called out to Aaron, leaving her frozen and trembling. He felt like a long time had passed since he'd seen her. He was Paibon Nebriano. She felt like it had been forever, scoffing at why she was hanging out with commoners. Was she hanging around with servants now? That she was all grown up. Xian made it clear they were from the Nepelos family. They recognized each other and exchanged greetings, praising him for being a different kind of Bert. Xian just listened without too much small talk. As for Aaron, he threatened that he'd never invite her to anything. She needed to know her place. As they left, being the princes, they kept up the saying that their blood was thicker, unlike hers. Rocio didn't agree. To Xian, it seemed like they treated her worse than a stranger. Whether it's blood or water, everything is powerless before true might. Therefore, if they treated her like that, it was because they were suspicious. They were trying to keep her from showing what she was capable of. She shouldn't feel depressed. Legamus told her to calm down and control herself, and so Xian made it back to his room. But he didn't get why nobody was there. Kyra appeared. She wasn't getting any rest, because he kept calling her. Xian told her not to be lazy and to go find Brian. She snapped back that she wasn't a damn dog, sent to fetch people, but then she smelled blood. Meanwhile, in an alley, Brian was being dragged across the ground. They told him this is what happens when you don't listen. While they were being nice, he just pissed them off. He thought he was some guardian knight, but he was just trash. He'd cut him to pieces and send him to his master as a gift. Just thinking about that. Damn guy made him sick, but then he heard his words. He thought he was a lunatic. Even in that state, he was defending him. He'd completely lost it. But it wasn't funny anymore. They had to kill him. Suddenly, from above, they were asked what the hell they were doing. So it was his fault. Barrett was there. Xian told him to hang on a bit longer. Barrett just laughed. So, he crawled back just to save this piece of trash. Because of that, he was going to gut Shin first. He felt excited, activating Thick Mist 8th form. And in just fractions of a second, all the armed men were sent flying all over the place. He had defeated them. They couldn't win. How the hell was he so strong, screaming with hatred that he was going to kill him? His spell was cut short by a kick to the gut. Thinking that he really hadn't changed at all, did he find it fun to bully people weaker than him? Barrett just laughed. What was it? Was he going to kill him? Here we're told that Barrett, the eldest Ismail son, was considered the real authority in the kingdom, and who was always known for his problematic behavior, which ranged from minor things like annoying others to psychopathic tendencies like roasting animals or doing away with his servants. But the act that crossed the line was when, using magic practice as an excuse, he killed a classmate. Because of that, Shin was assigned to purify him. But when Xian infiltrated his mansion, he saw, before his very eyes, a massive pile of dead servants stacked up. So once he was captured, he planned to torture him to death. But the Barrett of that time, with a demented smile, made it clear that he'd die happy now that he'd had his fun. Because of this, seeing him in the present, the MC thought that just taking him out like that wasn't enough. He wanted a punishment that would truly make him pay for every single person he had eliminated. So without hesitating, he grabbed his mouth and forced it open. while with his other hand, he formed a sphere of energy, and Barrett, scared to death, tried to spit out a threat, using his family name as a shield. But to Sion, it just sounded like a cowardly tantrum, and with a smile he shoved the sphere into his mouth and forced him to swallow it. Watching him choke, the MC made it clear what he could say, whatever he wanted. But the moment he dared to touch his people, that was when he earned the right to suffer. Watching him writhe in pain, with that energy burning him, from the inside he didn't feel a shred of guilt about it. Meanwhile, on top of the building, a hooded figure watched the scene, worried about Sean's massive power, knowing he had to report this to Ake. It could ruin their plans. But at that moment, Shin appeared, behind him, making sure he wouldn't be reporting anything. In the meantime, down below, Brian apologized to his master for losing the fight. He looked at him with a bit of pity, and with a tone between serious and annoyed, he asked why he got into fights. That he clearly couldn't win. Was it because of the loyalty he'd sworn to him, teasing him a little? He said the logical thing would have been to just run away. But then he got more serious, and told him that loyalty is fine, but not to the point of doing stupid things. He promised he'd get a real scolding once they got back home, though first he asked his teacher to come out from where she was hiding. She was surprised he'd noticed not just her presence, but that of her entire squad, so she came down calmly and handed him a gift. It was the guy who had been spying on them, though actually, Cian already knew they'd been watching him for quite a while. Because of this, his teacher ended up acknowledging his great strength, diplomatic skills, and sword mastery, viewing him as a worthy successor. But that didn't mean he should let himself be so overconfident, since many might see him as suspicious. He promised to be careful, but also that if anyone hurt his own, he would crush them. She laughed at seeing his resolve, hoping he'd know how to control it. The boy was surprised by how easily she accepted this, though before his teacher left, she reminded him that he had to take care of Barrett. And the mercenaries, though he still had to deal with the creeper who was terrified of dying. But the MC didn't want to kill him. He wanted to have some fun. Even though the creeper told him it would be useless to interrogate him because he wouldn't talk, the MC already knew that he was his brother's #1 spy, whom he remembered as a weirdo who was always stuck to Akele's side, feeling like he had mixed feelings about him, though he didn't really care about that. Killing him wouldn't be useful, and with a big evil grin he planned to use him. No matter how terrified the spy was, he used his manhood personality skill, generating a massive dark essence, and began shoving it into his mouth. Sometime later, at the training grounds, Lexi was sprinting at full speed, breaking through Princess Erin's guard, with the goal of snatching the victory, which really annoyed the girl. Not just because of the loss, but because he kept calling her Your Majesty. So with a furious look, she forced him to call her Erin. Luckily for him, she was distracted by Brian's voice, who, at that moment, was busy training, or rather serving as a punching bag for Shin. Cian had to admit that, for an errand boy, he had incredible strength and endurance. However, that last hit seemed to leave him exhausted, so the MC asked if he was already tired. Even though Brian tried to hide the blood he spat out it made, Cian decided to take it easy. Still, Brian was worried about Kellen, though the MC knew he was already on their side, remembering how he had injected him with that essence. And while using that technique wasn't easy at all, since it was a dark element magic after all, which he had only used once in his past life, a spell that created a personality from the shadows, designed to manipulate the opponent. That was how Diego ended up kneeling before him, confessing that his mission was to follow him, and with just one question. He also admitted he was following orders from his master Akil. Then, almost pleading, he asked the MC to accept him as his servant, and Cian accepted him, though he made it very clear that he would have to repeat to his brother, word for word, everything he said. Kalen, with a look of loyalty so firm that it almost seemed like too much, obeyed without hesitation, though the MC only hoped that such devotion wouldn't cause him any more headaches. Later on, and in the present, right at that moment, the princess appeared and greeted him. Apparently, she had gone there to train with Lexi after the recent incidents. From the way she mentioned it, Xian immediately understood she was referring to Barrett and how they had found him out of his mind, broken, in front of the infirmary with the certainty that he'd never be able to use magic again. He thought this would make Lexi happy, but his expression was very dark, and at that moment everything was interrupted by a little girl who was flying through the air calling for her daddy. Cian was in shock to see her there when he had left her with Kyram, who was sleeping comfortably in his room. While Nana was flying, she was intercepted by Aaron, stopping her while the little one didn't stop repeating that she had found her father. Cian tried to play it off, but it was too late. Aaron was already coming up with crazy theories, looking at the boy in disbelief, and a while later, all the details were out, leaving the girl surprised by how kind the MC was to take care of a little half-dragon. This completely changed the bad thoughts she'd had about him. Even so, the MC couldn't help but feel a bit nervous about being blackmailed with that information, and Brian, for his part, was also worried that they could be kicked out if... But luckily, the princess, very hyped up, promised him she wouldn't tell a soul. Lexi also promised as she played with the girl, though she was bummed because she didn't have any friends. And after that totally sad statement, she got back on track and told him she knew that Nana wouldn't be accepted by humans or by dragons, but that it was sweet, that he tried to care for her, and that she hoped she could visit. More often, though, saying it made her realize it sounded like she wanted to go to his room blushing hard and trying to hide it, claiming she only wanted to see Nana while being super nervous. Once he said it was fine, she got excited instantly, even more so when she heard that now they'd have a little secret together. With that, they both left, leaving the girl totally delulu about getting a little closer to the MC, while Lexi saw her as just being extra. Later, Karam showed up complaining about missing out on the fun. She even suggested they also tell people the MC lived with a doll-sized sword, which only ended up annoying him further. He called her out for leaving the little one alone, but the demon sword got offended, saying if Nana was a brat, it was the father's fault. Brian, wanting to fix the vibe, proposed taking Nana out for a walk to cure her boredom, and the MC thought that was a great idea, so they headed off. Meanwhile, in the sky, a group of dragons was flying over the region, and their leader stopped, dead in his tracks upon sensing a foul presence. He asked what was the closest place, and upon hearing it was Luguin Academy, he decided they would head straight there with the mission to wipe out what, in his eyes, didn't deserve to carry dragon blood. On his end, on the city plains, Nana was flying all over the place while Brian did his best to look after her, and the MC watched on calmly and happily, knowing that they were safe in that spot. But Kyram couldn't miss the chance to mess with him, mocking him for already looking like a total girl dad, even suggesting he get a mom like Aaron. However, the joke didn't last long because they felt a strange presence. Before they could react to the voice of the dragon leader, he unleashed a strike from an energy whirlwind. Brian used his body to shield Nana, saving her. Worried MC asked them if they were okay, ordering both of them to get behind him, and they stood face to face at the edge of a massive crater where they felt two presences. Brian carried the little one to get away as fast as possible, while the annoyed MC wondered why they had such bad luck to face not one but two high dragons. The imposing figures noticed their presence. It was Luckion and his companion, Catalina. Taking in the scene, she quickly identified the master of the aberration and the demonic blade, a comment that immediately infuriated the chibi, Kyram. But before she could speak, Catalina shut her down with disdain, calling her a mere subordinate. Kyram shot back with a sharp retort, which only provoked the dragoness, irritating her further, until Luckion stopped her, clarifying that they hadn't come to fight, but only to take the half-breed, who was trembling and crying in Brian's arms, stating he needed her for research. He promised that if they handed her over, he would spare their lives. That only enraged the MC, who interrupted him, calling him a damn lizard, which made the dragon laugh, before unleashing a massive flash of energy that streaked past the MC. A worried Brian was calmed by the MC, who told him to just stay back, while at his side the devastating effects of that ability were clear. Luckion mocked his apparent disregard for life, to which the MC responded by activating his demonic blade. The full stance shocked the dragons. Even now they recognized the power of the exile in the kid, though they kept low-key underestimating him as a mere human. However, in a heartbeat, Xian appeared right next to them, surprising them so much that they barely managed to block his strike. This infuriated the dragon, who lunged furiously, pushing the MC back and trying to wipe him out with a shockwave, forming a huge magic circle from which the MC couldn't escape. As he unleashed all his power, everything in his path was destroyed in a great flash. However, Xian was already behind him, unleashing the power of his demonic blade in massive slashes which bounced off a fire shield. It was Catalina who ignored her companion's warnings. She was sure she could stop a simple human with her fire accumulated over 1,000 years. But with the 8 petals of mist, the blade demon pierced through the shield, shattering it completely. The dragoness, stunned, couldn't react. The MC's power in a second wrapped her in a web of attacks that left dragon pieces scattered everywhere. Those who, even with their last breath of life, managed to call out to their lord one last time. Luckion was speechless, not understanding who his opponent really was, seeing that he wouldn't reveal it. He began to unleash his power, with polymorph, a technique that would return the dragon to his original form. And from the magic circle emerged a colossal and beastly dragon that roared with ferocity. But the MC, instead of getting scared, saw him at his most vulnerable state, leaping at him with full speed. surprising the dragon, who couldn't believe he knew his weakness. And before he could react, the MC descended, stabbing him in the head. Feeling like he was about to die, the dragon tried to escape, but Cian just smirked, seeing that it was already too late, unleashing the root of the unbreakable tree, which triggered a massive dark wave that enveloped its body in energy. A while later, Brian was looking for his master, with Nana, and he covered the little girl's eyes, because Shen was busy enjoying some dragon meat, offering some to Brian but not to Nana, since that would technically be cannibalism. For his part, Kellen returned to Axel, informing him that a mysterious force was protecting Sienna, though he didn't know who it was. Regardless, that force had already taken out many of his informants. He apologized for not being able to help more, while the blonde guy doubted that any of it made sense. Besides, he noticed that Kellen was acting nervous. It was weird. He wasn't the same person who had returned, so he asked him a question, waiting to observe his reaction. But before he could finish speaking, the boy was already swearing his loyalty, and seeing that it was enough for now, H allowed Kellen to leave. Kellen thought he had dodged a bullet, but at the door he runs into another problem, Emily, who had apparently been called by H to ask for a favor, leaving her visibly blushing. On the other hand, at a crystal meeting, the dragons were reporting the disappearance of 2 eye dragons in the vicinity of Lugan, noticing that their life stones had been destroyed, though there were no signs of a battle. Based on that, they assumed the person responsible possessed the dark attribute. However, when narrowing down the list, they only found one possible candidate capable of defeating both Kundal, Kessel, the Academy Dean. But he didn't possess that attribute, and once he was ruled out, only one suspect remained, Cian, a boy with a dark attribute who, according to rumors, could also be involved in the loss of 2 allies who provided them with info, materials, and information. Seeing so many coincidences, they decide to stay on high alert and summon Luna Rain, River, to have her granddaughter get in touch with the MC. Meanwhile, at the academy, Aaron arrived with all the energy in the world, carrying an exquisite cake made specifically for an excited Nana. He also keeps bringing her more sweets, and from afar the MC just watched in silence. He knew well that if they had already attacked the little one once, there was no guarantee they wouldn't try it again. Still looking at his friends, he felt he was making the right call. Protect them, live for them, and with that, mess up his damn brother's plans a bit. He flashed a smile so big that even Aaron, seeing him so happy, couldn't help but stop and stare at him. On another note, Axel received a visit from the first prince, Luaniel Severus. As soon as he arrived, he called him out for wasting time out in the sticks while Alice was scouting the continent. Axel, chill as ever, just said he was worried she might do something stupid, but Luan didn't fully buy it. He wondered if what he actually feared was Alice becoming a threat, and Axel told him to watch his mouth, but Luan was clear. There should be no filters between them. He then asked about their interest in Cyan and why they seemed so hell-bent on engaging him to Aaron. He questioned why a useless person drew so much attention, to which the blonde replied that it would only take a little longer for Shen to prove useful. That convinced the prince, who offered him a drink that Axel had never seen before, straight from the slums the prince had explored. Axel commented that even in places like that, one could find a hidden gem like Boris, and just like that 2 years passed, with Xian managing to keep a low profile at the academy, until the return of Alice, who went straight to the dean, who asked if she had enjoyed her trip. She confirmed she did, especially her visit to Frina, even though the old man saw that place as hell for humans. She admitted it was hard to adjust, but she finally made it happen, with pure determination, following the dean's advice and shaking things up wherever she went. The old man, seeing her so hyped, figured she had made a choice, and with a big smile, she told him she would join the Knights of Light to carry on her family's legacy, feeling like it was her duty, on top of wanting to look after her younger siblings, especially the shy one, Cian. This statement made the dean burst into laughter, which totally confused her, and right then the current Cian, who was laughing along with the old man, appeared behind Alice, and with a nostalgic smile, he greeted his sister. And so, the siblings walked through the academy, Alice noticing how much the MC had changed, even his height, seeing that he was almost taller than her. He joked that maybe he had just shrunk, which made her a bit salty. But while they were joking around, Cian vividly remembered this date from his past life, as it was the last time he saw his cheerful sister alive. Meanwhile, she was asking him why he wasn't planning to go home for the summer. The real reason was that he knew she was the only one who'd be happy to see him, though deep down he admitted he wouldn't go back because of that psycho Axel, and also because of the Duchess, who's still trying to kill him, and his father, well, he doesn't even seem to care. So going home would basically be signing his own death warrant. so he preferred to leave it for later. Though his sister also asked about their other little brother, and just remembering him made the MC's blood boil. Not only did he mess with him all the time, but he even went as far as trying to take him out. That left his sister completely shook, with Brianna showing up right then, seeing her introduced as his bodyguard who could back up the story. This changed everything for Alice, who until recently saw him as some stalker watching him. After hearing the whole story, Alice couldn't help but feel bad for not finding out sooner. Cyan, however, made it clear it wasn't her fault. Still, just thinking about it gave her a murderous look, although he asked her to let it slide since Franz was never going to change. But out of nowhere, Alice hugged him, and crying, she begged him not to bottle things up anymore, to count on her, promising that she would protect him. He, for his part, just looked down sadly, and before leaving, Alice also gave a little hug to the poor, nervous guard, asking him to take good care of her brother. Brian, worried, just looked at his master, who immediately gave him a death stare. Though, honestly, he hadn't even done anything. That's how they said goodbye to the girl. While Cian thought about how much time had passed since the last time he'd seen that furious face flashing back to the moment Kranz beat him in an excessively violent duel, where he also looked down on him for being an orphan, and even though Cian begged to end the fight, he kept brutally hitting him over and over, while laughing sadistically, until Alice's voice stopped him, and with a terrifying look forced him to apologize. Cian knew perfectly well that Alice was going to cause a massive scene at the Duke's house, but even so, it was necessary. He had to start showing her the truth about her family if he wanted to protect her from that grim and bloody future that awaited her. Later in his room, Brian showed up with 2 envelopes. One came from the academy, and the other from a janitor. The MC, without overthinking it, grabbed the plainest one, but Brian and that busybody, Kyra, were much more interested in the other one. Cian, however, already knew what it was, an invitation to a royal family banquet. The other envelope, on the other hand, contained something much more serious, an assassination order for Andrina Nephilis, a major incident that took place right at the middle of the banquet since it involved the Empress's younger brother. In his previous life, this mission was assigned to someone else, but apparently, the boss really liked him. And according to Kira, the princess really liked him too, messing with him by hinting that the invitation was a love letter. So Cyan used the restraint to get revenge, leaving her on the floor, while he started making arrangements to go. But first he had to deal with Nana's hunger. The MC didn't pay her much mind until Brian was left shook, seeing how the little one was now a full-blown teenager. Meanwhile, Alice was rushing into the residence, much to the surprise of all the servants, whom she didn't even greet, as she was charging in fuming at the Duchess. She was relaxing in her room when she heard the door nearly get ripped off its hinges by a raging Alice, whom she nervously tried to greet, but the girl's greeting was a slap to the face. The servants were stunned. Margaret was livid, and Alice, full of rage, called her out for trying to have Shin killed. The Duchess, confused about how she found out, denied it with annoyance, but her reaction gave her away, and Alice noticed it instantly. Still an indignant Margaret ordered her guards to surround and attack her. The guards could only apologize before lunging at her, only for her to dodge them, knocking the first one out with a knee strike, and the others with lashes of her spirit magic, right in front of a stunned Margaret, who watched as the furious girl walked straight toward her, confronting her over the plot to kill Cian. No matter how much the woman denied it, Alice faced her down, promising that her father would find out, and swearing she would end her. Then she left, leaving Margaret with a relaxed, smug smile, knowing exactly what the Duke's response would be. The truth was, he didn't care which left Alice, frustrated even as the Duke made excuses saying Xian was fine, but his daughter argued that he had faced 6 warriors, barely surviving, thanks to his guardian. This made the Duke burst out laughing, clarifying that Brian was just some low-level kid, letting her know that Xian had saved himself. Seeing that Alice didn't really know her brother, he handed her an invitation to the Imperial banquet, to go in his place and relax, telling her to stop worrying about Shin before walking away, leaving his daughter confused. Later, walking through the halls, Alice thought about her father's suggestion until she was stopped by an old friend, Cecilia, who, after greeting her, jumped to hug her, complaining that she hadn't sent even a single letter. Allie simply apologized, remembering her as a high-ranking Knight of Light, but also her mentor and friend. Since she happened to be there too, she decided to take her to the Imperial banquet. Meanwhile, in the carriage, Nana watched the world go by, with her eyes full of excitement. However, Cian told her to hide her tail. By concentrating, she managed to suppress her draconic features, which left the MC quite surprised. It was a useful trick to bring her along without any trouble. Of course, it wouldn't all be smooth sailing, since Nana had to pose as a well-bred maid, but with that enthusiasm of hers, Cian saw it as a disaster waiting to happen. And right at that moment, the carriage came to a halt. When he asked what was going on, Brian informed him it was bandits. The MC, not considering them a big deal, simply told him to handle it. Brian didn't waste any time. He went straight for the leader and took him out brutally. The others, furious, lunged at him, but Brian just let out a heavy sigh before unleashing a flurry of savage slashes that in a matter of seconds left all the bandits on the ground. He calmly sheathed his sword, feeling proud since he wasn't the weakling he used to be, and that victory had him beaming with pride until Shin nonchalantly asked if he was done yet, so they could hurry up. Elsewhere, Karika was checking the guest list for the banquet and noticed it was quite extensive. Her assistant suggested delaying the assassination of Andrina, but she flat out refused. Not just because the guy was a complete and utter creep, but because to top it off, he was her fiancé. She ignored her assistant's comment and kept scanning the names until she came across one that caught her eye. It was a young woman with genius-level talent and a frail body, the granddaughter of the head of the Garam Lunab Mages Association, Ryan Roberts, who had never appeared in public. And now, she was attending the banquet, giving her a bad feeling. Meanwhile, Brian arrived at the banquet city where Nana was walking around, happily through the place until she bumped into a guy. She shouted. Because of the collision, though, she quickly put on her cutest, most helpful face, which ended up making him fall for her, even though she didn't mean it as anything more than kindness, and showed it to her father, but Cian knew exactly what that guy's real intentions were, seeing as she knew nothing of the world. However, that wasn't his biggest problem, as a worried Brian pointed to the girl's eyes. Since she was starving, they hadn't just turned back into dragon eyes, but were also giving off a dark, utterly terrifying aura. The MC, getting desperate, didn't think twice and sent Brian to get food. He ran off immediately while Cian quickly picked her up and took her to the nearest place to eat. Once there, Nana devoured half the restaurant's menu until she was satisfied, leaving Shin and his poor wallet completely shell-shocked. Realizing how lucky he was to have brought plenty of cash, he felt the full weight of fatherhood in that moment, accepting that this was going to be way tougher than he thought. However, that problem quickly took a back seat when he sensed a strange, sinister aura coming from a girl who was approaching and greeting him with a huge smile. Cian was surprised that the girl knew him and asked who she was, but she just sat down next to him. The boy insisted on knowing her name, so she introduced herself as Lunat, his second-year classmate. In the novel, the MC recognized the name, though he didn't know why she had come there, acting so friendly. So he responded with a cold attitude, which led the girl to shower him with compliments, making him even more uncomfortable. Meanwhile, Nana was asking Brian if the young woman was his father's friend, but he had his doubts. This caught Lunat's attention, seeing that Xian was being very kind with his servants by letting him sit with them, even though Xian thought eating separately was pointless. He felt awkward because of the girl's bold attitude. He knew that she was there for the banquet, just like he was, and it was the only reason the protagonist would have left the academy. From this, he figured he was dealing with someone big. But at that moment, Lunap took her leave, hoping he'd remember her full name, Lunap Ryan Reaver. That sparked a memory of the name for him. She was the granddaughter of the Mages Association president, the elder Rickens. He also knew the girl had died young, either from her illness or from human experiments. Not that he really cared, but what he did know was that meeting her now could mess up the future even more, which was bad news, especially on the day of the so-called blood banquet. On her end, Erin was ready in her cute new outfit, asking Lexi how she looked. She showered her with all the praise in the world, but even with those answers, the young lady threw another dress onto the bed. Lexi, trying to stay positive, just wanted to get out of there. So seeing the girl's indecision, she switched to a deadpan tone and said anything she wore would make Xian notice her, making her turn beet red. But then Lexi got real with her, stating that she was the one who sent the invitation, so she couldn't deny the obvious. Luckily, they were interrupted by a maid who informed her that her brother, Lewin, had sent her a gift. The girl was shocked to see a massive necklace, which Lexi called the perfect way to grab Xian's attention, while Annie just got more and more annoyed. Meanwhile, at the banquet full of nobles, the protagonist was checking out how many people had shown up, including Kellen, who spoke to him from the shadows. He figured Axel was there too. His servant confirmed it, saying he was with Lewin. But the main thing was asking the boy to leave the banquet, worrying Xian, who thought that information about his mission had been leaked. However, Kellen only warned him that they were in danger since he had been asked to leave before the little event began because he had prepared something. The stunned MC realized the one responsible for the blood banquet had always been his older brother. While Kellen seemed very concerned about his safety, Cian decided to stay and said goodbye to him, trusting that he would be fine. He recognized that his brother had turned out to be a bigger psycho than he expected, which caused Kellen to tease him for looking worried, but Cian denied it only, considering the fact that they should postpone their mission. So he used his psychic influence to reach out to his boss, informing her that the mission would be delayed. This didn't sit well with her at all, but she got even more worried when she was told that the banquet would soon turn into a literal bloodbath. Cian told her they needed to scout out the monsters, just to be safe. She doubted the intel, but he assured her it was from a solid source. He put her mind at ease by saying that her fiancé would likely kick the bucket in the chaos too. She was annoyed he already knew, but Cian ignored her and got to work, leaving Sarika hoping he'd explain later. Just then, he heard a familiar voice, the sweet Alice, who greeted him cheerfully. Even though Xian tried to stay polite, he was worried she'd get dragged into the chaos. To make matters worse, one of Sarika's fiancé's bootlickers showed up, acting like some smooth talker as he greeted them. However, he soon revealed his true and perverted smile. For his part, Xian arrived with his guard, who was proudly waiting for orders. In this way, the MC noticed that after eating the dragon, the kid had gained some confidence. Yet when he sent him to scout the underground tunnels, he got cold feet about going into the dark, and Xian reiterated it was an order. Brian stopped to warn him of a strange presence, watching him from the shadows, and he didn't waste time rushing in to take it down, pinning it to the ground. Cian, a bit embarrassed, told him to chill out, since he knew her, it was Emily. Meanwhile, deep within the facility, a hooded figure arrived at a room where he ordered his subordinates to let the chaos begin. Meanwhile, back at the party, Erin was looking everywhere, but couldn't seem to find her guests. Disappointed, she touched her necklace, yet her attention soon focused on a girl who greeted her cheerfully, whom she immediately recognized as Lunap, the genius who, with a mischievous look, seemed surprised that the princess remembered her, but she acknowledged her intellect and welcomed her in the name of the Empire. Lunap mentions that Xian should value that kind of kindness more, which shocked Erin, who didn't expect her to know him. But the girl not only claimed to know him, but had even been with him, which made Erin's head spin with wild ideas, although she tried to keep her cool. It was too late. Lunap realized immediately that she was crushing on Cian. The princess, completely blushing, couldn't even respond, though it didn't matter because, at that moment, the screaming started. Many tried calling the guards for help, but their voices were brutally silenced. Everyone, including the two girls, was stunned to see how a monster had managed to break into the castle it prepared for the slaughter, spreading terror in its wake, but it was there with only one goal, the princess. Meanwhile, in a completely different corner, Nana introduced herself in her sweet tone as Sean's maid. Emily, seeing so much cuteness in such a pretty young girl, fell to her knees, crying because she felt replaced. Cian denied that was the case and took the chance to ask her if his brother had brought her there. She confirmed he did, that he wanted her badly, and even offered her a job, which was the only thing the MC actually cared about. This way he heard how H had taken her to make her his own maid, trying to hire her permanently now that Cian wasn't around. However, Emily explained she had turned down the offer because she was waiting for the one she considered her true master. Though in the end, he ended up taking her anyway. After hearing all that, Xian left Brian in charge of the maids and walked off annoyed. Since Kellen started following him, he knew that guy was up to something, but now, more than just annoyed, he was determined not to let them lay a single finger on his people. And as they left, Emily remembered that H had sent a bow as a gift that made her feel useless for having forgotten that part of her mission. Just then, Nana began to sense a strange presence that seemed to emanate from it. Meanwhile, H mentioned to Luine that everything had already begun, and both gifts had surely been delivered, courtesy of Boris, whom he considered quite useful. They planned to take full advantage to change this nation so soaked in peace. Luine, for his part, smiled sadistically, convinced that he would soon prove the Empire needed him. Meanwhile, Erin bravely guided whoever she could toward an exit route, evacuation, even though the knight insisted she should be the first to get out. But the princess only thought of others, so the girl decided to support her. Meanwhile, the guards were trying to deal with the monster, barely managing to hold it back when their captain, Morris, noticed that from another direction, many more were arriving. He was watching the chaos unfold when another one of his men informed him that they were also being attacked by giant mandragoras, creatures recognized as top-tier threats. Seeing them, the captain lost all hope and accepted his death, just like everyone else. Suddenly, a green flash enveloped the entire place, completely wiping out the mandragoras. It was Tarika who, without wasting a second, ordered the captain to evacuate the people, but he was in total shock and didn't react. Then, a masked man appeared out of nowhere and was about to finish him off, though. Alice managed to save him just in time. With a precise slash and without thinking, both girls joined the defense, while the guards rushed to get everyone out. And so the captain finally snapped out of it and shouted the order for everyone to retreat. With the girls ready to keep up the fight, the Mandragora's vines ignored them completely and lunged directly at their real target, the princess. Paralyzed, no one could react, not her nor the others. She could only watch as those vines raced toward her unchecked, until at the very last second, a sword stepped in and shattered them. Blood sprayed through the air. The wounded captain had only one thing on his mind: protect the princess at all costs. The princess was still in shock, seeing Morris's face covered in blood, trapped by the vines that released him only for him to fall into her arms. She begged him to wake up, but he didn't have the strength or even a final word. With Aaron feeling guilty about what happened, Luna wasted no time, launching a powerful water blast that, combined with a gust of wind, triggering an explosion that shook everything in its path. The princess's jaw dropped at her power, but Luna coldly ordered her to leave Morris and get to safety. Aaron hesitated, looking at her guard, but she knew it was only a matter of time before the enemy attacked again. The guards quickly formed up, ready to buy her the necessary time and ensure that the captain's sacrifice wasn't in vain. Aaron had no choice but to accept it, vowing never to forget Morris's sacrifice. At that, she activates a Grimm's armor, shrouding all the knights in it, promising them that this spell will protect them from the Mandragora's poison, giving them a strict order not to die. Fueled by their leader's confidence, they charged back into battle with hype, taking on the vines and managing to slash through several of them, making the monster groan in pain. But it didn't take long to retaliate, swinging its branches with brutal force and sending them flying through the air. Just then, a voice told them to fall back. It was Alice who used that freezing spell to raise a massive wall of ice that swept through the creature. All of that was just to buy time and help evacuate the princess, but the monster wouldn't stay. But luckily, Erica stepped in to cover them, even though she knew fighting with a dagger might blow her cover and reveal her identity. But in that moment, she had no other choice. Activating the mist sword, 8 glowing petals began to swirl around her, shredding the Mandragora mercilessly, and with this attack, she took it down. The other guards saw this and quickly regrouped, but the peace didn't last as a masked man suddenly caught them off guard. Luckily, the teacher reacted instantly and split it in two with just one move. Then she warned them not to lower their guard until Ali got the princess out of there, even though deep down she couldn't shake off a bad feeling. Meanwhile, Aaron and the others were running through the halls, and in the middle of the chaos, she couldn't help being shocked to find her sister-in-law in those circumstances, while also wondering if 100 would be okay. But she didn't have much time to think before another gigantic monster blocked their path. Alice wasn't even surprised anymore. It seemed like these creatures would pop up wherever they pleased, and now she had, right in front of her, a beast that honestly she wasn't sure she could beat. Fortunately, she wasn't alone as Aaron activated her chain traps and Luna threw her flame spear. Together, they managed to trap the monster and pepper it with precision. Alice, impressed by their bravery, felt revitalized, determined not to look weak in front of her juniors. And when the furious creature raised its arm to release a massive shockwave that leveled everything in its path, Luna managed to stop it with her protective barrier just as Alice appeared behind the monster with her sword glowing with a dazzling power, and she had no doubt that Siri is going to pay for showing up there. Without hesitation, she unleashed a colossal water slash that split it in two. Meanwhile, in the hall, Chirika moves among the branches and the corpses of the monsters, approaching one of them to discover its identity, only to find a mere corpse on the other side, used like a puppet, which has been resurrected by a forbidden spell that revives the dead, which is so difficult to execute that sending so many couldn't have been the plan of just one person. Thinking that such a move seemed to be intended to incite a war. And elsewhere, the king was tearing through the masked men with ease, though he soon falls to his knees, exhausted. Just then, Lewin and Akel arrive. Even though the old man pretends he's fine, he says he's just tired and is glad to see them. Akel offers to help him under Delwyn's gaze, and Akel assures the king that he will be by his side. Meanwhile, Alice and the others are surrounded, not just by giant monsters, but also by the masked men, leaving them with no way out. For his part, Brian kept staring at Akel's gift, feeling very uneasy, not only because he had never sent him anything before, but because he had noticed the MC harbored a massive grudge against his brother that went beyond business. On top of that, an agitated Nana warned him that he had to get out of there. because something dangerous was approaching. But it was already too late, as something smashed through the wall behind them. Brian told Emily to get away, but she was in shock at the sight of the colossal, high-rank beast behemoth. Meanwhile, back with the other guests and guardians who were still looking for an exit among them, Dream refused to die, running faster than everyone else, only to see more masked men waiting at the entrance. He refused to accept this as his end, thinking of going back to his beloved Lily, who was nothing more than a slave, tied up in a dark room, getting turned on just imagining her, hoping to do the same to Karika. In desperation, he ran toward the only secure doors, harassing a guard for not giving him the right information. But he had no more time because a beam of light split his face in half. Everyone watched as he fell lifeless just before a new wave of masked men lunged at them, who, terrified, accepted that there was no escape. But at that moment, droplets of water rose up in front of the group, and then Alice appeared with a firm look. She launched a massive wave of water that, with the help of Unav, turned into a gigantic wall of ice that completely wiped out the masked men. Those present were left jaw-dropped at the scene. They clearly didn't know who these girls were, but they were undoubtedly strong. And so, Alice introduced herself firmly, making it clear that this wasn't over, and that they had to focus on protecting Her Majesty. Some guards reacted with concern for them, and wanted to approach, but Erin was blunt. Priority number 1 was tending to Lunaf, who could barely stand. However, she refused, brushing it off, and warning that another attack was coming. The princess watched her with worry while her guards rushed to form a protective circle around her, with Alice taking the lead. She sent the general guard knights to protect the nobles with barriers, while the royal guard shielded the princess. With everything settled, she decided to step up to the front to stop those creatures, which kept appearing as if they knew exactly where they were going. And right then, Erin's necklace began to glow. Meanwhile, Emily was terrified behind Brian, hoping he would do something. He shielded her with his body, preparing himself, worried since it was his first time, fighting without his master there, to protect him. Plus, he still couldn't handle physical contact with a woman. Even though Emily cheered him on, he just hoped he could take down the beast, waiting for the perfect moment to unleash a colossal flash that seemed to stop it cold, feeling like he had won until the monster attacked again, with a flurry of blows that Brian could barely handle. Even though he tried to stay optimistic and protect Emily when he saw the huge mouth of the creature in front of him, he felt it was the end, apologizing to Zian for being so weak. Then, the behemoth was stopped by a colossal punch that sent it flying. Looking up, Brian saw that the one responsible was Nana in her most savage form. Meanwhile, with the massive moon hanging in the sky, the battle against the masked men continued. Erin protected herself as best she could. The men fought to hold their ground, and Ali crushed as many as she could, even though it seemed like there was no end in sight. She knew that soon the guards would get tired and they'd need another solution. Just then she managed to rip the mask off one of the enemies, and that's when it clicked. They were the undead, resurrected with dark magic. While dodging attacks left and right, she searched desperately for a way to counter that cursed energy. That's when she remembered Luz Mendel, the god of light. She needed a powerful spell, something that could actually stand up to that kind of magic. Without a second thought, she turned to Erin and asked her to imbue her sword with her magic. But Erin refused at first, since if she did, the knights would lose the protection she was giving them. Still, the determined soldiers assured her they could hold out without it. Erin finally agreed and sent her blessing of light toward Alice. As soon as the energy touched her body, Ali felt the power flow strongly within her. Even though she didn't know if she could combine both Manas without consequences, she decided to risk it all while Zian watched the disaster at the banquet. Villains, dead bodies, and mandrakes everywhere. Assuming that by then, Axel had already met Boris, who was capable of using high-level necromancy, something that even shocks Karen, especially the way he controlled them. However, the MC knew that part was easy, since by injecting mana into a stone, he could easily bring them down. Just as Karen noticed that presence in that direction, the MC decided to head there, leaving the bloodbath behind. Though he needed to change for her part, Alice summoned the spirit, Marion calling her temporarily to Lunaf's shadow, who understood that if she kept mixing the manas that way, her body would be destroyed. Even the spirit knew this, asking her why she was sacrificing herself. Alice admitted she hadn't thought of anything else, which the spirit found to be a tragic end. For one blessed by Fruina, but following her will, the spirit cleared away all the dark magic around them. Everyone was stunned by the power Alice had unleashed, but she wasn't done yet. Struggling to get up, a worried Erin begged her to stop or she was going to die, but Alice knew she couldn't just leave things like this. And with determination, she activated her authority of the Dragon King, Yant. It was then that something unexpected happened. She felt a hand take hers. Everyone froze when they saw it was a masked man, but there was something weird about him. Alice immediately noticed that his aura was completely different from the others, and most surprisingly, he didn't seem like an enemy. However, he began to channel a dark mist that gradually enveloped Alice until she was paralyzed, unable to do anything, collapsing to the ground, exhausted. Just then, the spirit assisting her noticed that its time was up, and with sadness it said goodbye, and it vanished. For her part, Erin remained confused, trying to understand what had happened, with the assumption that whatever that presence was, it had blocked the mana and nullified the summons. Alice, lying on the ground, sees a masked man approaching. Along with several others, she thought it was all over. But suddenly that same masked man moved with speed and precision, stopping the others with accurate strikes that pierced through them mercilessly, leaving Alice stunned. However, he noticed that no matter how many he defeated, they kept coming, as if something was drawing them to their prey. Specifically, he looked at Erin's necklace, which was oozing a demonic essence. Seeing this, he decided to clear the field, calling out to Karen for help, who complained that they only ever used him to fight. Even so, the masked man activated his space creation, enveloping the area in his dark mist to form his mist domain. Everyone was left perplexed as they entered that mist-shrouded place. Regardless, they remained cautious as no one knew exactly what the masked man's intentions were. To everyone's surprise, the undead began to be sucked into the mist one by one, until not a single trace of them remained. The shock was absolute, especially for Erin, who didn't understand who this guy was or where he had come from. And before she could say a word, her focus shifted completely when Lunaf suddenly fainted. At that instant, the protagonist appeared out of thin air and grabbed Erin, leaving everyone on edge. They tried to stop him seeing him, threatening her with a dagger, but instead of hurting her, he simply shattered the stone, set in the necklace on her chest, and immediately afterward he just vanished before their eyes, reappearing next to Lunaf. The princess reacted instantly and launched a bolt of light to drive him away, but he simply dissolved into a mist, leaving only his voice, which began to circle around her while he spoke calmly, explaining that he didn't want to hurt her, just destroy the stone that was drawing the monsters toward her. He also assured her that the path to the exit should be clear by now. Then he deactivated his domain, and with that, everything returned to normal. The guards checked on the princess. She was fine, only worried about Lunaf, who was already being tended to. Alice took charge of the group, insisting they escape through the way that man had pointed out. Even though she didn't know who he was, her priority was to get them to safety. Still, it seemed that Lunaf had recognized Xian. Meanwhile, several beasts already lay dead at Emily's feet, who was still clinging to Brian, asking him if that girl was really a maid. But he didn't know since he had never seen her in that state. Meanwhile, Xian recalled how in his time, the main suspect of the incident at the blood banquet was the fifth princess, who was blamed for trying to seize power. All of that was because of the stone in her necklace, which Lewin and Gashel had surely given her, as they were the two who benefited most, being hailed as heroes. Karen couldn't believe his eyes, seeing how all this chaos and bloodshed had been unleashed out of mere self-interest. He couldn't help but think that sometimes humans were even worse than demons. But Xian knew that wasn't even the worst thing his brother had done. He was swallowed by too many memories of his past life of massacres he had participated in without questioning a thing, to the point where he felt like just another monster. It was then that his sword took on human form and asked if they were leaving. He nodded, knowing the others were already waiting for him. But right then afterward, the girl dropped a detail that left him frozen. The princess's necklace and Emily's seemed to emit the same essence. Xian stood there concerned for a second by this overdue information. Meanwhile, in another corner of the palace, Nana was still completely out of control in her wild form, hell-bent on tasting poor Emily, who desperately insisted she didn't taste good, while hiding as best as she could, behind Brian, who was trying to calm the dragon girl without much success. A worried Brian knew he had to stop her before he ate her, but remembering how he had cared for her for so long, he didn't have the heart to attack her. Nana, on the other hand, did launch an attack, and Brian just closed his eyes in resignation. However, at the very last second, Xian stepped in between them, taking the full force of the blow, to everyone's shock. Upon seeing him, injured, no one noticed Karen, who, following the MC's orders, appeared and grabbed Emily's necklace, destroying it in hopes that the little one would snap out of it. And right at that moment, Nana's draconic state began to fade away, returning to normal. And seeing what she had done to her father, she burst into tears while he, with a smile, told her it wasn't her fault, asking everyone that it was better if they left. On his part, Lewin was at the front of the group escorting the king, entering a hallway where what they imagined as a gruesome scene turned out to be surprisingly clean, leaving them confused, though he had to act normal. Then appeared Erin, who ran to hug her father, saying she had managed to survive thanks to her friends. Lewin also had to pretend to be happy to see her alive, though she already had many questions for him. And at that moment, he had to tend to her companions. The king thanked the girls for looking after his daughters while Lunafs watched as Lewin and Gashel plotted together. She wanted to overhear what they were saying, but it was too late. The plan had changed, and now Lewin was accusing Lunaf of being responsible for the incident. Her father was the first one to tell her to lower her sword, as did Karim, who had fought alongside her. But Lewin claimed she knew the girl's plan, which was to cause chaos in the kingdom. Lunaf, certain there was no evidence, stood her ground, but Gashel pretended to have detected strange mana coming from the place where the girl was staying. Lewin claimed they had invited the members of Gurren to make peace, but that they kept them under surveillance, promising to provide proof. The king, finally convinced, ignored his daughter's protests, while Lunaf didn't know if it had all been a setup or something her grandfather might have sensed. Either way, she ended up imprisoned along with her group. Elsewhere, Lexi was with other knights, protecting the nobles, and reunited with the princess, promising never to let her out of her sight again. Sometime later, the city witnessed hundreds of funerals for the fallen nobles. Although Cian observed that there were fewer losses than in the past, the event still ended up being a blood banquet. He thought it could have been worse, while his sister healed him. Though he complained it wasn't necessary, she did it gladly, happy that he managed to escape the chaos, remembering that night she was also saved by the mysterious, masked man who reminded her of her brother. Surprised by how strong he had become, she ended up embarrassing him, and he walked away while being teased even more. Then Gachel arrived, claiming to be jealous of how close the two of them were, and even though Cian thanked him for his help, his eyes reflected deep distrust, something his brother noticed. He knew full well that his brother had a vile and cruel side. Gachel was supposedly there to talk about the investigation, mentioning they had found out that Lunaf had a bracelet with blue stones embedded in it, which was allegedly given to her as a gift. He asked if he'd seen anything. The MC acted as if he didn't know a thing, just listening to how the merchant who was at the palace that day had been found dead. And so, Gachel, with sadistic persistence, asked him again if he had received anything that day. Cian watched his pushy attitude with annoyance. He realized his goal was to create a scapegoat, wanting to use Emily. So he decided to pretend to be exhausted with Alice, helping him and asking Gachel to let him rest. So he left, but not before the MC made it clear he didn't receive a thing. Besides, if someone really had something to do with that rock, they wouldn't have survived that chaos. With that information, the blonde guy finally left, taking him at his word, knowing that if they'd been attacked by monsters, they wouldn't have made it out alive. Even so, he regretted that he couldn't eliminate him this time, as both sized each other up in their respective plans. However, Cian's gaze was noticed by Alice, whose expression went from worried to annoyed, giving him a good smack, so he would finally go to sleep. Meanwhile, a maid was dying from severe wounds, though she claimed she did everything they asked, including delivering the necklace to the princess. But Boris made it clear that her part was over, but he still had to do his. With one quick move, he stained the wall with blood, finishing the job. He walked away happy despite his plan not working out perfectly. Not completely, until he stopped when he remembered that the body from last time caused him some trouble. So he summoned a creepy creature to get rid of the evidence. Meanwhile, Emily was watching the city from afar peacefully, until someone appeared behind her. It was Brian, who brought her some apples from the village, which they shared together. Then she mentioned that she felt comfortable there, though she wondered how long they would stay, and the guard told her it would be until Cian called it, as he remembered perfectly how after Emily showed Cian the necklace Gachel had sent to Gachel, he went ballistic and melted it with his bare hands. He was so upset that he told Emily that the birch house was no longer safe, so he told her to go into hiding. That's how he sent her off with Brian and Nana, though he did take a moment to comfort the dragon girl, telling her not to cry, and that it would only be for a while. And in the present, Brian couldn't get Shin's worried expression out of his head. He wanted to find a way to help him, and Emily wanted to do something too, especially since Nana hadn't been doing well since everything happened. Brian agreed to help, though deep down he remembered with some anxiety that he was still terrible at overcoming his nerves, with female contact, especially when Emily gave him that bright smile, while telling him to do his best to support his master, causing Brian to blush instantly, but he couldn't help feeling motivated. Meanwhile, at the palace, Lewin was furious that his father let the suspects go despite the evidence he showed him. The king told him to calm down, but the Furious Prince did the exact opposite, calling him too weak and cowardly to rule all the continents. This almost cost him dearly as a massive wave of light. He almost got his face smashed by the king, who made it clear that his plan was a no-go since their land borders, the demon realm and ruins, so without the support of Garam they couldn't defend themselves from them. And even if he succeeded, it would cost too many lives, calling anyone who'd even think of doing that a monster, not a ruler. And seeing that his son just didn't get it, and that common sense was lost on Lewin, who was now feeling the heat. The prince reminded him of the evidence they had. But the king shut him down by bringing up the Dracestone, leaving the prince frozen. The prince doubted he even had that information yet, but the king, seeing that he was making him look like a fool, claimed that Eren is a better ruler than he is, telling him to get out of his sight. This left Lewin livid, seeing how his plan was trashed by Eren, so he didn't wait long and rushed off, storming past the princess's guards and then striking Lexi hard when she tried to stop him, charging ahead like a complete madman toward his sister. She stayed calm, asking what he wanted, and Lexi got back up, warning him that even if he was the prince, if he kept this up, she would act. Lewin sadistically shot back, telling her not to you dare do a thing, promising her that for what she said, he'd be the one to execute her and her entire family, wiping out their lineage completely. This terrified Lexi, but Eren stopped her brother, knowing he was only there to negotiate. With total confidence, she silenced her brother and made it clear that her story was that she received nothing from him, just like what she told the king when he questioned his daughter. She assured him that Lint had nothing to do with it, even though the necklace brought to her had a piece of addictive in it. This was used in the dark tribes to master black magic and attract monsters which had been bought by someone, inside the palace specifically, through a merchant from the black market and a maid, both very close to Lin, who were either missing or dead. So he pressed on with his question, but Eren, still trembling, maintained that she never received anything from Lewin, asking that if he couldn't find those responsible, he should release Lunaf, and the king agreed. Back in the present, Eren only thought about protecting those around her, remembering Morris's passing. Because of that, standing before her brother, she assured him her story remained the same, as it was before her father, which infuriated Lewin when he saw her arrogant attitude. But she had no time for him, since she had an important guest who, too, Lewin's horror was already there without him noticing. His presence confirmed he'd heard everything. Lewin asked how long he'd been hiding, but Xian clarified that they simply just hadn't noticed him, battling the already agitated Lewin even more, who ended up being confronted by Xian. Xian made it clear he was with the princess, and with a terrifying gaze, asked him if he was going to try something. This left Lewin confused, thinking he was seriously compromised and that he had a new enemy, especially remembering what was said while planning the banquet, since Lewin wanted to get rid of the competition. But he didn't understand why his friend wanted to take out Xian, and the truth is he wasn't very comfortable, knowing the kid was clearly hiding something big. And now seeing the strange aura he emitted, Lewin felt uneasy, so he decided to drop it. As he started to leave, giving Eren time to blush from being so close to Xian, who in turn thought about how Lewin was more reasonable back then than in his future, where he was nicknamed the Mad Emperor, and in the end, Lewin apologized to Lexi, but also threatened her as he left the place, which was a huge relief for Lexi, who thanked Shin for saving them, though Shin insisted that the princess had done all the work. Then he sat down next to her, not realizing he was making her more and more nervous. Lexi, for her part, could only feel sorry that he didn't even notice the effect he had on the poor girl, and to top it off, Xian just blurted out that they would have to pretend to be together for a while, and left without saying another word, leaving Lexi unable to help but think he was a total clueless guy. Meanwhile, Lewin was fuming, going straight to confront Axel about his so-called perfect plan that ended up being useless in the end, without managing to take anyone out. And now he had lost his father's trust, and he was desperate, watching as his whole fantasy of becoming a hero had come crashing down. But just then another voice was heard. It was Boris, who showed up looking chill as if nothing had happened, greeting His Highness and stating that they actually did have one small success. Lewin was clearly annoyed by his late appearance, but Boris apologized, stating he was following Axel's orders. Axel told him that with Emily missing, he didn't see where the victory was, but Boris believed they underestimated Eren's allies. Lewin felt lectured, but Boris really wanted to show them the mana crystal he left at the event, which seemed totally normal the whole time, except for a moment when it started to emit a sinister mist. According to Boris, this came from something very dark and evil, recognizing it as the mana of the demon sword. Because of this, Axel suspected one of Eren's friends. Meanwhile, Brian was watching. On the other hand, Brian was observing some supposed stew from the crab looked totally unappetizing. doubting how the others could eat it so easily, to the point that even Emily asked Nana not to eat so fast. That rich feast which gave off a poisonous darkness on the plates, though, Brian was the only one who didn't dare try something that surely he wouldn't survive. Meanwhile, Cian got up full. Emily asked him to eat more, but he couldn't stay or Axel might get suspicious, which upset the maid. Likewise, the protagonist requested that if anything was needed, they should send Brian, since that house was the safest place right now, being guarded by his allies. He said goodbye as Emily asked him to come back soon. He agreed, while also telling Brian to stay safe. Brian still doubted he'd survive, even the first bite. In this way, he left the house when a voice hidden in the shadows complimented his cute family. It was Celica, and right away she demanded the truth. How did he know what would happen at that banquet? She mentioned everything else he had done. It was as if he knew what would happen in the future. She warned him to watch his answer, or she would consider him an enemy. So she demanded he tell her who he really was, doubting everything, even about her fiancé and how he was going to die. And though the protagonist tried to play it down, saying that if the goal was already achieved, it shouldn't matter, she didn't see it that way. To her, everything pointed to him being a spy, and if that were true, her response would be direct. She would attack him without hesitation. That was when Shin's sword reacted on its own, blocking the strike just in time. Celica, clearly annoyed by the interruption, didn't stay quiet when Karen appeared to face her, firmly reminding her that she shouldn't touch his master. This far from calming her, it only made the mercenary even more hyped up, and she lunged at her without a second thought. And just like that, a duel began between the two powerful women with their powers, clashing violently until one of them would fall. With a look of determination, she decided to show her the real deal, starting to form an energy sphere in front of her. Tarika, far from being scared, stood her ground, excited to see what was about to go down. It was then that she took the adamantium mist technique head-on, a massive flash that unleashed the full force of the demonic blade, and although she managed to dodge it, the impact was so crazy that the entire ground trembled, and then she realized if instead of dodging, she had tried to block it, she would have died on the spot. That was the moment she truly understood what that fickle sword was capable of, because if it wanted to, it could wipe an entire city off the map. Seeing all the destruction it caused, she knew she had to match the Demon King, and Kyram asked her to get ready for that fight, and Tarika was hyped to throw down. But it didn't continue because the sword's power slammed Kyram into the ground, while the protagonist approached to tell her, completely disappointed and furious, that if she kept doing all that, they would be found. An embarrassed Karika understood, so she promised them she would find them another spot. Meanwhile, he returned home frustrated and announced that they should move, but he saw that in his new family, an intruder appeared, Luanaf, who, to his surprise, had bypassed his barriers and mists, proving to be someone extraordinary, and he asked her how she had gotten there. Although she claimed she was simply very skilled, she told him not to worry, since only she knew about that place, or maybe not once they heard the chaos outside, even though she always pretended to forget. Luna asked him why he was there. She claimed she was only there to thank him, insisting that she felt grateful for him putting something inside her that made her feel good. This made everyone look at the MC as if he were some kind of creep. Though he knew what she meant, it must have been when he helped her at the banquet. She showed him how he could use all the elements, combine them, and even draw out the mana from specific people. She saw it as a blessing from her grandfather, but he saw it as a curse, seeing her body broken by that power. Luna got excited when he confirmed he was her savior, but since his cover was blown, he preferred to talk about it somewhere else. This only made his friends whisper more, so he sent them away to pack their bags. Emily asked him where they were going, and he said Luguin Academy. She was thrilled she'd get to look after them every day, while Brian, for his part, was terrified of having to eat that food all the time, something Nana noticed immediately. Later, Luna told him how she spent most of her childhood in a cold gray place as a lab experiment. She had accepted that fate as her duty, since she was Rickon's granddaughter. While walking across a bridge, she asked the MC if he had a duty of his own. He denied it, which confused her. She didn't get why he saved her in a disguise, suggesting that he just didn't like the fame because of the trouble it brings. Then out of the blue, she asked him about the element he'd taken since their first encounter, something he didn't even know was possible. She stared at him, needing to know exactly what that energy was. It didn't seem like darkness, but it didn't belong to this world either. Sihan wondered if she was planning to take that info back to her grandfather, but to his surprise, she completely removed that mana from her body and assured him she wouldn't do it again, teasing him about how the plane was acting up. But she actually had another motive, and leaning in, she gently rested against his chest, with a sincere voice. She thanked him for stopping her pain. Cian froze, remembering how Luna's power was like a boiling pot inside her, filled with mana that was out of control and about to explode. Someone in the past had tried to seal it all off by putting a lid on it, but that only caused the contents to leak out bit by bit. What he did was simply open a small vent to relieve the pressure. He admitted he did it because seeing her only made him think of one thing another. Puppet just like him. That hurt, but now with her being so close, he suddenly pulled away and told her not to thank him and to leave, asking her to please keep his secret. But the coldness vanished when he turned back, to ask her not to overexert herself like that again. This left the girl smiling, thinking it was sweet that he worried about her. Meanwhile, at Garam Rickens was furious not because of the chaos at the banquet, but because Luna was getting out of control, demanding that she be brought to him immediately. On the way to the academy, Emily was beyond happy to be with Sheen again, though she doubted they'd let her stay at the institution. However, the MC told her that he could get an exception. Even so, the director ended up turning him down flat, and though Cian insisted, the director saw no reason to listen to him. Then, Cian offered to attend all his lectures. The director, furious, he told him that this shouldn't even be up for debate. He then asked him what the reason was for taking in not one but two maids. The MC asked for his permission first, saying he'd explain everything later. The director replied that he could do whatever he wanted, since he never listened to him anyway. And so Cian didn't explain the whole thing, but assured him he had nothing to do with the banquet incident. Kunda was skeptical, which made Cian feel pretty annoyed at the director, who reminded him that he should be heading to class. With that settled, Cian walked down the hallway wondering how the director would react if he knew that his own grandson was the one who masterminded the blood banquet, since clearly it wasn't Luis because he isn't that bright, seeing Chill who set it up and Boris who executed it, as that was the MO they had always stuck to. Before he could move on, he ran into his friend, who was looking extremely shredded. After banging out 2,000 push-ups, he challenged him to a duel to see who was the strongest. But he dodged him at full speed, leaving the tanned guy laughing at the situation. Cian was shocked by his persistence over the last 2 years, though now he had to deal with his totally wasted guard. Upon seeing him, Cian thought he had kicked the bucket. But just then Emily and Nana appeared, munching on those tasty cookies, packed with death essence that Emily had prepared, which had left Brian in that state. To avoid losing any more staff, Cian ordered Emily not to cook for Brian anymore, despite Brian's little tantrum. Later, he sat down to rest, finding a letter on his desk. It seemed to be from Luna. Right at that moment, Luna snuck in to tell the MC that she'd run away from home. Meanwhile, in the sewers, a man with glasses was walking alongside a woman on a mission to stop Riggins. He asked the woman if she could actually pull off this assignment, since it involved her own student. But the woman, who clearly felt no attachment at all, was Nolan, Aramin's an academy instructor who planned to go after that monster. Meanwhile, Cian and Lunav were in a place where she complimented him for being such an alpha by carrying her out like a boss, though Shin was suspicious of how she got in again. She simply told him that she saw the barrier, analyzed it, and dispelled it, leaving the MC stunned by how extremely cracked the girl was. She asked him if he had already read her letter, but he, annoyed, said she had just interrupted him. She admitted she was waiting for an answer. Tired of games, the MC asked if Riggins had sent her to get close to him. She replied that it started out that way, but now she was doing it on her own, though she knew he wouldn't believe her. Cian asked her why they sent her for him, so Lunav confessed that some shady things had been happening in the organization, like the disappearance of 2 member dragons, as well as 2 traffickers who were found dead. In all those cases, Cian had been involved, and now she was sure of it. He then asked her what she'd do, and Luna confessed that she would die soon, knowing she only had a few years left to live. She thanked him for his help with a huge smile. Cian, totally confused, didn't understand why she didn't seem upset, but she simply couldn't be. That attitude ticked off the MC, who stood up, furious, and decided to leave. She only hoped to see him again sometime. Meanwhile, Cian was scolding her for being rude, but she didn't want any more trouble with Garam's men, who were already surrounding her. Lunav, feeling let down, lamented that they had tracked her down so fast, since they now wanted to take her back to Riggins. The girl looked at them in confusion, as only Victor usually came to get her whenever she ran away. However, the hooded figures claimed they were from another division, and that they were replacing Victor. This was enough for Lunav to realize it was a trap, because she actually didn't know anyone named Victor. Summoning a gust of wind, she sent them flying without a second thought. Then she ran as fast as she could, getting away from those she assumed were extremists, but she didn't get very far. A hand suddenly rested on her head and sleep instantly overcame her. She collapsed heavily to the ground right in front of a guy with a buzzed head who laughed, thrilled by how easy it was to catch her, ordering them to load her into the carriage. Meanwhile, Cian felt something was off. The atmosphere felt strange to him, as if a fight had broken out. The MC felt it too. Worried, and hours later the carriage stopped in front of what looked like a temple where the extremist leader handed Lunav over to Nela. Seeing her, Nela couldn't help but feel pity, knowing exactly how much she had suffered. The young girl had been treated like a lab rat, her whole life only to be discarded in the end. At the very least, she hoped she could give her a purpose now to justify all that damage. Meanwhile, outside, a thick fog started to roll across the grounds. The extremists looked at the ground confused, trying to react, but it was already too late. A clean slash sliced through the air. A head rolled on the floor, and that was just the first, as in the blink of an eye. Several bodies fell to pieces one after another, until only one was left standing. The last, survivor trembling, tried to resist the slaughter, but it was too late. Cian. He was right behind him, and at that moment inside Nela. He asks if there's another guest outside, but Ralph suspects they've been followed, and upon seeing the enemy, Nela tells him to handle it, and a furious Ralph is determined to silence him. Meanwhile, the MC is surprised by how easy it all was, believing that everything is over, until he sees one of the two most powerful members of the cathedral stepping out, who congratulates him on his achievement, and asks if he's alone. The MC doesn't answer, which the bald guy takes as a yes, deciding to finish him off. Even though he recognizes his strength, he also sees him as just like the UNAP, unstable. Watching him take the first step to attack, he treats him like a mere child. A while later, the master comes to see if Ralph completed the mission, only to find him pinned down in a crater at the MC's feet. She's left confused as the bald guy falls hard, while the MC looks at his last opponent, asking her why she wanted Lona. But the girl's answer is a direct attack, suggesting he shouldn't interrogate women if he ever wants a girlfriend. However, the MC is stunned to see the combination of elements, powers just like Lunaf's. Just like that, she launches massive blasts of fire, boosted by thunder. He dodges the hits, becoming more intrigued, defending himself with only a single dagger. This leaves the girl baffled, as she sees how he cuts through her attacks with so little effort, piercing right through her power. The MC lunges straight at her, catching her off guard. She barely manages to escape with an aerial jump. From the sky, she watches him, realizing that the youth is truly dangerous. She has to take him out fast, so charging up a powerful shot, she aims directly at him. But before she can fire, Kairama appears behind her and deflects the attack. The beam streaks past the side of the MC slams into a building, causing such brutal destruction that he's stunned by the sheer amount of mana released while Nell tries to break free from the bindings of the demonic sword, but he tells her to stop trying. Meanwhile, the MC interrogates her about who ordered Luna's kidnapping, and how many others there are, though she claims they'll find out soon enough since they'll be coming for him. But looking into her eyes, Chiron and the MC notice she has a curved heart. This is an artifact that prevents mana from circulating smoothly, and hers is unfortunately active, making her situation even worse when he easily figures out her organization, the path of evolution. She wonders who these two guys are that captured her, but the MC tells her she'll find out soon in hell. Without giving her a moment to think, he stabs her. Meanwhile, he recalls how in his past life he found texts from a Garum lab about the curved heart and the experiments related to it, including how to destroy them. With Nell's heart in his hand and her body disintegrating, Chiron just needs to get Luanaf out of the carriage. Even though she's as stubborn as ever, she eventually complies, just as the MC approaches. Unsure if what he's about to do will work, he crushes the heart in his hand, releasing the energy to try and destroy whatever is inside Luanaf. He slams that energy into her chest, and it surges through her entire body, waking her up. Later, at the Mages Association headquarters, Luna wakes up, amazed at how much lighter her body feels and the sense of peace she has. She also senses Cien's presence nearby, who is watching the city from afar while Aaron questions him about his charity work. Cien simply replies that he plans to use Luna later, and that letting her die would be a waste. It would be a pointless waste. Chiron sees it more as being soft, convinced that it could lead to a betrayal. But that just amuses the MC because he knows she's capping, since she's also worried about him, and Chiron makes excuses, stating that all she cares about is that the body that will one day be hers stays in good shape. Cien doesn't want to talk about it anymore and prefers to leave. Later, Regans is fuming because he doesn't buy a single word of Luna's story, who claims not to remember anything. from her kidnapping until her return. To make matters worse, the kingdom is in an uproar over the blood banquet, and her butler blames himself for not finding her sooner. But Regan stops him and tells him it's not his fault, stepping closer to place a hand on his shoulder, thanking him for everything he has done for his granddaughter, until his grip tightens and his hand begins to glow. The fire spreads, making it clear to his assistant that he knows perfectly well about his betrayal and has no intention of hearing excuses. Glaring with disgust, he incinerates him mercilessly. Luna is frozen at the sight of the charred corpse, which seems like a total overkill to her, but her grandfather just says it was for plotting her kidnapping. Then, without wasting time, he asks her what she discovered about Cian. Luna knows she can't lie to him, yet she replies that she didn't find anything special, though it's obvious that answer isn't enough for the old man. She pretends that in their first meeting, she didn't notice anything out of the ordinary, having been stopped before, investigating thoroughly. This doesn't please the grandfather, who touches her shoulder again in a threatening way, asking her what Cian Albert is really hiding. She plays it off, saying he only has a bodyguard and a useless maid, without understanding why he's so obsessed with him, which infuriates the grandfather even more, who reminds her that she must simply obey. Seeing that she has nothing left to say, he dismisses her as punishment, leaving her, kneeling right in front of the charred body. She stands, with a look of sadness and hatred, toward that house. And back at the academy, Lugwin is in front of Cian's door. The usual muscular blonde guy is waiting for him fast asleep, and he watches with annoyance at his persistence, knowing he'll just have to come back later. While walking through the hallways, he hears a group of students complaining because an instructor has disappeared and they won't have classes. When he asks what happened, they tell him it was Nella. As soon as he hears it, Erica confronts him, absolutely fuming, blaming him for getting rid of an instructor, but Cian denies it, claiming he didn't even know who she was. This doesn't surprise Erica, considering he's never set foot in a classroom. So she tells him that Nayla was a talented mage from Garum, watched for being against the Regans. However, when Luna was kidnapped, Sarika was supposed to step in, but Cian beat her to it. Still, he prefers to keep playing, dumb as if he has no idea, which only ends up making her even madder. Finally, Sarika tells him that she is the only one who knows what really went down. Regardless, there's still the issue of filling the instructor's vacancy. She assumes that for the moment, they'll take turns with the others, but the academy will need a new mage. Meanwhile, in the middle of a wheat field, an old man is carrying a city mage in his wagon. The mage is enjoying the view, and the driver is happy he likes the scenery and asks what brings him so far out. This mage is Boris, who is looking for work, though he's not sure if he'll actually get the job. Over in Cian's room, Emily is bored out of her mind on the sofa when Chiram arrives to claim his spot. The maid remarks that she doesn't have a spot because everything in there belongs to Cian. This infuriates the sword, and so when he enters and finds Emily crying with a massive bump on her head. And even though the main goal at that moment is for Chiram to join him on a mission, Emily begs him to take her along, too, but he refuses because she has a more important mission, managing Nana's hunger, and Emily thinks he just wants to get rid of her, until she remembers how ravenous Nana can be when she's hungry. Right as she comes out of her room in full-on psycho mode, she's instantly calmed down by a classic piece of bread from a nauseous Emily, who now finally accepts the mission, from Cian, who has total confidence in her, but he reminds her not to feed Brian, who is about to visit his grandmother in the afterlife. Meanwhile, Chiram asks about the mission, which seems to be in Lambaster, part of the empire ruled by money and gambling, where everyone watches excitedly as a fight breaks out between a giant ogre and a warrior who seems overconfident in front of such a monster. The ogre lunges to attack, and the cocky little guy is ready to prove that they underestimated him, when the monster's hand grabs him completely, starting to crush him brutally. In this manner, they walk through the city, crossing through miserable, decaying streets which seem like a total mess to Chiram. Cian, much more composed, tells him that if Lugwin is neutral, Lambaster goes beyond that it's lawless because it's already out of control. And Chiram doesn't take long to see it when a group of guys appears, huge, filthy, and with obvious intentions toward her, getting in her way, suggesting fun, and throwing a direct threat at Cian, who just listens to them in silence. In a matter of seconds, he leaves them, sprawled on the ground, beaten up, and then walks away as if nothing happened. Later, he arrives at an inn and asks for the best room. The receptionist gives him a weird look when she sees his age, which only succeeds in annoying him as he immediately complains about how unprofessional the place is. With that attitude, he convinces the girl to check him in, and then, from his room, he watches many people arriving, and figures it's time to make his move, heading down to talk to the receptionist named Lisa from Lambaster, whom he asks to use the cage. However, Lisa turns him down because he's a rookie, which makes the MC uncomfortable. He asks her if out of everyone there, he's really the only new guy. This earns him a death stare from the girl, so he tries to change his vibe to seem helpful and innocent. This only amuses the MC, who wants to see just how cautious this woman is. He releases his red mist just as the girl throws her knives. He blocks them with a simple gold coin. Lisa is in shock seeing how he reacted instinctively, while he complains about his dented coin and about being attacked, which leaves her feeling embarrassed. She tries to apologize, but he expects compensation, so having no choice, she agrees. And so they lead him to the stairs that lead to the cage, handing him a VIP badge and wishing him luck. Not understanding why he'd want to go to that place, hoping he has multiple lives to survive. He couldn't care less, but he still tells her that he'll take that as a threat, which annoys the girl, who walks away unbothered. Kairam asks him why he doesn't just ask a woman to call the manager, but Cian knows full well that his mission is to find the hotel's true owner, and it won't be that easy, since his target is Lindsay Nigaloff, the real owner of Lambaster, about whom there is no information. Kairam complains about how complicated the mission will be, while Cian waits calmly to see what they find, remembering how he had been there once or twice in his past life until a civil war tore the place down, and now he wants to show Kairam the true Lambaster cage. And outside, in another part of the city, one of the thugs from the entrance is whining to anyone who'll listen about how a brat humiliated him. His boss, Gunter, listens with a sadistic amusement, finding it hard to believe a kid like that is just running loose around here. He asks if the kid is some noble or something like that, but the other guy just cries and begs for revenge. Now curious Gunter decides to go check it out for himself, heading straight for the Lambaster cage. Inside, a man is getting knocked out by a girl just as buff as he is, Wesley. The crowd erupts in cheers. Amidst the hype, Kairam and Cian are there. She looks at the state of the place with disgust, but he, on the other hand, knows exactly what he's doing. These fights draw a lot of people, and that's exactly what they're after. They want Lindsay to take notice. Right then, some guards try to kick him out of the venue, and Cian seizes the opportunity. He doesn't say a word, just lands a punch straight to the gut that drops the guy instantly. The other guard rushes to help, but he's too late. Cian grabs him by the hair and delivers a blow that knocks his teeth right out. Then, without missing a beat, he looks at the other guard's companion and asks where he can sign up to fight. And so, despite the crowd's complaints and protests, the cage presents a very tiny fighter who gets ready, ignoring all the booing. Facing him is the giant, it's the Bard. A man in the audience comments that this matchup is so unfair, it's not even worth calling a fight. However, some see certain advantages, though nobody believes he can beat the Colossus. This ogre laughs in our MC's face, promising to squash him. But before he can go on, the little guy jumps off his finger and lunges toward his face, landing a direct punch that shatters his nose, taking him down easily. To everyone's surprise, the crowd watches as Cien de la Mea wins his hand held high. Away from the crowd, Kairam still doesn't get it. Where did that name even come from? The protagonist makes it clear to her that he can't just reveal his true identity everywhere, even though the girl doubts how effective that is if his face is wide open. And although he assures her he has a spell active, so Kairam figures the dumb god shared an authority with him again, which apparently makes it so those who interact with him know who he is, but if he's not around, they forget his face. Kairam sees it's not a big deal and goes to sleep, while she watches him, finding it adorable, because he cares which Loki annoys her. Meanwhile, in the crowd, Gunter watches in shock at the protagonist's victory, smiling as he picks him as his next opponent. For her part, on the upper floors, Delka is fuming, demanding Lisa let her see the kid who caused such a massive scene, and she wanted it done now. Lisa refuses, and the blonde gets even more aggressive, about to order her men to move in, but Lisa doesn't back down, readying her daggers. Tension rises as Delka's men prepare to attack, leaving Lisa worried and not knowing what to do, until luckily Cian appears behind them. He approaches to apologize for the trouble he caused in her territory. However, Delka's mood flips when she sees his face becoming totally smitten, and she takes his hand in a very suggestive way, caressing it against her face, praising the boy's brave name and her taste, which is clearly questionable. Freaks out Lisa, who tries to pull him away while Cian insists he can handle the situation. But Lisa fears for his purity, and Delka then pulls a convenient card from her cleavage, inviting him to a private conversation where she can get to know him intimately in the corner of pleasures managed to put, leaving him a total nervous wreck at how crazy that woman is, who says goodbye by offering him a personal service, and for free too. Damn, where do I sign Sheen and Lisa? share a moment of secondhand embarrassment, and she reminds him that she'd warned him about Elka, though she admits he didn't have a choice, and Cyan apologizes for the mess he caused. But Lisa, more than being annoyed, is actually stunned by how powerful he was in the fight. He's also surprised by how fast she found out, but he doesn't dig deeper as he needs to leave, but not before. Lisa tells him to stay far away from Sin. He swears that's not why he's going. She notices his bashfulness, which she finds adorable, unaware that from the shadows, someone is watching them. It was Lin, who thinks it's convenient that Delka backed off on her own, but he's not happy, seeing his receptionist getting so cozy with that boy. Lisa apologizes, claiming she's only treating him as a client, and that the only reason she gave him advice was because he's still a kid. Just then, Gunter walks in and says they're underestimating him. Obviously, Gunter isn't exactly welcome there, but he strolls in like he owns the place, and even takes a moment to diss how trashy the place looks. Lin ignores him at first, until Gunter tells Lisa he's there to have her set up a fight, which shocks her, since he'd been banned for a long time. Regardless, Gunter is there because he wants his opponent to be Simon de la Mea, knowing that match will rake in some serious bank. Meanwhile, in the Red District, Delka's men could hear her screaming from her room, furious and getting more frustrated by the second. And though they know she always gets what she wants in the end, they still feel a little sorry for Simon, and they're just glad their boss' obsession don't notice. Meanwhile, she keeps trying to draw the MC's face but fails over and over, not understanding how she can't recall something so gorgeous. That mental fog is driving her crazy, but at the same time, it turns her on even more. Between the booze, the women, and the gambling, Cyan knows exactly what you can find in the red light district of Lambasti, a place where you can get all kinds of pleasures and vices. Even though it was one of his original goals, he's better off staying away from that girl with questionable taste and looks for Lin in another district. But before he can move on, he ends up colliding with a little girl who falls to the ground with all her things scattered. She apologizes sweetly, and Shin, caught off guard, starts picking up her stuff. He's the one who ends up feeling guilty, so he helps the girl gather her cigarette merchandise. While she thanks him enthusiastically for letting it slide, he tells her not to make a big deal of it and hands the box back, and the little one explains she belongs to the merchant union and Gree. She even offers him a smoke, but Cyan doesn't smoke and hasn't heard of that group either. She apologizes and gets back to her hustle. She still has to go through every single alley until the last box is sold. Cyan, moved by her, decides to buy everything, even though he has no use for it. Plus, he gives her an extra coin just for herself. The girl excitedly thanks him, while Kairam, clearly annoyed, drags him for playing the philanthropist. But to Jin, it's all part of a plan. That's why he decides to follow her. Not far away, he finds the little girl right there, getting beaten up by the same thugs from before who think she's holding out on them regarding that second gold coin. Thinking that she lied about the cigarette sales, and even though the criminal is really just looking to vent his rage while the helpless little girl begs them to stop. A terrifying voice suddenly interrupts. Cyan had arrived, and he thinks it's pathetic for someone to rob money from children. Though the cocky criminals think it'll be different this time, everything starts just like before. He brutally stomps on one of their faces and begins a merciless beatdown until they're begging for mercy. However, the protagonist doesn't stop as he enjoys the little things in life, like snapping a leg with a single move, taking pleasure in torturing the criminals. And with everything settled, Cyan returns the gold coin to the little girl, telling her not to lose it. At that moment, Gunter appears, clapping and praising his talent. Even though he doesn't fully know him, he claims someone like that could only be Simon and introduces himself as the local boss. Cyan, glad to have finally found someone worth questioning, compares him to the pathetic guy he just beat down, who's actually begging Gunter to avenge him. Instead, Gunter simply decides to crush his head, like he's some kind of bug, leaving the little girl completely terrified. Cyan thinks that was overkill, but Gunter can't contain his excitement. After talking to the Lambast owner, he's relishing the idea of having a fight with him. Seeing that he knows Lin, Cyan launches at him with a kick that Gunter barely blocks, shocked by the power of the impact. Thrilled that the kid wants to fight already, he backs up and prepares his strike. Cyan jumps, dodging the hit, which is so strong it forms a massive crater, making Gunter's power clear. Seeing this, Shin leaps at him. Gunter, fired up by the battle, he begs Shin for more, laughing as if everything were a game, and the MC realizes instantly that the guy in front of him is a total head case who just landed a massive kick. Meanwhile, in the pocket dimension of the God of Mist, Sarika meditates in silence when the god himself appears and asks her why she gave the boy a mission that was clearly personal. Sarika replies that it's a good test, and he remarks that Lin isn't someone easy to take out, but Sarika doesn't just want to measure his strength. She wants to see his loyalty to know if Cian will stay by her side or end up like Lin. The god agrees it's an interesting enigma, and Sarika is also waiting to see the outcome. And back in the arena, Cian lands on his feet and Gunter watches him surprised and happy that the fight is still on. Both exchange blows with Shan, taking the offensive while questioning Gunter for info on Lin. However, that just pisses him off, since he didn't want her dragged into this fight, unleashing a heavy blow that the MC dodges. Noticing the insane endurance in his opponent's arms, Gunter kept pushing, charging a devastating punch that sent out a blast of destruction. But the MC landed smoothly on top of a tower, earning the respect of the lunatic, who demanded he come down to finish the fight. Karam asked Cian if she should step in, but he stopped her because they had more company, and a set of knives blocked the path of the enraged Gunter. Courtesy of Lisa, who along with her men asked him why he was fighting with her client. Gunter complained, saying Shin was the one who started it, but Lisa didn't believe him. She didn't even let the boy explain. She already knew him, and knew exactly how much of a troublemaker he could be. With no other choice, Gunter gave up and walked away, reminding them that the fight was still on. As the MC climbed down, Lisa seemed worried about him, but he told her he was fine, though clearly annoyed. She apologized for jumping in, yet Cian knew exactly she wanted a favor, surprising her with how blunt he was. In the end, he accepted the match on one condition: they had to give the little girl a job. Over the following days, rumors about the fight spread all over the city. During that time, Cian did several sparring matches in the cage, learning the ground rules. First matches were unarmed. Second, you don't attack those who won't fight back. And third, no killing your opponent. Those were the 3 rules of the cage until this day of his fight, because at that point, the announcer threw all the rules out the window. Right then and there, much to Shun's confusion, who was left in the dark, but it was too late. Gunter was pulling out his brass knuckles. Cian complained about it being a setup, while the ref was already gone. The pissed-off MC cursed the coward while up in the crowd Lin watched, waiting to see his skills. Down below, Gunter mocked him, saying if he was scared, he should go find a weapon. This hit Cian's pride. Unleashing his red mist, he confidently replied he didn't need one. Gunter was hyped, knowing he wouldn't be easy to kill, which confused Shin. He didn't realize it was a death match. His rival was only fighting for the thrill of taking a life, claiming he'd tear him apart starting with his eyes. He charged in to attack, however the MC used his technique to slice through Gunter's arm, which went flying off from the momentum. The stunned audience watched the psycho scream in pain over his missing arm, furious and desperate to keep fighting. But the MC, giving off a demonic aura, he warned him that if he moved, he'd die. This completely terrified the bloodthirsty guy who lost his fighting spirit and was defeated very easily, though some noticed with horror that the red mist undoubtedly belonged to the demonic sword. For his part, Cian stepped down, annoyed by that sudden rule change. Just then the little girl congratulated him excitedly while bringing him water. He was surprised to see her working, apparently as an assistant, wearing a small uniform with her name, Lois. So Cian praised her, patting her head, and then Lisa showed up, who, before he could even complain, apologized for the match and explained the no-rules fight was a deal between the owner and Gunter. Because of that, our lead demanded to see her, but she refused. So Cian gave up and tried to leave, but ran right into Morris, a chubby merchant from the Gray Merchants Union, who was there to try and buy the demonic fairy. The MC, playing it cool, pretends to know nothing, but the merchant calmly tells him not to worry, since he was the only one who noticed. He mentions he used to be part of the Albus Merchant Association until their leader was killed. Then he moved to the Gray Association, where he worked as a weapons supplier for the Garum Kingdom. He claims nobody knows weapons like he does, and that he recognized the sword instantly. Hyped up, he says he's willing to pay any price, but Xian's response is to grab him by the neck, glad that at least he only has to get rid of one guy. The little merchant tries to speak but can't. The ones who actually move are his guards, their shadow ninjas. Shadow ninjas completely surround the MC, and even though Xian is caught off guard, he remains confident that even if they are strong, they won't be able to stop him before he finishes the job. Luckily for the half-dead Morris, Lisa and Lois walk in just in time. Lisa is worried about this clash between guests and is forced to intervene, and that complicates things for Cian, especially because of Lois, who is terrified by the scene. With no other choice, he lets go and drops him, warning him that he only got lucky this once, and suggests he leave before he changes his mind. The merchant's men wait for the order to attack, but Morris, barely catching his breath, stops them and tells them to stand down. He says he's retreating for now, but makes it clear his offer is still on the table. He leaves while Xian is left thinking, worried about the consequences of what must have happened in Albus. Then Lois approaches to see if he's okay, and he pats her on the head to calm her down. Then he asks Lisa for a favor he wants, to meet the owner of the Ember Cage. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the city, a massive blast levels several houses. It's Gunter completely out of control, ignoring his men who are trying to calm him down before he hurts himself. But he can only think about taking out the MC, frustrated by how he froze during the fight, humiliated on his knees, not knowing what to do, until he remembers the girl selling cigarettes and thinks he's found his weakness. He begins to hatch a plan, using her. Back at the Amber Cage, Lois is carrying some towels when she hears the door, ready to welcome a customer, only to realize it's Gunter. Like a total psycho, he approaches the poor, terrified girl, touching her head while she can't stop trembling, as she listens to the terrifying man, asking her for a favor. Meanwhile, Xian was still arguing with Lisa because he needed to see her boss. She refused him over and over again, especially after noticing that he clearly knew her. He even knew her name, and that was enough for Lisa to change her attitude slightly, although only enough to give him a warning. He was being watched by the Lynx, and the best thing he could do was to get out of there if he didn't want to end up dead. Xian didn't understand why she kept protecting him, but he didn't have time to think about it, because just then little Lois's screams could be heard in the distance, so unexpected that they were put on high alert immediately. Without a second thought, they ran to the lobby, where everything was a total mess. There was no sign of the girl. Lisa, completely bewildered, couldn't understand who could have done something like this, but Sean did. And as soon as he saw the girl's bloody name tag, he didn't waste any more time. He was going after her. Lisa tried to stop him, suggesting they investigate first, but Xian, furious, didn't need proof. He already knew exactly who he had to face. Meanwhile, in Alicia's room, which was a complete disaster, she complained about who lacked the class to bargain into her room. It was Morris, and after criticizing her mess, he offered her a deal, but she wasn't interested in anything that pig had to say. However, noticing the MC's inaccurate portraits, he understood her feelings, so he offered her a trade, giving her the strongest, paralyzing potion in Garum with which he claimed she could. The young man was hers. She asked him what he wanted in return, but he only wanted an object the boy possessed, letting her keep the body. She was amazed, that was all, and then Morris left, considering this his plan B in case Gunter failed. Meanwhile, Gunter was already waiting for him in a small plaza. The MC arrived and bluntly asked about the girl. Gunter responded by tossing at his feet a small ear. Then, with all the chill in the world, he assured him the rest was in a box. Xian, holding back his fury, cracked a smile loaded with rage, asking him why he hadn't just asked him to kill him, and Gunter, as if that were exactly what he wanted, lunged straight at him. Elsewhere, Lynx could be heard in the distance, convinced that Xian had probably finished Gunter off. Lost in thought, she asked Lisa if she still had feelings for him. Though she denied it, something bugged her even more. She wanted to know why her boss was so interested in Xian. Lynx, noticing her curiosity, threw a question that totally threw her off. Could she remember the boy's face? Lisa, confused, realized she couldn't. It was then that Lynx explained that he was an authority and someone with the power to erase their face from others' memory, a gift granted by the god of darkness. Saying this, Lynx felt clearly that her past had finally caught up with her. Lisa, for her part, got worried hearing this, though her boss stayed calm as if nothing was wrong, only asking her to treat Xian like exactly what he was, a VIP. Back to the fight. Gunter unleashed his fury in a powerful wave of energy that sent the MC flying through the air. Even so, Gunter kept demanding he take things seriously. Seeing how the attack had leveled the ground, surrounded by corpses, Gunter explained to him that this was the dump, where all the city's trash ended up, and that the whole city deep down was nothing more than that, just garbage, and he and Lisa had grown up in the middle of all that, surviving however they could, learning to fend for themselves, to bite whoever they had to just to keep from falling. Until one day, a man appeared who took out the scumbag owner of the junkyard, the same one who had abused them for years, and he claimed to come from Lugan looking for a little fun. But he took the chance to wipe out everything rotten, and after the massacre, he assured the kids they were finally safe, and showed a face that was almost angelic, and from that moment on, Gunter began to look up to him. Since then, he grew stronger every day to rule the junkyard and make big bank in Lambaster Cave. However, he ended up getting banned for killing someone, but he didn't regret it because that person was just garbage that needed to be tossed even if it caused his sister to distance herself a little from him. But his mission to clean up Lambaster was still on, at least until the veteran made him see that his big strike was for nothing, and that if he really wanted to fight, he had to put in more work, which seemed to fire up Gunter, who without thinking twice transformed his blood arm into an amorphous mass that ended up taking the shape of a massive hand, all of it powered by a strange object he held in his other hand, which Han immediately recognized as an ancient artifact, though he had no idea how Gunter had gotten his hands on it. According to him, it was a gravity chamber, a device capable of creating space where he could manipulate gravitational force at will, and that's exactly what he did, trapping the MC inside a cube where gravity was multiplied by 20 and his body barely responded. Every second was a total grind, while Gunter watched him from the outside, convinced that this massive hand made of blood would end up crushing him, but he just waited chill, even asking Kyram not to step in, and so the giant hand crushed thin air because the MC was already standing in front of Gunter, landing a blow that sent him flying, shattering all his power. And now the MC appeared behind him, promising to leave only his ears intact before brutally kicking him, starting to stomp him out, over and over again, all the way down, until he crashed hard onto the ground, where Gunter ended up crushed in the scrap metal, still smiling, knowing that this was always his fate, and Lois's too since being born in that city meant they were trash just like Lisa, which is why with his last breath he asked the MC not to let that happen, leaving him stunned. He walked to the crate where the girl was, opening it with a look of disbelief, and later arrived Lisa, who saw her brother's fate. But she had no time for that, sending her men to check if the VIP was hurt, and he clearly wasn't. He just brought out the little girl, who was still fine, without a single scratch, and handed her to Lisa, so she could protect her. She wondered where he would go now, but the MC decided to carry on Gunter's legacy and clean up. Lambasta City split into 4 districts, with Lambasta Cage at the center. To the west, the Junkyard. To the east, the Commercial District. And to the south, the Red Light District, with no institution to keep order. The only law they know is that of administrators like Gunter Linsday, Morris, and Delka. Remembering how in his past life he asked his brother how he would conquer a place plunged into pure chaos, for which he suggested taking out the administrators, but he assured him he only had to wait for them to eliminate each other, being there at the perfect time to take control. And although the MC doubted how they were so sure, his brother replied with total conviction that the city was rotten, and although back then that thought bothered him, now he saw it with his own eyes, hoping to root out that rotten plant from the source. And upon reaching the Red Light District, he suspiciously eyed the extremely obvious spiked tea served by a lovesick Delka, who didn't want to leave his side happy that he accepted her invitation. He also thanked her for the extremely special tea, making the girl think she had been exposed, but he seemed to be expecting exactly what was coming, and so he downed the tea in one go, dropping the cup before slumping over, lifeless on her shoulder, much to the demented smile of the perverted Delka, who now finally had her prize. Meanwhile, in the Commercial District, Morris got the news that Delka had caught the MC, which he saw as a total win, after having wasted Gunter's extremely rare gravity chamber, relishing his meal, but especially the chance to have the demonic sword within reach. However, his Sarpian assassin was surprised it was so easy, though Morris didn't want to hear it. He insisted on checking with his boss, agreeing before vanishing like a shadow. Morris felt like the Sarpians acted like they were all that and thought they might want to betray him, so he set off desperately toward the Red Light District. There he found Delka, caught almost red-handed. She was complaining because the fun hadn't even started yet, and Morris claimed he was only interested in what 100 was carrying. And although the blonde assured him she'd already taken it from him, the woman told him not to rush, since he was about to see something interesting, and then she dropped a curtain to reveal the show. Behind the curtain was a chilling scene. A large number of young men, all handsome, taxidermied as if they were part of a macabre collection, and in the center, tied up and visibly beaten, was another Delka. Morris, in shock, yelled at the other blonde to reveal her true identity to the other blonde, and that's when Karam discarded the disguise, revealing she was the demonic sword in human form. Morris's eyes almost popped out from his head in amazement or arousal, and at that moment, 100, who had been motionless until then, like a corpse, stood up with his eyes fixed on the merchant. He knew that Morris knew too much, and this time he wouldn't give him a chance to negotiate, with Morris letting out a desperate scream, begging for help, which annoyed the MC more than expected, so without hesitation, he landed a direct blow to the neck, leaving him speechless, and then with total calm, promised that he would reunite him with his men right then and there, To do so, he activated his spatial creation. The mist marsh and the shadows began to condense into a thick, dense fog, in which Morris began to sink little by little, and the MC let him know he knew it was him who gave the cube to Gunter and the paralyzing potion. To Delka and the merchant, now desperate, pleaded that he wouldn't do it again. But the MC, with a smile that made it clear he wouldn't get the chance, let him submerge into a sea of shadows where he descended, seeing many other bodies all around him, until he ran into his assistant's body. Terrified, he screamed, letting out the last bit of air he had left and sinking even faster. With that, Cian noticed only this blonde was left, the one with questionable tastes. So, furious Karen asked why she dared to try, putting her hands on her master. And with a wicked smile, even in the face of her pleas, she promised to slice her into 1,000 pieces starting immediately. And from the outside, Xian heard the screams, knowing she'd tear her apart. However, now, he felt a strange aura. To his surprise, he realized he'd fallen into a shadow domain where, stunned, he saw Lindsay. He understood then that she was a member of Mist. While she was amused by his expression, seeing that Sarika hadn't mentioned that. And although the MC just thanked her for saving him the trouble of finding her, he asked if he should call her superior or traitor. However, Lindsay made it clear that she wouldn't fight her just when Cyan had to block a fierce slash that almost caught him off guard. It was then that Lin introduced her rival Lisa, and she, charged with energy, seemed determined to take him out. And so a clash of powers began in which Cyan held back, having no intention of fighting seriously with her. He just wanted her to move aside and let him go after his real target. But she had no intention of backing down, continuing to attack relentlessly, making it clear that if he wanted to move forward, he'd have to knock her out. He then used his bloodlust technique and with a quick, brutal move, sent her flying. Still to his surprise, Lisa managed to stay on her feet. Because of this, Xian immediately noted that she was much stronger than expected. And to make things worse, he had to put up with Lindsay's voice, butting in once again, questioning him about his doubts. Not wanting to kill her and already annoyed, he realized that she was still hiding somewhere, even though Lintz seemed to enjoy simply watching, since she only wanted to see the difference between her own apprentice and the deserter. The MC Sion knew by that name that Lintz was onto her, but he didn't have time to get distracted, because Lisa was activating a dagger circle and he barely managed to dodge them in time, which the girl used as an opening to launch an attack. And although she was blocked, being so close, she swore to him that even if she despised her brother, she would make him pay for his life. The MC saw a twisted connection. In her eyes, the mark of shadow subordination, grudge used to control her. But he was well aware that she messed up by getting so close. So he took advantage of that to quickly grab her by the throat, dominating her and gently knocking her out. And now that Lisa was no longer a problem, only his true target remained, and without beating around the bush, he demanded Lintz stop hiding. Lintz was quick to reply that she wasn't hiding. The mist wasn't a barrier, but her very own body, something he couldn't grasp. But Cian wasn't interested in those kinds of explanations. What he was actually calling out wasn't just her being part of Mist, but that she was a traitor and a thief. That accusation was enough to rattle Lintz's emotions, and that was when Cian noticed the ring she was wearing, which he recognized instantly. It was an Andravian artifact capable of absorbing anything, from mana to divine authority. With that power, Lintz feigned mastery over the mist, but to him she was nothing but a poser, and apparently that was what finally triggered her, just as he expected. Lintz decided to stop playing, and activated her mist, a divine power that paralyzed every living being around her with the sole exception of herself. And calmly, almost enjoying the moment, she began to walk toward Cian, who remained motionless and unable to defend himself. As she calmly prepared her sword, she wanted to make him suffer and was about to finish him off, until Karam's voice echoed, tearing a rift through Lintz's domain. Annoyed to see that this woman was also interested in her master, a bewildered Lintz noticed that this woman was on the same level as the god of darkness. Confused by such power, she watched her enter, furious that anyone would touch what was hers, promising to leave her in worse shape than the blonde. And with that, she destroyed the domain with a snap of her fingers, while the MC complained about her being late, which pissed off Karam. While they bickered, Lintz realized that he was the successor of the demonic sword, refusing to accept that it was just some kid. Interrupting the argument, she launched a furious attack, and it was then that Karam took the form of a dagger, so she and the MC could counter with the same attack as their rival, and in a clash of blades, they ended up winning with ease. The MC, still asking if she was convinced, promised to show her true authority, activating the power of the unyielding mist, creating a massive orb of energy. Confidently, he dared her to try and stop that with her pathetic ring. Unleashing that energy, the Celestial had no time to react. watching as everything in its path was obliterated. And in that moment, she remembered when she chose to leave Mist bored of waiting for the successor. Before leaving, she asked Sarika if she would come after her. Sarika said no for now, though she warned that if she saw her become corrupted, she wouldn't hesitate to purify her and take back what she had stolen. Vince remained in disbelief, but Sarika told her not to worry, since only she knew the truth. And that was the last time he saw her, and so she left a powerful hidden organization to form her own, where she could be recognized, and it had made her think she had made it far, until she ended up like this, with half her body gone, falling to the ground. And the MC stepped up to finish the job, so she asked him to tell Karika that she was right, begging him to make it quick. Then the MC, remembering how it ended the first time, decided to finish her off. And in this way, he returned to the hotel with Lisa, who still didn't understand why he was keeping her alive after she had attacked him. And just at that moment, from inside the hotel, Lois and her men came out looking worried about her especially. The little girl who almost cried seeing her wounds, hugging her tightly and promising not to let her out of her sight, considering her the kindest person she had ever met. And she happily promised they would be together. Seeing that Lisa had found her purpose, he asked her to take over managing the place now that the managers were gone, hoping she could prevent Lois from growing up to be like her, and Gunter and Lisa accepted. The MC says goodbye to Lois, telling her to take care of herself. As they walked away without looking back, Lisa asked him if he would return, and though his answer was vague, she told him that he must, which brought a smile to Sean, who hoped that next time he wouldn't find such a fiery scene back at Miss Erica's. She receives Lindsay's dagger, seeing that he had fulfilled his mission and knowing for certain that Sean would have questions. He was uncertain about relationships, about the conversation she had with Lindsay, and if she was part of the organization, and Erica replied that they had both trained together until she left the organization to share her ideals by stealing the ring from the guild masters. And the MC showed her the ring, but Charika didn't need it anymore because she was more powerful now, which confused the guy, since he thought that was the whole point of the mission, and Kyram appeared assuming it had all been actually out of pure resentment, though. Charika clarified she was just keeping her promise. Besides, the ring corrupted those who possessed it. He took that as a test, which put Sarika on the spot. He figured if the ring corrupted, she'd seek to purify it, and he also thought maybe she didn't like him as a successor, even though Sarika just wanted to see if they had a future disaster, or a hero who was considered normal on their hands, from the choice of Kyram, who got pissed, but the MC admitted that he understood her good intentions. For his part, in the dean's office, the dean watched with concern the growing anxiety of the students after Nella's disappearance, hoping the recently appointed professor could handle the situation. And that professor was Boris, who assured him he'd know how to control the students. And, before leaving, an awkward woman appeared in front of him, observing him and sensing how he presented himself, giving off a terrifying and dark aura, which she identified as the smell of blood. And the dean told her he was someone sent from the capital whom he tasked her to watch over. She saw him as someone strong and polite, but who gave off a very strange mana, a strong smell of blood that she couldn't forget. Meanwhile, Aaron and Lexi's arrival was very strange because there was an almost absurd deployment of guards, which Aaron noticed immediately, and she thought it was a bit overkill. But as soon as they crossed the security line, Aaron ran into a familiar face. It was Luanov, whose face lit up with joy at the sight of her, and the three of them kept walking together. After catching up, Aaron, feeling a bit embarrassed, apologized to Luanov for ending up locked away. But Luanov didn't make a big deal out of it. Instead, Lexi was totally starstruck by how cute she thought she was. However, the peace didn't last long, and immediately, Boris appeared greeting Princess Aaron with excessive politeness and introduced himself as her new instructor, asking to speak with her alone for a moment. Luanov watched him with clear suspicion, but he politely insisted on seeing Her Majesty's mana sphere. She quickly agreed and showed it to him, although Luanov didn't trust him, and Boris was just about to inject something into the mana when a hand grabbed Aaron's with extreme force, Aaron making the sphere vanish. Everyone was left confused to see Kian, who with a furious look didn't understand why Boris was even there. And now we return to Kian's past life, before the Foundation, during the Demon King's raid war. A mage was trying to stop the monster's advance with his protection. However, the shield ended up shattered with a single blow, and everyone struggled to stay on their feet, when out of nowhere a guy appeared and started hacking the monsters to pieces. It was Kian, who took care of the beasts, earning the admiration of every member of his army. He ordered them to fall back while he dealt with a giant spider that was about to fire, a colossal beam that would have wiped everything out, but Kian remained calm. He looked disappointed that a special rank monster was so slow, using a void sphere to shred it. Later, a man arrived clapping. It was Boris, who congratulated Kian on his great work, understanding why he valued him so much, and although the MC looked confused seeing him there, the guy explained that they had come to help his troops, though he apparently arrived late, and if Tian already told him the soldiers were about to die. In that war, endless since they used Bert's forces for Prince Lewin's coronation, and now taking advantage of that moment the monsters had decided to invade. Considering it was all due to the prince's ambition, thinking that if it weren't for Axel, he never would have followed him. And Boris admitted it was risky to say, but he agreed, since although he was chosen by the Emperor, his talent was more aligned with Axel. The MC didn't understand what talent he meant, so the mage showed him by gathering the mana from the area that the MC had dispersed and reshaped it into a magic sphere to store it, leaving him in awe of his unique mana, and he remembered that moment as perhaps the point when he started following him. That's why back then, to everyone's surprise, he wasn't willing to make the same mistake, aware that it was a terrible idea to give the mana to that guy. Lexi and Aaron were clearly more interested in how they ended up holding hands, but Boris thought he was misunderstood, claiming he only wanted to see the princess's current level. However, Tian didn't buy that story, and Boris, noticing the tension had risen, apologized for having pressured them, and Kian bluntly asked him to leave, before things got even more awkward. Meantime, the princess smiled, shyly with her cheeks hidden. Lexi was teasing her, and Luinoff couldn't hide her jealousy. Boris, not knowing quite how to handle all that hostility, opted to withdraw for now, and Luinoff watched him leave, beginning to suspect him. And on the other hand, Lexi turned towards Xian and asked him to let go of the princess. He apologized right away, even though it wasn't necessary. She wasn't mad at all, quite the opposite. She was happy that he was the one holding her, until she realized what she had just said. Embarrassment completely overwhelmed her, so she grabbed Lexi by the arm and bolted, taking off like a bat out of hell. Those left behind were Luinoff and Xian. She noticed immediately that he was suspicious of something, but before she could say another word, he told her in a serious tone not to investigate or go near Boris. Of course, this only made the girl even more curious. Meanwhile, back at the base, Xian decided to lighten the mood a bit by using the ring to create a small candy waterfall for Nana, who was soon playing with it happily. Then he praised the rest of the group for their great work. Emily, for her part, didn't miss the chance to complain that Brian wouldn't let her near the kitchen, to which Xian replied that he'd need her for training. However, when they reached the training grounds, the guard couldn't help but stand there, jaw dropped, seeing Lexi training with total ease, wielding a claymore almost as big as she was, as if it were a simple twig. Meanwhile, the hyped MC could only see the girl who would become the continent's best sword, taking advantage of the moment he approached, and sincerely complimented her on how much she'd improved, clearly intending to test her new level. Grabbing the wooden sword without a second thought, Lexi, a bit flustered, asked him to give her a second to switch to a training sword, but Shin didn't give her that luxury and was already launching the first attack. She barely managed to block the massive impact, completely stunned by how powerful it was, and without missing a beat, he parried her with a move and went back on the counterattack, warning her with a smile that he had no intention of holding back, starting a clash of swords in which Xian just focused on blocking, waiting for a clearer killing intent. She could barely understand how none of her strikes could touch him. She tried to attack harder, lunging violently, until in a quick move the MC closed the gap and ended it all with a light tap from his sword hilt to her nose, leaving her disarmed on the ground. He reminded her that if she let her emotions take over, she would be much more vulnerable, and though she just looked bummed about being beaten, he cheered her up by saying that if she kept improving, no one could best her in a sword fight. That finally made her smile. Even so, the MC noticed that it wouldn't be helpful to train too much for now, so he left her with Brian to train for a bit, and Lexi went to get ready while the guard wondered what the MC would do next. Without a word, he left, leaving the shy Brian hoping for a good training session, though Lexi planned to go hard, which terrified the guard a little. Meanwhile, the MC walked on, remembering an old hunch that was confirmed when he saw Luinoff watching a certain spot, which he noticed was right at Boris's laboratory. So he asked if she planned on going in, startling her when she realized he'd noticed, as she claimed she was just observing him. Annoyed, he asked why she wanted to enter. She replied that it was out of curiosity, since she'd never heard of him in Garum, despite him being an 8th Circle mage, but to Xian, she was just looking for trouble, especially when she asked for help to get in. She played on his hatred for Boris, and seeing it would be a problem for both of them, he ended up agreeing. So they entered the building, waiting until Xian didn't sense any presence before moving. Then, Luinoff easily opened the door with a spell, and upon entering they saw a massive amount of books. She thought they were facing a scholar, but Xian, looking down on him, he insisted that he only collected them. That was when a sensation distracted him. Karam, for some reason, wanted to go to the roof, leaving him confused. Meanwhile, Luna thought she had found something, a very ancient book that the MC reacted to just like Boris's armor. At that same moment on the roof, Karam demanded that someone come out and then appeared, Jir, a sort of angel who was stunned, to see the sword after having been asleep for 3 centuries. She asked how the world was treating her, to which Karam responded with a certain indifference, saying everything was fine, at least until she saw her again. Girl let out a laugh, remembering her usual bad attitude, which obviously made the demonic girl want to pounce on her, but Jir raised a hand to stop her. She wasn't there to fight, she just wanted to talk. Meanwhile, downstairs, the others were still going through the book they'd found, and Luna, with her eyes sparkling with excitement, called it a historical masterpiece. But it wasn't just any ordinary text. It had some kind of hidden code that would surely take her time to decipher. There was the symbol in it that caught Shin's attention, strange, incomplete, and clearly related to the mist. That was when Shin, with a serious expression, slammed the book shut and asked Lunath to destroy it immediately. He knew perfectly well what it was. That book was behind the blood banquet, and likely many other catastrophes. But Boris walked in asserting that he couldn't allow that. Taking advantage of the MC's slip-up, he used his magic to reclaim the book, stating it was an honor to speak with Xian alone. The MC was annoyed at being spied on and asked for some privacy. Then, with a single move, Boris sent Lunath through the window. The MC, worried, was reassured by Boris, who claimed that, as rough as it sounded, the hit only, he had sent her back to her bedroom so they could talk privately. The MC understood that the situation was messy, not just because he couldn't take him out yet, but because Here's presence there meant huge trouble, even more so without Karam. Karam, meanwhile, listened in annoyance as her rival insisted that the man she had chosen was God's chosen one, claiming that the demonic sword was on the losing side, but Karam didn't care. She had no intention of betraying her owner for Lumendel. However, Here wasn't looking for that. Instead, she wanted him to finish. He was her owner, and she believed good and evil, light and darkness, creation and destruction. All those concepts have always been irreconcilable, opposites. And in that world, those conflicts usually end the same way, with light coming out on top. Yet 300 years had passed since the Great Divine War, and humans had gradually been losing respect for their gods. Faced with that reality, the gods themselves reached a questionable conclusion. They needed darkness so that heroes could shine. Honestly, that seemed ridiculously simple to her. It was obvious they wanted her owner to lose control just so they could show up, stop him, and look like the great saviors. Jir, for her part, seemed pleased that she at least got it, though not so much when Karam, without thinking twice, swiped at her, nearly taking her face off. Surprised, the angel could hardly believe a demonic sword would refuse to possess its wielder. But Karam had no interest in being part of their absurd plans. Annoyed, Ger muttered that reasoning with her was even harder than with Aros. Without another word, she turned and left, leaving Karam irritated and wanting to hit something. Meanwhile, downstairs, Boris was serving tea. High-quality tea to the MC, who didn't get why he was so interested in him. Boris claimed it was normal for an instructor, even if it didn't seem to make sense for someone who didn't even show up to class, and claimed there was little left to learn, though he doubted his father and the dean would agree. But the MC wanted him to get straight to the point, so Boris asked if he had known him before. Assuming so after seeing the death stare he gave him at their first meeting. Xian denied it, but was surprised he hadn't known someone as powerful as him before. However, Boris said he preferred quiet places, and came from somewhere so far away that likely nobody knew him. The MC figured he was lying, since even in his past life he never revealed his true nature. Tired, he asked if he had more questions. Boris preferred to leave it at that. Later on, Boris was talking out loud while putting away his book, reflecting on how cold and calculating Shin was, which made him realize why he had felt so threatened. The savior blessed by Lumendel, Axel, who ironically had as a brother someone wielding the demonic blade. Jir stated that destiny is just like that sometimes, especially when Karam was involved, and thought that maybe the darkness would make Axel shine like the mist covering the sun in the prophecy, feeling that the savior's time was near. Meanwhile, Karam arrived at the realm of mist to confront Eros about his encounter with Gr. Since the god didn't seem to want to act, despite the fact they had banished him themselves, Eros claimed it wasn't like he could sink any lower than he already was. An annoyed Karam couldn't understand why he did nothing when they planned on using both her and Xian. So the Shadow God granted her something. If she truly desired to protect Cian, she would have full authority over the mist, though in the end she couldn't act directly. Then, Karam asked him why. And what happened with Lumendel Eros simply replied that it was a sacrifice for the greater good, which to the girl were just pathetic excuses, and she left in a huff, calling him coward, which ended up hurting his feelings. Meanwhile, at the feet of the statue of Lumendel, a priestess was reciting an oath in his name to invest a Knight of the Light, Alice, who swore to carry out the god's will. However, deep down, she doubted that this was the right path, seeing how the Knights of Light kept recruiting the most talented people to send them to the front lines, while in events like the Blood Banquet, the Imperial forces were easily wiped out. She doubted that this was the right way to go, questioning what she should really be protecting. And just then, she ran into Cecilia, whom she greeted like a best friend, until she remembered she was her superior, switching to an excessively respectful tone. Later, she told her about her doubts, but Cecilia assured her she hadn't chosen the wrong path. The way to prove it would be by joining her on her first mission, sent directly by Duke Bert, hoping she would answer the call. Meanwhile, Brian was also gearing up to head out, though he had no idea where he was even going. This worried Nana, as she feared not seeing him for a long time, but Cian appeared to reassure her, assuring her it wouldn't be that long, especially if he used the portal that he opened with his new ring. He was clear on his mission because that very day was the day his sister would die. Already on the battlefield, the leader of the Knights of Light ordered all his troops to halt. They arrived at a camp where Commander Yukel thanked Lady Alice for joining them. However, she asked him to drop the formalities, hoping not to be praised so much for being just a rookie. A rookie, but the leader was still certain she'd do a great job on the mission and would make the Duke proud. The Duke, who was already waiting, introduced himself, formally staying as cold as ever. He explained that her mission would be to protect the third and fourth princes, as well as the kingdom's second princess, and he hoped she'd do well. Right at that moment, they arrived, led by Paiban, Ivan Severus, the third prince, followed by Naborian, Severus, the fourth prince, who was already complaining about the place's stench. The second princess was there too, Violet Severus, who praised the Berts for always being on the front lines. Duke William and all his troops paid them respects, but Naborian wanted to leave ASAP, while Paiban seemed more worried about running into beasts. William tried to calm them down, assuring them that the worst they'd find would be small fry. Plus, they had the best warrior the family had ever produced. And right on cue, Axel appeared, immediately receiving his father's absolute confidence. A more demanding Paiban made it clear he expected them to protect them with their worthless lives. In contrast, Violet was much more polite, stating it was an honor to have his service. However, she couldn't help but ask why Lewin hadn't come with him, since they're inseparable. Axel explained he had other business to attend to, but he'd personally seen to her protection. His words put Violet at ease, though her expression suggested otherwise. As they headed to the front, Alice walked beside her brother, feeling like something didn't add up. She found it weird he'd separate from Lewin, just to babysit other princes, and she truly hoped it was just a coincidence. Then, Axel congratulated her on joining the Knights as the best in her class, though her gaze didn't exactly radiate pride. That made her recall her past, back when she was 9 years old, and her sister gave her a level 4 magic scroll, expecting her to work hard until she could use it. When she finally succeeded and tried to use it, she was just about to activate it, until Cecilia stopped her just in time. It turned out to be an advanced beast summoning scroll. Had she activated it, she would have died. And ever since then, even now in the present, Alice can't help but doubt the true intentions of her brother. In the carriage, the princes were also starting to get suspicious. They didn't understand why. Lewin had assigned his best man to protect them. And Violet, visibly nervous, was blunt with them. Knowing her brother, they'd better be ready for the worst if they wanted to survive. Just as things were getting tense, the carriage slammed on its brakes. Stepping out, Alice rushed forward to warn them. "We need to evacuate right now." They were facing an Antaraka Supreme-level beast. Panic gripped the scene. The monster's power was crushing, and with every blow, it tossed soldiers like ragdolls. Alice, desperate, tried to get them organized for evacuation when the dragon's tail slammed down on them. If it hadn't been for Alice's shield, they would have been flattened. She didn't get why such a powerful creature had appeared there. The fourth prince took off like a maniac. Paiban tried to stop him, and Violet was left frozen on the ground, watching as Axel approached with a look that didn't inspire any trust. He was the one who promised to protect her, but both she and Alice noticed something about that gaze that was off. Thankfully, At the very last moment, Cecilia arrived as backup. Her wind arrows sliced through the air with precision and forced the beast to back off, even if it was just for a second. It was the breather they needed. Without wasting a beat, Alice grabbed the princess and bolted as fast as she could. Despite everything, and even though doubts remained, she couldn't help glancing back. Her brother was still standing there facing the dragon. A part of her still cared about him, and as she watched the final blow about to land, at the very last instant, the attack bounced off an extreme, miraculous barrier of light, bright towering and protecting him. Alice couldn't believe her eyes. Her brother wasn't just unscathed. With a single move, he managed to push back the creature attacking them. That gave the troops time to regroup and set up a counterattack. But he didn't seem impressed by any of it. He just looked annoyed because his real target had slipped away. Meanwhile, Yolkin was barking orders to his men to shield the princes, and the dragon above was about to unleash a fire breath, with Axel seeing it as a nuisance and left with no choice, just as a massive energy sphere was about to hit his troops. He leaped toward it like a meteor, unleashing a colossal trail of light that stopped the explosion, earning the awe of his soldiers. From a distance, Alice watched the battle while escorting the princess. But suddenly, the princess collapsed to her knees, defeated, and Alice rushed to help her. But when she got close, she was met with a look that made her freeze. The princess stared at her with deranged eyes and a twisted smile, telling her she wouldn't go down that easily. And before Alice could react, she was pierced by a dagger, the one belonging to her friend, her ally and mentor. The dagger was yanked out with force, causing Alice to slump to the ground bleeding. In total shock, Violet gloated with cruelty, proud to have wounded Alice's sister, and confessed that she already suspected her since she didn't show up. Lewin said the plan was to eliminate him. Alice, barely having the strength, denied it, trying to explain, but Violet wouldn't let her speak. She knew the Verde family's ambitions all too well, while Cecilia avoided her gaze the entire time. Without another word, the princess unleashed a summoning scroll and with a mocking tone told Alice to pray maybe. Lumendale would come save her, while Alice struggled to stay conscious, trying to stop the bleeding. With trembling hands, she couldn't help but wonder what had happened. What could possibly be the reason behind her friend's betrayal? She refused to accept it, weeping as she felt completely alone. And so a massive swarm of beasts surrounded her. Alice was totally cornered. Struggling to regain her composure, she drove her sword into the ground and forced herself to stand up. She knew exactly what she had to do, survive at least long enough to understand why Cecilia had betrayed her. With this determination, she called upon the origin of life, using her own blood, to summon forming spears that fired mercilessly at the beasts. Meanwhile, Violet was teleporting back to her hideout, complaining about the stinking place they'd been in. Cecilia felt a heavy weight of guilt, but she suppressed it. Even when her boss asked why, since the order was to take her out, she ended up leaving Alice alive. She made the excuse that she'd soon die at the hands of the local beasts anyway, which were exactly the ones Alice managed to defeat, until they were all gone and she could finally rest. Though she wondered what the knights would say, fearing they wouldn't believe that Violette tried to take her out. She tried to forget it and hurry up. However, from the ground emerged massive, high-level salamanders right in front of her. With no escape, Alice looked for a way out, any way to survive, but fear left her paralyzed. The beasts were about to blast her with their fire breath, and unable to react, she could only close her eyes and wait for the worst. At that very moment, a dagger sliced through the air, and then he appeared out of nowhere, shrouded in mist, cutting down the creature in a whirlwind of attacks. Alice could barely process what was happening. She didn't even notice that the body of the salamander was falling on her until Brian arrived just in time. He scooped her up and jumped away, narrowly dodging the burning slime that was still dripping from the monster. She recognized him instantly, so now she was certain that the one who had saved her was her brother. But there was no time for questions, as the other, enraged salamanders, unleashed a river of lava that leveled everything in its path. Brian grabbed her and ran without a second thought, trying to escape, barely managing to hide behind a rock. Between the heat and the lava that was closing in more and more, they were about to be overtaken until a shield activated, saving them at the last second. Chiron appeared right then, clearly annoyed at having to stop the salamander puke. Brian, however, seemed how genuinely happy he was to see her. She wasn't interested in the meeting, she just wanted Shin to finish up quickly, and Alice, still in tears, realized her suspicions were spot on. Meanwhile, Cian glided through the salamanders using the technique. Smoke from the heights revealed his next move. Black hole. The creatures targeted him, but he countered using division. the hole collapsed in on itself and launched directly at the monsters, sucking them in completely, into massive orbs of darkness that he had created himself. With everything over, Alice and Brianna moved forward, through the chaos of bodies and lava left behind where they saw the masked man in the center. Alice approached, now that she was certain who was hiding behind it. It was her brother, who was glad he'd arrived late. Later on, Brian healed Alice's wounds while she still felt terrible for not realizing that her friend was a spy for the princess, though Cian told her not to blame herself, saying the only ones responsible for that were those two and also Axel. She stood up quickly, asking what Axel had to do with any of it, especially since the reason she went there was at her father's request. However, Cian made it clear that it was surely just one of Axel's whims, trying to comfort her, as he saw her confused, not understanding why her brother would do something like that. So, Cian revealed it was simply to inherit the family lineage, which infuriated Alice, seeing how far he'd go for it. However, she collapsed from her wounds with her brother worried, and she just wanted to know if he had also noticed that strange evil in her brother that no one else seemed to perceive, even when she saw the previous battle, where a strange presence of light protected him. Yes, he remembered it all too well, a power that shielded him when he aimed directly at a power that even he himself didn't know he had, but was able to repel the cursed sword. So there could only be one possible answer, even though Alice begged him to stop wasting time and tell her father everything they knew, thinking that with both of them they might be believed if he asked her not to say a word or they'd end up becoming enemies of the entire Order of Light. And he recalled how in his past life Axel was praised, respected and loved as if he were some kind of guide who would lead them to the light. Everyone followed him and loved him, even he did, though he didn't notice it at the time. But now he understood that if someone was that beloved, it was also normal for them to have detractors. However, not even his ambitious father Lewin nor the truth seeker Boris doubted him for a second, not even the man who, until his very last breath, never questioned why he trusted him. So the answer was clear. H had received the divine gift from the supreme god Lumendel, becoming the supposed savior of that world, and while in the heat of battle the knights were still busy protecting those annoying princes, it was H who ended up dealing with the monsters. Taking on his role as savior, he told everyone to stand back and activated his shield of justice to face them. The beasts responded by firing a powerful dark beam that paralyzed everyone, except for him. Calmly, the blonde activated his titanic defense, generating a massive shield that completely deflected the blast. When the attack ended, H didn't waste any time and with a single move, sliced the creature in two, earning everyone's admiration. Even the princes, without a doubt. They'd speak well of him, yet his face showed total annoyance. Until just like that, he put back on that same charismatic smile that everyone loved so much. Going back to Alice, she was still in disbelief that someone like that could have been chosen by the gods. Cian wasn't surprised since the gods only needed a savior. That left his sister even more confused, as she couldn't understand how the person she followed her whole life could act this way. Nor did she understand how her brother knew all of this, but Cian couldn't reveal the truth to avoid making things worse. Luckily, she trusted him for the time being, accepting the situation, but asking him to tell her one day so she could help him. Cian felt happy upon hearing her, though when she turned to thank Brian, he ended up being very pleased until he noticed the murderous glare from his boss, who asked Alice what she would do now. She was certain about it. She had to confront Cecilia to understand her betrayal so the protagonist would help find her, knowing they couldn't have gone very far. At Violet's safe house, precisely she felt someone approaching, while the princess confidently thought no one could find that place, until a blue flash shot through the window, nearly taking the princess's head off. Terrified, she saw a sword by her side glowing with power, which Cecilia recognized as Alice's. For his part, Axel scoured the area, finding traces of transportation, parchment, which led him to assume they weren't far, though the men doubted the princess was still alive. He assured them he would find her. In this way, he left his men with the other two princes and followed the trail of destruction the battle had left behind. Meanwhile, at the hideout, Cecilia rushed out after the attacker, and upon catching up, she was disappointed to see he was nothing but a kid. Even so, she figured his master couldn't be far and decided to catch him by activating a speed skill, moving like the wind with clear murderous intent. But when she threw her first slash, he dodged it with ease, standing face to face with the masked boy whom she interrogated, hoping to find out who sent him and anxious to know if Alice was okay. But he didn't say a word, so Cecilia decided to beat the truth out of him, using her acceleration technique, starting to move like a lightning bolt bouncing in hundreds of directions at once, causing small cuts while he stayed motionless in the center. The woman was confident, knowing no one could track her movements, when she entered that mode, deciding to end it all, with a thrust that ended up hitting nothing with her rival right on top of her, without even moving, which infuriated her since she felt underestimated, accelerating once more, preparing a storm slash and unleashing a colossal wind beam that destroyed everything in its path. Sure, she had finished him off, but she was stunned to see the MC still standing, absorbing all of her power into a vacuum sphere with which he activated mortal, splitting the sphere and everything else, wiping out the cavalry and everything else in that canyon, and Cecilia fell to the ground, defeated and humiliated. But she still smiled, and standing there before her was what could only be described as a silent angel of death, whom she asked one last thing, to know if Alice was still alive. She wanted at least that before she died. Kian broke his silence, puzzled by the expression of relief on her face when he expected to see fear. But for Cecilia, that seemed like a fair way to die, though it wasn't her end yet, as Alice appeared, which relieved her, even though she didn't come with the intent to comfort her, but to demand an answer. She wanted to know why she had betrayed her. Cecilia broke down in tears, seeing her alive, but Alice wasn't interested in tears. She only wanted the truth. And so Cecilia spoke. She told how her hometown had been wiped out by beasts years ago, leaving only ruins and ash behind, and from that hellish scene she was the only one who survived being rescued by the Imperial Knights who had managed to defeat the beasts. Apparently they were following the orders of a very young Violet who ended up taking her in, basically owing her life to her. And that was how her time to be useful came, when she was sent to the house of Vert as a spy, where she ended up growing fond of Alice, which now in hindsight felt like a mistake. Because of that, she was now suffering for having received Violet's order to get rid of Alice upon feeling threatened, though she claimed she never wanted to hurt her. The princess grew up being very wary of the Verts, and seeing the closeness between Axel and Lewin, she thought everyone was following him, and in a desperate situation, her cowardice made her act that way. She regretted doing it, knowing full well that Alice would never act like that, and that she always trusted her until the end. However, those words annoyed Kian, who revealed his identity and made it clear there would be no forgiveness for what she did. Though Alice begged him to talk it out, he threateningly told Cecilia that this wouldn't end well. She accepted it. While Alice tried to stop him, he held her back, asking her to trust Kian, who swung his sword in a slash that drew blood, along with Alice's terrified gaze. Meanwhile, at Violet's hideout, something suddenly shattered the window, leaving her completely desperate, and her warrior hadn't returned. She was alone and couldn't understand how anyone had managed to find that place. Upon hearing that people had come to escort her, it was as if she wanted to kill her. What kind of lack of respect was that entering the property like that? Anjali believes he planned to kill them all, Prince Pivan Navori and the princess too. Everyone was supposed to die at the hands of the supreme-level magic beasts. She denied it. Did he really think they would believe that version? She reached for something behind her back, but they stopped her, dead in her tracks. She had to stay still. The matter wasn't over yet. The princess thinks he's insolent. Did he really intend to go through with that plan? And he doesn't know it, but he held Alice's sword, asking about her sister. But she had eliminated her because she could conspire against them. Besides, now that she thought about it, it had been a good decision. Now she could include her sister in her revenge. But they denied it. Right now she wanted to change that plan, believing that even in those situations, she continued to surprise him. Anyone who raised even the slightest suspicion had to be eliminated. She didn't understand it. Did she not care about her own sister at all? What on earth did she want? He knew that the mission was ruined from the start. He would inform the princess of his failure. That was a proposal that seemed like joining her plan. She asks him if by any chance he wasn't someone her brother Luiniel trusted. He denied it. He only wanted a business relationship. Believe it or not, Prince Luiniel was also part of his plan. He didn't care who got the empire. He only wanted the eradication of evil. All the bad things in this world, those he would root it out. But hearing this, if he wasn't being too ambitious, he didn't know. But it seemed like something had appeared, feeling a chill run down her spine. It was strange magic. She could feel his bloodlust. It was magic she had never experienced before. And Alberta the explosion. Violet asks what the hell. That was while Axel only sees a flash, managing to defend himself just in time, demanding to know who the hell he is. He states he's the one they sought and also their end, activating the wind-scattered pacifier, having a clash where they bounced all over the place, deciding to use the skill Exi to keep her safe. She was just crying because her hideout was being blown up from every side, and she asked Axel if he was okay. She felt it, but it still wouldn't stop as a massive sphere of power was heading straight for him. counterattacking with step-light fury, managing to split it in two, creating a massive shockwave. But cursing that, this man could also use spatial magic. Clashing weapons again, but this time Kian was the one struggling, managing to repel the MC, telling Violet that he didn't seem like an ordinary opponent. However, he'd still win if... He asks her what was wrong. She complained about a pain. It felt like her body was being torn apart. That was the power of authority. It was problematic. He asks why he stopped. Didn't he say this was the end, Kian? Felt his desire to kill him was so overwhelming it almost made him puke. But now that he had confirmed the power of authority, he had to retreat, activating his ring. She demanded to know what he had done to Cecilia. Hearing he purified her, she didn't get it. Axel assumes he killed her, so that was his goal. Who sent him? If he said they were those who didn't forgive didn't follow anyone's will. It had been a purification according to the natural order. Vanishing. He cursed. It was another headache. Had they been interfering this whole time? Then Chiron complained about her headache. She had never felt a pain like that. Realizing the power gap, but they calmed her down. They still had the divine relic, the Duran crystal. It was just a theory, but if they used it, there was a chance for victory. She denied it. He couldn't use it, he might die. She wouldn't let him. He sounded just like Alice, he knew it. It could be dangerous, but it was their only option. Besides, now there were people he had to protect. He wouldn't make the same mistakes as in his past life. If he could only beat him by surpassing his limits, he wouldn't hesitate for a second. Then they asked her to accept that. That was a symbol of Mariana. Not just anyone could enter the spirit zone. But with that, she really had to be careful. Crying, she thanked him and asked for forgiveness. But that wasn't necessary. He had already forgiven her, but she must never show her face again. And so Chiron left. They asked if it was okay. Letting her go was a loose end, but Kian said she was a woman he had already killed in his past life, and thinking back, it hadn't been necessary. She was completely consumed by guilt. In this life, he had only taken a weight off her shoulders. One day, she would repay that debt, and she remembered the moment when Cian was about to take her life, but he changed his mind, speaking as if he already knew the future, but she would trust his words. When the time came, she would right her wrongs, and the life she owed, she would give it up without hesitation while Arm didn't know if he was okay. He was actually becoming a good person, or maybe he had some kind of illness. But they were interrupted thinking he had returned. Alice felt it, and she knew it was late, but she thanked him for saving her. But deep down, she still doubted if she could live with her, and she thought she had a close relationship with Kian. Upon hearing that he was a master and she was his servant, that her body belonged to him, she was left very confused. Later at the academy, the principal read a letter, confirming that he had found the answer. What was he looking for? He had decided to leave the Order of the Knights of Light. They had lost their way. And regarding the preservation of his family, he was enjoying himself and his father allowed it. He would go visit him very soon, and there was a matter he wanted to talk to him about. It was about his older brother, but they would discuss it in private. For the time being, he entrusted the care to Kian. He believed neither she nor her family were in a good position. But even so, he worried about his brother. That's why he'd make the effort and ask forgiveness for making him wait, asking if he was adapting well. Seeing that he clarified that he had called him to hand something over. So when she was about to mention that she had worked under the orders of his grandson Prince Lunel, he denied it. He wasn't hiding anything. It just wasn't relevant to his work. He agreed, but then he had to give him his purpose. That person was there. He was looking for someone, and he thinks he found her, but they denied it. He should leave it alone. If he believed that, he had to stop. Alert to the power, he understood. He would keep that in mind. Later in the forest, he was surprised by that reaction. He cared more than he thought about Naciana. It was truly very interesting. Sending a letter, someone asked him what he'll do now. If more humans meddled, they could become a problem. Karen had to be careful. Unlike a spiritual being like him, she is an entity with the physical body. He was calming him down because otherwise he would simply destroy everything around him. He would take care of everything. And so he thanked Sarika for answering his call since he had something to ask her about the student Sion. He spent most of his time in the dorm and almost never attended classes, but his skill was incredible. At first he was very interested in him, however. Now he was more interested. That's why he wanted to know about the people around her, calling her by her real name, believing that her true colors were very difficult to uncover. Sarika invoked her power immediately. But the dark beast was already beneath her. The hellhound had already swallowed her, but she received hundreds of slashes, managing to break free, activating the power of the god of the mist and also her mist domain. He didn't expect that at all, so that was how she managed to block magic from the outside. Sarika doesn't know how he figured out her identity, but that just meant he had a death wish. And if he wanted it that badly, she would help him out, feeling he was overconfident. But how long would that last? Masked figures appeared everywhere. believing they would start the purification, and Boris accepted the challenge. Then they were surprised because Cian had arrived with a slightly better Brian. He just asked for a little food while Shin thought she had become so big that it was hard to hug her. She said she was getting along great with Sarika, just like her father told her. If he assumes she had endured that woman's training well, since he had asked her for help with the recent Shin. They couldn't let that happen again, and Sarika was the best for that, complimenting her on her massive commitment, and she told him that she recently went out. Chiron told him it was because of that guy, Boris, since he had said he had to purify him. Cian asked him why he didn't stop her. Didn't he know what he was up against? She felt the holy aura, yes. He believed that thing was already there. Then why? He wasn't going to tell her. He didn't have any time to rest. He had to leave. The dangerous part was his. Bloodline asking Brian to take care, and what the hell? He was eating, believing that he was holding out. He had improved a bit. He had to take Nana and Emily to Bernu. He apologized, but things were about to get dangerous. When everything was over, he would go find them. He entrusted them to him while, in the domain, every single person was defeated. Sarika thought that the more she saw him, the more disgusting he seemed. It was clear he was the one behind the blood banquet, but they were much stronger. He smiled. Was she tired already? This was only the beginning. There was still the main course and dessert, releasing his zombies while Sarika tried to counter with Mist Storm. Then she used 8 formless petals followed by killing wave. However, Boris soared up, launching hundreds of swords that Sarika could only dodge, not even giving her a moment to breathe. Furthermore, those puppets were endless. She managed to dodge them, but they didn't stop, and they were reading her moves more and more. At that instant, their heads glowed. They were kamikazes, exploding right next to Sarika. She cursed, realizing these weren't ordinary puppets. Explosions filled the area around her. Boris believed this was her end. She had lasted longer than he expected, activating his warhammer, saying it was a pity. Sarika understood. He was talking about the puppets. It seemed like he could drain the opponent's magic, and that grimoire was the source of power. It was clearly a divine weapon. He praised her for her deduction, but what did she plan to do about it? Summoning even more zombies, since he had as many puppets as he wanted. She should just give up. She refused. Giving up was never her style. Secret technique. Familiar summoning demon of greed. He couldn't believe it was possible. That woman's magic energy had completely vanished, while the zombies just attacked mindlessly and were wiped out with one colossal attack, but they crawled up her arms. However, she activated spikes that shredded them to pieces. He thought that converting her own energy into a familiar was an amazing talent, but at that moment, he was just an empty shell. It was a pitiful fate. But in a split second, she appeared behind him, mocking him for talking as if he'd already won, managing to block her by just a hair. How the hell could she move without magic? While Erica just attacked and attacked, gradually breaking his guard. It was checkmate, landing a hit and then leaping at him, grabbing his face, slamming him into the ground. Without giving him time to recite any spells yet, he had some passive defense. Without a spell, managing to break free from that. Relentless attack, summoning his spear of judgment, but Sarika still wouldn't quit charging forward without a hint of fear. Deep down, once again breaking through his defense, shattering the ground with his body, while his Bible told him that was enough for today. While Erica didn't understand how that weapon had blocked the attack. She realized they didn't have enough intel on that woman. She was stronger than expected. In her current state, no, it wouldn't be easy to face her, and Sarika noticed her own blood, realizing she truly belonged to the tribe. Black blood. They were supposed to be extinct. Besides, the bodies also shared many similarities. It was clear that he had been the one behind all that massacre. He figures he's been found out. Now it was going to be hard for him to work there. It was a damn shame. While she just kept attacking, saying her goodbyes and asking to see him again next time. Catching him off guard, he had forgotten that she had that damn thing on her side. His puppets had lost while Eric cursed the grimoire. If it weren't for that thing, he would have had a chance by now. But something was messing with his space. Was it just another enemy? But this was the MC who was charging in like a bolt of lightning, surprising Boris. What the hell was he doing there? And he managed to shatter the barrier. Chiron thought it was pathetic. She didn't get it. How had he found her out? And why was he there? She figures it's because he reeked. Hypocrite, he was so gross. But she had clearly warned him that he had picked the wrong side, releasing her seal. That was the power of the supreme god, Azafran. Meanwhile, in the domain, Cian and Sarika were in deep trouble. It was an insane power. Even Sarika couldn't take it, screaming at the MC to get out of there while she couldn't believe he was resisting the power of the supreme god. What kind of strength did that kid have? He shouldn't be able to hold out, just with the cursed sword. Meanwhile, Cian cursed. He was hiding a danger far greater than expected. Boris, seeing the situation, also wanted to help. With the wielder of the cursed sword right in front of him, he had to end him now. But they yelled at him to stop. They weren't strong enough for that, and at that moment Cian's massive power managed to break the seal, piercing through the grimoire, and Boris at the same time, who couldn't believe such a thing was even possible. That boy was dangerous. Remembering a quote, realizing that he would become a disaster for his lord, Axel, in the future. But now that Iskrea's seal had been activated, it had to be broken. Meanwhile, Erica was shocked by the immense amount of energy, and in that state, Cian couldn't handle it. He had to find a way to dissipate it. Meanwhile, Cian was just determined to keep pushing forward, proving his firm resolve. But Boris unleashed his hound from hell. However, at that very moment, Sarika used her secret technique Demon Union as a flash of energy lit up, the place causing a massive explosion. Thinking she had completely destroyed his mist. That was a divine power. Therefore, the purification had already failed. Hearing his complaints, she didn't get it. Was he really treating his savior like that? But that wasn't his job. Asking if Chiron was okay. She figures she'd sleep for a bit. Cian thinks she must have felt some pain just then. She had held on quite well. Next time, they wouldn't fail. Later, at a stop in the trade city, Alice couldn't believe it. He had actually shown up, and so, at a coffee shop, she felt like she hadn't left the academy in forever. She'd only come out because of the letter she'd sent. The situation seemed serious. And it wasn't just because he had left the order. He knew he would follow his own path. Rather, it was because of H and the Ronin. He knew something about him. Like what would happen if he inherited his family's legacy. She figures that with the Knights of Light at his side, he would become the leader of the Empire's strongest unit. He felt it too. And his grandson, Luniel, who was the closest to him, would also have the chance to lead together. Alice believes that was exactly what was weighing on him. What did he think? Recalling that one day his brother Cian asked him what he preferred, the Empire's prosperity or his family's honor. That kid was already looking toward the future, and he had been way too complacent about what was coming. He didn't know what he was expecting either, but she should probably stay out of the Empire for a while. Chaos might strike very soon. He'd do whatever was in his power to fix it, but he couldn't guarantee anything. He was talking about a coup d'etat since there were signs of an uprising for the throne. Later, on the streets of the trade city of Brenu, she asked her group what those weird fruits were. Plus, there were also some strange people around. Brian apologized. It was his first time in a place like this, telling her she shouldn't point at the areas as it wasn't good to draw attention. They had to listen to their master and head back soon. Amelia nodded, thinking they looked like a family, which made Brianna nervous as she walked, really fast, making the two of them pick up the pace, or so it seemed, because something caught her eye. Meanwhile, Alice at her house remembered the dean's words, wondering how Cian and he knew about her brother's plans. Just then they arrived, thinking it had been a long time since they'd last seen each other, mentioning that everyone had come because Cian couldn't be left alone, while Ali figured that kid was always surrounded by women. Cian said his master had something urgent to do, which is why the three of them were there. But there weren't three people anymore. As they realized the little girl was gone, they started blaming themselves, but Alice cut in, saying that person was important to Shin. They had to find her as soon as possible. Later, at some here in Verino, the newbie group thought that with this the preparations were ready to set sail, and they had to report to their boss quickly. Looking up, they wonder if that thing isn't the brat from earlier. She was very imposing, as if she weren't afraid of anything, asking for her mom and dad, but she was pointing at the ship, believing that a familiar scent was coming from there. They smirked. So it's familiar, huh? Even the money had come rolling in on its own, thinking they had a ton of tasty candy in the warehouse just for her. They think that based on her expression, she was as gullible as a 5-year-old, acting friendly toward her. They were even going to give her the candy for free. But she remembered the protagonist's words about how she shouldn't take candy from other people, especially strangers. Yet she thought it was perfectly fine, walking onto the ship like it was nothing, where they just kept encouraging her to go inside, recalling that Cian told her not to enter dark places or go with shady people. She went in head first anyway, and just like that, the men locked her up, thinking they were going to make a fortune off this kid. Today was their lucky day. Once inside, she wondered where the candy was, only to realize there were only other locked-up children. Asking herself, had they actually tricked her? Apologizing to her father, she used her sense of smell, believing that scent was the same one she had been picking up for a while. She walked, bit by bit to a place covered by a cloak, believing the person she smelled was him. This was a high-level magic beast, a red owl. As she reached out her hand, it felt threatened, but it was instantly brought under control, asking how it had ended up there and if it wanted her to free it. No sooner said than done. Nana bent the bars without any trouble. Then she heard cries for help asking if she could do the same for them, and she just smiled in a way, mischievously. Meanwhile, the group told their boss that everything was ready. He thanked them. Now all that was left was to set sail. He was Torino, president of the Merchant Guild, and the dwarf wanted to negotiate directly, this time. Now they ask, what would happen now that Maurice had disappeared? He figures it's nothing, they just had more profit for themselves now. The Quran Academy paid more for young children, and once they finished, they would get some sweet rewards. The dwarf assumes that if the guild had disbanded, it also meant something bad was brewing, trusting a gut feeling, a woman's intuition. The others didn't get it. Was he actually a woman, but they calmed him down? It wasn't a problem. In any case, they were stronger than anyone else. And at that moment, a massive explosion went off. Nana appeared, thinking they were some very mean adults. Nana wasn't going to let them off the hook, shocking the head merchant, whom without wasting any time, she called out directly for the kidnappings. His thugs were pissed to see her not hesitating for a single second before lunging at her. But it was useless. Every last one of them was knocked out cold, one after another. Seeing that Noel decided to take matters into his own hands and unleashed his beast to capture her. But of course the creature wasn't exactly bright and ended up brutally crushing her by accident. The merchant flew into a rage and yelled at him to be more careful, that his merchandise couldn't have a single scratch. Even so, Nana came out unscathed, now holding the giant beast's hammer. Looking closer, she noticed a glowing stone under the creature's massive teeth and decided to step back to dodge its strikes. This only made the merchant furious and frustrated because he couldn't handle the kid. He ramped up the pressure, using his seal. This caused the beast to lose control and attack. Even harder, but Nana was already ready, winding up a strike straight to its neck. She threw it with such force that it sent the creature flying right at the merchant. The chaos was so massive that even Brian and the others heard it from afar. Realizing it was definitely Nana, they didn't hesitate for a second and went running toward the source. Meanwhile, the merchant was just starting to wake up, aching and fuming with rage, vowing to make Nana pay for everything. But then he noticed something weird. His hand wasn't glowing anymore. The seal had been broken. And right in front of him, the beast was glaring at him with pure fury. With no way out, he ended up getting crushed, mercilessly. From a distance, Nana watched it all and began to approach cautiously. The creature was still on the defensive, but in a completely innocent gesture, Nana pulled from behind her back the beast's baby, which was acting very lively, making its mother thrilled. And so the two of them walked away together while Nana said goodbye to what almost became her dinner. Though deep down what she felt most was the empty feeling of missing her father. And right then the kids approached her, thanking her for saving them, although Nana didn't really know what to do with them. So before they could escape, she stopped the bad guys, giving them a very clear order: take all the children back to their homes, or she'd eat them. With no other choice, the men agreed and took them away, leaving Nana alone. She thought that for the first time, she hadn't caused any trouble. She'd even helped others, and that made her wish for one thing for her father, to congratulate her for it. And then, as if she had asked for it, a hand rested on her head. It was Cian, who congratulated her with a smile. Nana was overjoyed, even though she had no idea how he'd found her. Cian recalled that it wasn't hard. Nana's energy could be felt all over town. Besides, no one was back at their lodging, so they were clearly out looking for her. Even though he felt like giving Brian and Emily a good scolding for leaving her alone, at that moment he decided to focus on being a good father, though it was tricky with the amount of energy his daughter had now. Just then, Brian appeared, relieved to see Nana safe and sound, but he stopped dead in his tracks when he noticed the aura his boss was radiating. Alice, for her part, was stunned to see the little half-dragon, while Emmy watched on resigned as Brian received his little kicks of punishment. Season finale, Chapter 67.